The story begins with a torrential downpour. Bodies lie scattered across the ravaged earth. Among the fallen, only one seems to have survived. A weary young man surveys the scene, his gaze heavy with grief. Sorrow etches his features as he looks upon the dead. He alone remains standing, yet victory feels hollow, a bitter taste in his mouth. He seems unwilling to accept this grim outcome. His eyes sweep across the desolate landscape, a horizon choked with corpses. Even after all this, it doesn't feel like a triumph. Lost in his lament, a sound jolts him back to the present. He spins around, searching for its source. The sound is one of such power that he can scarcely believe it belongs to a human. Exhaustion clings to him like a shroud, yet he still finds the strength to scoff at the creature before him. He stands over the behemoth, a giant named Ashuri, adorned with wings and horns. 20 years ago, Ashuri, for reasons unknown, revealed himself to the Empire, unleashing devastation. He is the last of his kind. Standing in the downpour, the young man, his heart a tempest of rage and contempt, places his foot upon the giant's chest. Half the Empire is a graveyard because of you, he accuses, his voice raw with pain. I don't understand why you're still alive. Ashuri seems to be fading, his life force ebbing away. Soon, he will return to his own world. The young man finds a grim satisfaction in this. Perhaps his fallen comrades await him there. Ashuri asks who these comrades are. The two who came before me, the young man replies. One, a fiery red dragon, reduced to cinders. The other, an old man named Lohan, who sealed you away for eternity. Ashuri urges him not to hide the truth. Children of the stars share their feelings, he rasps. I already know, the giant continues, that your adversaries annihilated each other. I know there's no one left as powerful as I. Shut up, the young man snaps. I'm still alive. Ashuri acknowledges his impending demise. If you had tried harder, Ashuri says, his voice laced with regret, if you had realized your potential, focused on your training, you would have been a greater obstacle. The young man scoffs. Even in his final moments, the giant remains arrogant. Ashuri doesn't need to elaborate. The young man already knows his life hasn't been easy. He just wants the giant to be silent, to fade away. You're a good man, Ashuri whispers. Be proud of that. The young man grips his weapon, poised to deliver the final blow. Ashuri looks at him, a strange peace settling on his face. Eventually, he says, my world will be consumed by starlight and vanish. These are his last words. The young man strikes. The giant's head separates from his body. The young man is alone, the sole survivor. Despair washes over him as he stands on the battlefield. He cannot change what has been done. It is over. The splash of his footsteps in the rain-filled craters, the crushing weight of his solitude, trigger a cascade of memories, a time when he still had friends. He remembers his comrades, his final comfort. It is as if he is bidding farewell to the universe itself. Even with the good memories as he looks around, even now, with the bodies of those he loved among the heaps of the slain, they offered him no solace. Yet there they lay, and he couldn't fathom the pride that drove men to fight to the death. His friends, he thought, should have accepted their weaknesses and simply given up. They could have all basked in the aura of the strongest sword, but he wondered why he alone had succeeded. That was why he, a mere trainee soldier, remained on the front lines. If not for that, they would have been long dead. Grief and despair consumed him. He knelt, seemingly waiting for his own end. He thought he heard a voice, and a flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes. Someone said they couldn't move because of their injuries. He strained to locate the source of the sound, certain someone was there, steadying himself with his sword. He rose again and went in search of the survivor. He began to search among the mounds of bodies, until he seemed to find someone. It was a woman leaning against a large rock, seemingly gravely wounded. Relief washed over his face as he realized someone else still lived. It was the High Commander, and even with her arms severed, she showed no sign of pain. It was Odshan. Knowing Odshan wouldn't last much longer, a fresh wave of sorrow washed over him. He wondered what had happened to her, being the commander, reminding her that he was just a corporal. He also wanted to know something more important, whether Ashuri was dead. Ronan replied that yes, he had defeated it himself. He said the body wasn't far from there. She said she understood, and he continued to observe her expression. Upon learning of its death, she drew a deep breath and began to weep. She thanked Corporal Ronan. He simply watched as she sighed in relief and wept with emotion. As a gesture of goodwill, he said if she was truly grateful, she could listen to his request. He knew that fallen soldiers were usually cremated or abandoned, and he asked that they be treated properly this time. She wasn't sure if she could do that. She believed he was in better shape than her, so he could do it himself. She asked how she could possibly manage, then began to cough violently. He too was badly injured. After the violent coughing fit, he held out his hands and said he wasn't any more vital than she was. He mentioned that even though he was just wandering around, he could leave at any moment. He thought it was a little unfair to leave just like that. Odshan asked him if there was anything he wanted to do if he survived. He said he had a few things to look up to. He said he could only think of one thing, and he wondered what it would be like if he went to the academy. This question surprised her. Ashiudi had said something to him that still bothered him, but for him, the most important thing was that his sister wanted him to go to the academy. However, he knew he would be returning to his family soon. The commander said that when the rain stopped, the search party would come for him, but he said it was futile. Ronan thought she was just talking nonsense. The rain continued to fall, seemingly the last few drops. Both Ronan and Odshan noticed it. The rain had stopped. The torrential downpour had ceased abruptly. A pressure descended from above. They felt an oppressive, heavy presence drawing near. A blinding light engulfed everything. Ronan couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stared, rubbed his eyes, and stared again, still unable to comprehend the sight before him. Giants. Giants with 8 wings each. Not just one, but several. They filled the sky, a terrifying legion descending upon the ravaged land. So many of them, their vast wings casting ominous shadows. Ronan wondered what they were, where they had come from. High Commander Odshan couldn't believe that the 3 giants they had faced before were not the last. A wave of despair washed over her. This was the 3rd time she had fought in vain to save the world. Lost in thought, contemplating the single chance she had to start everything anew, she heard Ronan's voice calling her name, pulling her back from the brink of her despair. He snapped her back to reality, urging her to use her telekinesis or anything else to throw him upwards. She couldn't believe he still wanted to fight, even now, facing such overwhelming odds. "You still want to fight?" she asked, incredulous. He responded by asking if she intended to simply sit and wait for death. Drawing his sword, he declared that even if he died, he would take at least one of them down with him. With his sword fully drawn, he stood before the High Commander, his resolve unwavering. Even in this desperate situation, Odshan knew he was a remarkable person. This unwavering spirit was the reason they had made it this far. She watched him stand defiantly against the giants in the sky, thinking, this is him. Mustering her remaining strength, she stood and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Corporal Ronan," she addressed him. "I'm busy," he replied, "don't talk." But he stopped, startled by a sudden kiss. She slipped something into his mouth. He wondered what it was. The High Commander whispered in his ear. He seemed not to understand, questioning her words. Realizing she was running out of time, he asked what she wanted in this situation. As she spoke, she looked at him again. "Corporal Ronan," she said, "if we ever meet again, promise me you won't do anything foolish. Become a tailor." She confessed she had done many things, but nothing compared to this. He simply looked into her eyes, watching them as one of the giants prepared to attack. He still stood before her as the flash of the attack descended upon them. When the attack hit, they were gone, transported through time. A child's voice called out from the ground, "Great Commander." Slowly, Ronan began to take in his surroundings. He couldn't believe he was here, in this place. He recognized his hometown, Nibutin, and realized he had truly returned to the past. It was the first day of his return. Sitting beneath a tree, he reflected on the High Commander's words, realizing they were true. He remembered her kiss and the object she had placed in his mouth. She said it was a time reversal pill. She explained that this was how she'd gone from being a seamstress to High Commander. She told him she could only go back 4 times total, and having used it 3 times already, this was her last chance. She was leaving it for him, she said, because he might be able to kill the giants. She believed he would find a way to stop the world from ending. She mentioned he needed to improve his skills and was glad he wanted that too. If he wanted to learn, he should go to the Philian Academy. She was certain they could help him there. He remembered her words. They would meet again. She told him not to do anything foolish and to keep being a seamstress. She had done so much, but never anything like this. He now threw the tree around frantically, thinking this might be a dream. Even if it was a dream, he was back. What could he do alone? He picked up a stick from the ground. Looking at the tree, he said he could do it. He ran off with the stick because he wanted to see his sister. Stick in hand, he ran through the city. He thought that if he really was back, if he went a little further, He heard some commotion and went to see what was happening. Some bullies were stringing up a boy. Seeing this, he wondered why they were hanging the kid upside down. Thinking those guys hadn't changed a bit, he went closer to take a look. Realizing the person wasn't tied up with rope, but with magic, he thought someone that valuable was hard to find on the battlefield, impossible in a backwater town. He was sure they were there too. The girl didn't know how much longer they would keep doing this. Something could happen to the kid in that awful situation. The boy, hanging upside down over the water, yelled at them to leave him alone. He said he had no money. He mentioned his mother's medicine was expensive this month. The guy holding him asked why he was worried about his mother, since he had no money anyway. Not liking that, the guy slapped him across the face. The bully turned and noticed she was strengthening her magic. He continued yelling at the boy in the tree, saying that since he didn't know his place, he'd take him to the top. She said he couldn't go any higher, because if he made a mistake, it would be bad for him. The man glared at him fiercely and told him to shut up, pull him up, and then finish him off. She felt terrible because she didn't know how she got into this situation. She thought it wasn't right to trap him with magic. She just wanted to prove she was good at something. She needed to say she couldn't do it, but she was too scared. But even so, she needed to say it. She got their attention, saying please, and begged them to stop. Just then, Ronan arrived and hit her over the head with the stick. The boy's feet were released from magic. He fell to the ground. The bully asked what was going on now. He lunged at the girl, asking if she was stopping just because that busybody told her to. Ronan told her not to worry about trash like that anymore. He told her to look at him and speak, and she, terrified, stared back as he explained he needed to discuss something very serious. He asked where she'd learned telekinesis. She confessed to learning it from a spellbook purchased from a traveling merchant. Ronan thought, she's this powerful with a cheap spellbook. He found it fascinating, musing that if he could see the extent of her power, he might discover even more. Just then, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. He remembered the sword. The bully demanded to know how he dared ignore her. The boy lunged forward, proclaiming he would set the record straight. All Ronan could focus on was the exquisite quality of the sword. He wondered where she'd gotten it. He dodged the boy's attack, surprised by his own reflexes. How did I do that? He thought. Ronan realized that despite being in a younger body, he hadn't changed. His instincts were still those of a seasoned soldier. His combat sense seemed unaltered. The bully, sneering, asked if he felt lucky. She'd make sure he never lifted a finger again. Since things had gone this far, he should just get on his knees and beg. Because he stood motionless, silent, the bully continued to taunt him, saying that if he killed him, she'd take good care of his sister. Mentioning his sister caught Ronan's attention. In that instant, the boy, consumed by rage, lashed out. Just like that, the bully lost an ear. The sword clattered to the ground. Clutching his ear, he howled in pain. Ronan didn't appreciate jokes about his sister. He asked the bully if he wanted another lesson. The boy who had previously restrained the other boy in the tree now knelt before Ronan. The other boys in his group stared in disbelief at the severed ear. Ronan, stick in hand, surveyed the group. Did they enjoy the show? He ordered them to leave, taking the boy on the ground with them. He also demanded they leave the stolen money, plus extra for ruining his mood. The boys stammered that they would return it. He handed the money to the boy who had been hanging in the tree. The boy asked if he was sure he wanted to give him all of it. Ronan said he only cared about the sword. The boy, immensely grateful or perhaps just stunned, mumbled about going home. Assel, ashamed, apologized to them both. She knew she shouldn't have acted that way, but she had been too afraid to do anything. It was all her fault. She insisted, truly sorry. The boy observed that Assel was crying, just like when Hans first brought her there. He mentioned that seeing her then, he wondered if Assel was in the same situation as him. Placing a hand on Assel's shoulder, he told her not to blame herself. Smiling, he said it wasn't her fault. He thanked her for the apology. Now that he had his money and belongings, he was leaving. Ronan and Assel watched him go. Ronan looked at Assel, realizing things weren't so bad after all. He asked Ronan if he remembered what he'd said earlier about having something to take care of. He told Assel they would meet again in 4 days. He explained that he had some business to attend to, and they would meet again when a light appeared in the sky. He asked Assel if she knew what would happen then. He added that if he didn't show up, it meant he had run away. Assel thought he was acting even stranger than usual. He stood before the door of a small cottage in the middle of the forest. Clutching a handful of wildflowers, he remembered she loved them, so he had gathered all he could find. He rushed forward, thinking he should throw them away, but it was too late. The door opened. A voice from inside called out, wondering who was there. His back was turned, but she asked, "Is that Ronan?" He quickly spun around to face her, asking if she was back. She stood beaming in the doorway, surprised and pleased he had come so early. He simply replied, "I'm back." Overcome with emotion, the girl exclaimed that she thought she wouldn't live to see the day her brother brought her flowers. Her joy was palpable, and he was happy she appreciated them. She told him he was so thoughtful and asked if he wanted more soup. He declined, saying he was full. Then he asked her how old she was. She answered 22 and asked him why he wanted to know. He thought to himself that if she was 22, then it was 10 years until the winged giants invaded again. His sister placed a hand on Ronan's forehead, worriedly suggesting he had fever. He remembered what a wonderful and kind person she was. He wished the moment could last forever, but in 10 years, to protect the world and his sister. He told her he had something to tell her. He was thinking about entering the academy. His words caught her completely off guard. Then, her surprise morphed into uncontainable excitement. She asked incredulously if she had heard him correctly, if he really wanted to go to the academy. She rushed off, exclaiming that there was no time to lose. She gathered some things she had been saving for this very day. He was smart, she knew, so she was certain he would do well. Then she brought out a large pot and set it down. With a slight struggle, she told him it was a gift. He looked inside the enormous pot to find it filled with money. He asked her how much was in there. She explained that she had been saving it for him, worried he might change his mind about the academy, so she wanted to be able to quickly cover all the expenses. He expressed his gratitude, but insisted she keep it for herself. He told her he wanted to enter the Imperial Filian Academy. She was astonished. First, he hadn't wanted to go to the academy at all, and now he aimed for the most prestigious one. The Imperial Filian Academy, resembling an ancient castle, boasted the finest instructors in the land. He knew that those who attended the academy were highly valued during wartime. The academy's high admission standards and exorbitant tuition fees, coupled with its renowned reputation, made it a daunting prospect. He hadn't expected such a reaction from her. His sister's joy only intensified, reinforcing his resolve to show her good results. Ronan waited for Assel at the designated spot. She declared she had only come because he wouldn't leave her alone. He said it was going to be a long night if she didn't, because he wanted to test something with her. Assel asked him what he was talking about, and he replied that it wasn't a big deal. He asked her to lift him as high as she could with her telekinesis. She thought it was strange to suddenly use telekinesis like that, and then she asked him why he thought she would do something so dangerous. He told her he wouldn't die, so she shouldn't be afraid. Assel warned him that she was going to start. She exerted her power on him, starting to make him float, and he began to rise and leave the ground. He was already high up and thought it was better than he expected. Even if it wasn't very high or stable, it felt similar. That was what allowed him to fight on equal footing with Ashiuti in their battle. It was telekinesis. Telekinesis was a rare ability even among mages, and mages were already rare in this place. Ronan knew that Assel would be the most important factor in the upcoming battles. Assel was struggling to keep it up. She asked if she could let him down now, but he wanted to stay up a little longer. He said he would come down himself, so she wondered what he meant. Ronan gripped his sword tightly, seemingly cutting at something in the wind. That was how he came down himself, by slashing through the mana. When asked what he had just done, he replied that it was nothing, just an acrobatic move he had learned. He said to let it go, because he didn't know what had happened either. He thought one of the things he needed to do was figure out what this ability was. Yes, before figuring out why only his sword was effective against the giants, this might be the reason. He could think about it slowly. Regardless, he preferred to do things. Assel passed the test, and this might be the first page of Ronan's biography, the greatest storybook of the Empire. Assel and Ronan were walking along a small path in the forest. He asked Ronan if he heard him right, if he really wanted them to go to the Filian Academy. Ronan told him he heard right, and he didn't know why he kept asking. He asked him what he was thinking. Assel didn't want to go. Assel replied that she understood why Ronan wanted to go. He had a talent for martial arts, but she couldn't do anything. Assel said she was a coward and shy. Ronan asked her if she wanted to continue living like that. He said she was wasting her talent on those bastards. Ronan thought she didn't have any particularly bad traits. She was just timid and cowardly. She was a crybaby, crying over anything, a loser who was afraid of everything. Ronan also said it was okay, because she could change from that moment on. He said seriously that whatever she did from then on couldn't be changed, and one day she would regret it, just like Ronan had once regretted. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her what she thought if she had changed her mind. Assel couldn't believe Ronan would worry about someone like her. Ronan said he wouldn't force her to do anything because it was her life, so if she wanted to go back, she could. He turned, muttering about being busy, but Assel stopped him, declaring she wanted to change too. Ronan's face lit up at the prospect of her joining him at the academy, promising to teach her everything she needed to know. He told her it was the first time she'd acted maturely, that this was the first hurdle for the new Assel. Everything was going according to Ronan's plan. Assel's eyes widened, fixated on the bonfire they were observing from behind a thicket of bushes. Her voice barely a whisper, she asked if that was her hurdle. Ronan warned her that it was the best opponent he could find to awaken her abilities. They're moonlit goblins, he explained, and that one's the chief. A smug grin spread across his face. So what do you think, Assel? Like it? He looked at her expectantly. Shall we begin now? They're moonlit goblins, a type of goblin commonly found in this area. Most people can distinguish ordinary goblins by their pale yellow color and body shape. In fact, the only characteristic of moonlit goblins is their obsession with treasure. They love to ambush merchants and steal their valuables. They gather everything they've stolen in one place, where they hold a moonlit festival on nights with a full moon, like tonight. Assel's eyes narrowed in understanding. So that's why they're here. Ronan nodded. We're going to steal all their treasure. He'd heard something similar earlier that day, about goblins guarding their treasure in the area and holding a festival. Assel, curious, asked how he knew. Ronan simply replied, I have my ways. He suddenly pulled Assel closer, his voice low. I can use telekinesis to move all their treasure into that bag. He gestured toward a sack they had with him. It's simple. Assel looked unconvinced. If you make a mistake, they'll wake up. Ronan shrugged. They'll be very angry. That's all. Assel still hesitated. This plan is too risky. We should reconsider. Ronan patiently explained, to enter the academy, we need two things, money and combat experience. Money is a problem, but combat experience is even more important. Filion is full of nobles who've received elite training since birth. If I want to beat them, he continued, his gaze intense, there's only one thing for you to do, Assel. Gain experience by risking your life. These guys are the perfect enemies. We can gain both money and experience. He challenged her. Do you have a better idea? Since you don't, he declared, seeing her silence as agreement, we'll start now. He began to focus, his hands outstretched. Using his telekinesis, he began shifting the goblin's treasure into their bag. Silver coins, gold coins, and jewels flowed through the air. The bag was almost full. Almost there, Ronan muttered, his concentration unwavering. As the bag finally filled, he sighed in satisfaction. Enough for now. He watched the last few pieces tumble in, a pleased smirk playing on his lips. Noticing another, smaller bag, he filled that as well. And one last one, he whispered, experience is the best teacher. He placed a hand on Assel's head, thinking to himself that he wasn't as confident as he appeared, but he'd get used to it soon enough. Assel was better than he'd expected. His eyes gleamed. He found himself a valuable accomplice. Now that the bags are full, he said aloud, we should leave. Nothing left to do here, Ronan added, urging them onward. Let's get out before something happens. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a bird took flight, two figures hot on its trail. Their pursuit was a clamorous one, shouts and crashing footfalls echoing through the trees. Ronan and Assel heard the growing commotion. Ronan wondered what manner of fool would create such a racket at this hour, the kind of disturbance guaranteed to rouse the goblins. By the time they reached the source of the noise, it was too late. A hasty inspection of a treasure chest and the realization that it was empty erupted into panicked cries of stolen loot. Within moments, the entire goblin encampment was awake and stirring, searching for the thieves. Assel and Ronan attempted a discreet retreat, but they were spotted. Ronan knew this was bad. He knew goblins. Assel was terrified. Their plan, which had seemed so foolproof, was rapidly unraveling. What do we do? Assel asked, her voice barely a whisper. Should we just leave the treasure and run? And how am I supposed to pay for our tuition at the academy without it? Ronan retorted, how are we supposed to make any money? The goblins all of them, had converged on the spot where the two stood, their eyes fixed on Ronin's sword, curious to see what he would do with it. He noted the cheap steel of the blade. He knew it wouldn't withstand more than 15 blows. 15 goblins, growing impatient, edged closer, their menacing intent clear. Assel trembled, but Ronin was focused. He gripped his sword. 15 strikes. He reminded himself 15 strikes would have to be enough. And then he began to cut. Assel watched, numb, as heads flew. The force of Ronin's single blow was devastating. 14 strikes left. The birds, the ones responsible for alerting the goblin chieftain, were still flitting nearby. The sword embedded itself in the skull of one. "That's the last one," Ronin said, his voice surprisingly calm. "Not bad." Assel remained rooted to the spot. What she had just witnessed seemed impossible. 3 goblins down with a single strike. And the others that followed, she noticed Ronin vanish for a heartbeat, then reappear in a flash. The goblins never stood a chance. Assel's mind reeled, trying to process the carnage she had just witnessed. "You gotta keep daydreaming?" Ronin asked. "Or are you ready to head home?" Thinking was exhausting. She could have teleported them to safety, but nothing had gone according to plan. She could feel the ache in her muscles from carrying the treasure. Just goblins, he thought. He needed to work on his stamina when they got back. What was all that screaming earlier? Assel asked. He shrugged. He didn't know. Then he remembered. The screaming. The screaming that had started the whole mess. "We'll make them pay for putting our lives in danger," he muttered. An arrow whizzed past Assel's ear. She spun around, heart leaping in her throat, just in time to see another one aimed directly at her. Ronin's hand shot out, snatching the arrow from the air a hair's breadth before it struck her. Seeing the deadly projectile clutched in his hand, the arrow that would have pierced her flesh sent a fresh wave of terror through Assel. He even went so far as to suggest the forest was cursed, what with all the crazies running around. And the 2 bird-chasing lunatics who'd caused such a commotion were now standing right in front of them. Ronin didn't appreciate being called a child. They apologized for the disturbance. One of them claimed to have heard a noise, thought it was a monster, his eyes lingering on the backpack and the glint of treasure within. He muttered to his companion about how they'd almost killed someone. Ronin cut them off, their poorly concealed avarice on full display. "Drop the act," he demanded. "Answer the question. Who are you?" A beat of silence hung in the air before they declared they would introduce themselves properly. Their hands went to their swords, the blades now pointed directly at Ronin. "We're with Caliboro," they sneered. Ronin seized the sword hand, his other fist connecting with the man's jaw in a swift, brutal punch. The struck man staggered back, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He seemed to know them, and he didn't like them. Seeing his companion fall, the second man in the forest charged towards them. Assel, watching the man rush forward, unarmed, felt a surge of fear. An invisible force slammed into the charging man, halting him mid-stride. He recognized the telltale signs of the invisible hand technique. The opponent was immobilized. Ronin glanced at Assel, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, before turning his attention back to the remaining threat. Now to finish the job. He drew his own weapon. A blur of motion, a series of precise strikes. The man crumpled to the ground, the attack so swift he seemed almost unaware of what had hit him. Ronin watched him fall, his expression unreadable. Assel, despite her brave assistance, was still trembling. "Is he dead?" she whispered. "Yes," Ronin replied coldly. "I wouldn't leave someone like that alive. Didn't you hear them? They're Caliboro. They're involved in poaching, kidnapping, human trafficking. The whole gamut. The vilest scum in the Empire." He turned his attention to the other body, then looked back at Assel. "If I hadn't stopped them, they would have sold your organs. No question. Knowing who they are and letting them live would be a crime in itself." "Stop fussing," he said, gesturing towards the loot. "Let's get what we came for." He paused, noticing a strange twitching in one of the bags. "Is that an animal?" Assel asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Ronin, already reaching for the bag, shrugged. "Only one way to find out." He opened the bag, and a bird burst forth, flapping frantically. "What in the world is a blue chicken?" Ronin muttered, staring at the creature. The bird circled them, its vibrant plumage a startling contrast to the muted tones of the forest. "Why is it blue?" Ronin wondered aloud. "I've never seen a blue bird before." Assel breathed, equally mesmerized. "Me neither," Ronin admitted. His gaze sharpened as he noticed the shackles on the bird's legs. He recognized the Caliboro markings. Traps designed to disrupt magic and restrict movement. They only use those in extreme cases, he mused, or for capturing exotic creatures. He looked at the blue bird, a thought forming in his mind. The bird stared back, as if waiting for him to say something. When Ronan finally understood what the bird was, a connection sparked between them, and when he realized it had just spoken, a shiver ran down his spine. Ronan explained that this was communication magic. Realizing it had spoken the moment it was out of the bag, he understood that perhaps the magic could be blocked. Speaking through the bird, Ronan asked if he was the bluebird's owner. The voice replied that his name was Viren, and he was researching rare beasts at the Research Institute. Viren apologized for his abruptness and asked who he was speaking to. Ronan explained they were just travelers and reported they had just fought off some thieves who had stolen the bird. Ronan added that they had saved the bird. The bird's owner, worried, said the thought of the bird being kidnapped had crossed his mind. But who would have thought it would actually happen? He said he wasn't sure how to repay this kindness. Assel spoke up, saying there was no need. Just let them know how to return the bird to him. Ronan said the bird looked exhausted, and if they removed the thing it was bound with, perhaps it could fly. The owner said it likely would. Viren explained that dream birds had a great sense of direction, so if they managed to free it, he drew his sword and with a single stroke shattered the shackles binding the bird. He spoke to the bird, telling it to return to its father, calling it Little Blue. He told the bird not to worry about its father anymore. The bird seemed to say something, but Ronan didn't understand. It wagged its tail at him. He wasn't sure what that meant. The bird's owner said it was asking him to pluck a feather. Viren explained that when a feather is plucked from a dream bird, it acts as a compass for the owner. He asked if he had plucked one yet, and if he ever had the chance to come to the Research Institute, to be sure to visit him in Marquez. As the bird soared away, he called out that he would definitely repay this kindness. The two of them stood for a moment, watching the feather. Then they returned to the bag, continuing to stare at it. A few days later, in a small town, they went there to sell the two items and turn them into money. A merchant, observing them, deemed the items magnificent and offered 20 gold coins for one of them. The merchant said all the items he brought were valuable. Ronan was pleased, finally finding someone who knew their worth. All the other merchants were crooks. He hadn't expected to meet such a fair merchant. The merchant said he was honored to hear that. He mentioned to the merchant that besides that item, he also wanted to have another item examined. He pulled something from his pocket and showed it to the merchant, but said he wouldn't sell it, as he was just curious what it was. He remembered the night he caught that blue duck or bird. It had left that thing behind. When he first saw it in his hand, he thought the bird might have defecated. He thought the chicken had done such a thing to repay his kindness. Disgusted, he threw it at a rock. The rock shattered, but the egg remained intact. He realized it might be something valuable. The merchant, unsure if it was a bird egg, believed it was the product of a magical creature. The merchant continued to examine the egg, turning it over in his hands, scrutinizing its color and texture, while Ronan, in high spirits after their recent sale, looked on. Deciding to have a bit of fun, Ronan asked the man if he thought it might be a horse egg. The merchant chuckled, shaking his head. No, not a horse. I've no idea what it is, to be honest. It's certainly unusual. He suggested Ronan take it somewhere specialized for a proper appraisal. Ronan tucked the egg back in his pocket. I can't sell it, he said, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. I need to know what it is first. Changing the subject, Ronan inquired if the merchant happened to sell any books about Filion. He explained that he and Assel were planning to take the entrance exam for the academy. The merchant admitted he knew little about the subject, but mentioned his daughter was also taking the entrance exam and would surely be able to help. Just then, a young woman emerged from the back of the shop, asking her father who the newcomers were. This is Ronan and his companion, the merchant said, gesturing towards them. Turning to Ronan, he added, This is my only daughter, Maria. The name struck a chord with Ronan. It sounded familiar. He was taken aback to see it was a girl. The merchant, oblivious to Ronan's inner thoughts, told Maria that these were important customers who had just made a significant purchase. Maria, sizing them up with a dismissive air, referred to them as children. Her father quickly admonished her, telling her to be more respectful. He then apologized to Ronan for his daughter's rudeness. While Assel continued to chat with the merchant, he noticed Ronan wandering away. Ronan approached Maria, a curious expression on his face. Is your name really Maria? He asked. He then asked if her family name was Sin. She confirmed, her brow furrowing in surprise. How did he know that? Ronan felt a strange sense of déjà vu. She looked remarkably like someone he knew. He beckoned her closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let me ask you one more thing, he said. Are you a girl or a boy? Maria stared at him incredulously. unable to believe he'd just asked such a question. Confusion washed over her. She couldn't fathom his reasoning. No matter how I look at it, she finally managed. I can't figure out what you're getting at. Ronan glanced at the merchant, a thought crossing his mind that the old man must have another child he didn't know about. Maria, losing her patience, told him to shut up, called him crazy, and slapped him across the face. The sting of the slap triggered a memory. He knew her. It was her, his friend from his past life, Maria's sin, the Earl. Ronan felt a jolt of recognition. He remembered when he was a soldier stationed in Amaranth. Maria had been in charge of supplies. She was principled, easygoing, and made friends with everyone. She disliked the sort of conversations men tended to have, and she had a peculiar habit of slapping people. He'd always wondered why. But even after Maria's death, he'd always laughed it off, even when being slapped. He never thought he'd find the answer here. He'd found Maria, the Earl, and she was a girl. She noticed he was still smiling, so she wound up to slap him again. Anticipating the blow, Ronan caught her hand and flicked her forehead. "Don't get carried away just because I let you hit me before," he chided. "I only let you do it because I made a mistake," he explained. "Does hitting me twice count?" She retorted and headbutted him in the chin. A full-blown brawl erupted, the two grappling and pulling at each other's hair. Her father and Assel watched, bewildered by the sudden eruption of violence. They quickly intervened, separating the two who were now locked in a fierce struggle. Assel, for one, was utterly perplexed, seeing Ronan and Maria, who had just been at each other's throats, now conversing. Assel looked around for items he could take. If what he'd set his eyes on wasn't good enough, he'd buy something else. He watched the two of them, seemingly at peace now. Maria told Ronan there were 3 swords and a staff available. She asked him why he needed 3 swords. Wouldn't carrying them be troublesome? He asked her what she thought of them, saying they weren't bad, but the black iron sword was the best. She mentioned that black iron was incredibly hard, a material coveted by many renowned knights. He reminisced about how the black iron sword used to be his favorite. Maria explained that the staff had an excellent magic stone set in it and suggested it should belong to Assel. Looking at Assel, she asked if the sweet-looking boy was a mage. She inquired about the type of magic he used, and he replied that it was telekinesis. Impressed, she remarked that telekinesis was incredible, and if he honed it well, he could even earn a scholarship. She then asked Ronan what skill he would demonstrate in the practical exam. She explained that to enter the academy, he needed to take a practical exam, where he had to impress the professors and showcase his abilities. Of course, the written exam would also be quite difficult, but not as challenging as the practical one. Ronan replied that to become a swordsman, all he needed was superb swordsmanship. Maria stated that they usually used mana to demonstrate their combat skills. He asked if children his age, even those who weren't mages, could use mana. She confirmed that basic skills were used for combat, but from his expression, she realized he wasn't using mana. She asked if he didn't know how to sense his own mana. He inquired if it was similar to aura. Maria was aghast, as someone like him shouldn't even be attempting to enter the academy. She wondered how he had the audacity to say aura and mana were similar things. She declared he was unworthy of following her. She asked if she could take the swords, as they were in the blacksmith shop. She wondered why he was so confident, and what would happen if his sword broke. Maria claimed that wouldn't happen, but if it did, she would compensate him threefold. She told him to stop talking and follow her. She would give him special training. She explained that mana was the root of natural power. Once they learned their mana techniques, they could go to the academy. She thought explaining the difference between mana and aura to him was pointless. She told him that from a certain perspective, aura was a type of mana, but the difference between them was Fosht. Those with talent were said to require at least 10 years of training to barely gain power, and that was aura. She asked if he understood a little, and he said yes. He told her he'd encountered aura users on the battlefield a while ago and felt proud, as he was an aura user himself, and they shared a common power. He said they were annoying, but he hadn't expected to find it so amazing. Maria said enough explanations for now. They were going to begin. She said she thought he would learn faster with his body than with his head. As she prepared to attack him, he thought it was no big deal since she was just a little girl. He just needed to block her attacks. He found it all quite surprising. The attacks were surprising. He parried them and pushed her back. He was shocked. She was so young, yet wielded such power, and with 2 swords. Ronan couldn't quite make it out, wasn't entirely sure, but he thought that fighting style might be utilizing mana. Maria continued to watch, curious to see what he would do. She, too, planned to end the fight quickly, demonstrating the power of magic and making him give up on the exam. She figured this was better than him being humiliated at the actual exam, but she was being pressured by something, a skill that didn't use mana. He asked her what she was thinking about. He realized she'd been distracted, and suddenly the fight became easier. He started attacking seriously, telling her to dodge instead of block. She was a little scared, but he wasn't going to pull his punches. She really had to dodge. Ronan was attacking with intent, and if she hesitated, something bad might happen. She told Ronan he was abnormal. He replied that she was too. Aside from his demeanor, she said his talent with the sword was considerable, but his swings were a bit unrefined. But if he fixed that, he'd improve greatly. Noticing he was about to leave, she asked him where he was going. Indignant, she demanded to know if he thought he'd won just like that. He said it didn't matter. Keeping his word, he presented the broken sword and reminded her of her promise to pay triple. Then he told them to get their swords ready. Assel, wanting to get her attention, tried to say something. He said she did well, implying he understood what had transpired. Ronan told him to hurry up. He was tired. Maria stood silently on the sparring ground, wondering who these two were. He said he'd just gone to the merchant's market to collect the money she owed him. He noticed several items near the money and asked her if one was a book. She replied that it was the theory book for the academy entrance exam, along with her own summaries. She asked if he didn't need them, since the exam was only a month away. He said he did, but why go to all this trouble? He asked if she was planning to trick him. She said that wasn't it. She was starting to like them. Maria said it was a gift because she wanted him to pass the exam. She told him to study hard. If they slacked off later, there would be consequences. She asked if he understood. Ronan said she should take her own advice. Leaving in her father's carriage, she said she'd see them in the capital on the day of the exam. She told them to make sure they read everything. She gave them to him because she thought he needed to train his weak body and study what he wasn't good at. But he didn't think it was a bad feeling. That was Ronan's life after returning home, now with his sister Ariel. He ate every meal until he was about to burst. He started to increase his stamina and adjust to his adaptive abilities. He found a place to train that day. He would keep doing this until there were no monsters left around the village. He also studied the knowledge a soldier should have. Even though he didn't know how it would all end, Ronan gave it his all. A month later, the day finally arrived. Ronan arrived in the central city. Assel was deeply impressed. He thought the academy was both magnificent and beautiful. He stood captivated. Ronan asked him what he was doing standing in the middle of the road, telling him not to just stand there like an idiot and to hurry inside, because they were going to be late for the exam. Assel stared at Ronan, unmoving. He asked what was wrong. Assel said he was a little surprised because, in just a month, Ronan had grown quite a bit. He asked if Ronan was going to start that again, patting him on the head and telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Ronan thought that now that he was at the academy, he might be able to find the person he wanted to meet, the Sword Saint Leffen, a descendant of the Grancia family, a renowned family of swordsmen. He had thought he might see him during the exam, but it didn't really matter. Assel asked Ronan if he had brought that thing. What was he talking about? The bird Feather said to guide him to its owner. Before they left, he had put in his bag. He remembered the old man mentioning living in the capital city. He planned to visit him after the exam. The feather pointed to the highest floors. The bird's owner was in his room, finding it difficult to adjust to being a teacher, and was considering returning to research. The bird, Mapez, was trying to cheer him up. The zoology professor of Filian Valen, Gainshire, was a beast man. He was talking to his bird, saying he should open the window for some fresh air in case his hero came to visit. He figured it wouldn't hurt. He hadn't even knocked yet when the window opened. Ronan, noticing it was the small blue bird from before, asked who its owner was. Both of them were startled. The professor, startled, asked who they were and how they got there. Assel was tired, as it was one of the highest floors. Ronan told him he'd given him a fright, thinking he was going to fall. Varen was angry, thinking they were there to take his bird, but calmed down when he saw Mapez's feather in Ronan's hand. It took him a moment to put it all together, but he realized they were the heroes. The professor apologized. Ronan said it was all right, no need to apologize. He said if anyone was to blame, it was Assel for climbing the stairs. Ronan covered Assel's mouth, telling him to be quiet. Ronan remarked that the most unexpected thing was that a lion, a rare kind of beast man, was the bird's owner. Varen was also surprised, as he had assumed the heroes were just applicants. If he had known, he would have prepared a letter of recommendation, but it was already afternoon, and the exam was scheduled for that day. He said he needed to ask something, and that they didn't have much time. He took out the stone, asking what it was, as the blue bird had left it behind. The professor said it was a dream bird egg. Mapes had laid an egg. He knew what a surprising thing it was to come in peacefully and lay an egg. He said it wasn't just any egg, it was a dream bird egg, but that he didn't know what would hatch from it. He said if it were a dream egg, another dream bird would hatch from it. The professor explained that with the dream compass, it was different. Everything depended on the surrounding environment. And mana. He said that if they analyzed the mana coming from the egg, it wouldn't be impossible to predict what would emerge, but that egg possessed boundless mana. It looked like molten metal, as if it had been altered. But he couldn't be certain what would come out, or perhaps he was simply ascribing too much meaning to an egg. The professor asked the bird, Mapes, where it had laid such an egg. He commented that he'd never seen such a brazen bird. The professor wanted to ask Ronan a favor. He asked if he would mind looking after the egg. He said he wouldn't mind. Ronan asked the professor if that was all right, and if the egg wasn't too precious. The professor said of course it was precious, as this kind of bird only laid one egg in its lifetime. The professor said the fact that Mapes laid this egg in front of the heroes he admired in his heart led him to believe it sensed something special. He would honor his friend who had been with him for so long. Ronan said it was all right. He was curious to see what was inside. Ronan was already saying his goodbyes as it was getting late, and they had to leave in 2 years. But the professor asked him to wait a moment longer. He said he'd been thinking about how to reward him and had come up with a very good idea. So he gave him something that could help hatch the egg. Sometime later, in the practical test hall, in the martial artist waiting area, the exam for candidate number 1. Number 11 was over. Candidate number 102 was called, and the test was about to begin. Next was Ronan. He thought they were making him wait too long. He asked Maria what she thought, and she said it was like this every exam. He asked her why she was dressed like that. Wasn't it uncomfortable? She told him to be careful, as the academy was privately owned by nobles. She said they could be valuable clients in the future, so it was necessary to make a good impression. She was missing one companion, but the mage test was held elsewhere. The end of the exam for candidate number 112 was announced, and candidate number 113 was asked to enter. It was his turn. Maria advised him not to be nervous and to do as she had told him. She said if he failed, she wouldn't let him off the hook. He was supremely confident, saying he'd be back soon. He faced several individuals, who he assumed were probably professors at the academy. Looking around, they all seemed impressive, but in their midst was an old man, the headmaster and archmage, Cravacrattle. He also noticed a woman there, which was surprising. He had rarely felt such vitality in his previous life. He greeted everyone and gave his name. The headmaster returned his greeting. He told him he would face a magic dummy and could demonstrate his technique. He didn't think much of it, just a quick swing. He thought it was enough for a dummy, but it surprised him. It was just a simple swing without magic. 2 professors commented that the boy was judging the dummy based on appearances alone. This dummy is an incredibly valuable piece of magical engineering. Even the genius Schliff could barely leave a mark on it. Everyone was curious to see what this boy, Ronan, planned to demonstrate. Headmaster Cravacrattle felt a prickle of unease. He noticed the professors exchanging disparaging glances toward the candidate standing before them. He thought if his boy proved them wrong, then Ronan cleanly plucked the dummy's head off. This act stunned the swordsmanship professor, the great sword saint Naborus, into impressed silence. Sheathing his own blade, Naborus asked, "Is that all?" One of the professors could scarcely believe it. He scoffed, thinking the most difficult strike was nothing more than a trivial feat. He turned to the headmaster. "What do you think of that for a score, Cravacrattle?" But Cravacrattle was speechless, taken aback by the sword saint's reaction. Naborus vaulted over the table and landed before Ronan, her sword now resting against his neck. Ronan merely glanced at the blade. "You startled me," he commented. "Why do you want to know who I am and who taught me swordsmanship?" Confused by the abrupt question about his instructor, Naborus rephrased. "Could you see my movements?" she demanded. "Yes," Ronan replied. "I thought they were incredible. Even drawing my sword in that instant was difficult," she stated. "Yet you managed 3 strikes. Precisely 3. Her intensity didn't waver. "Like you showed the other instructors," she pressed. "Did you think such an arrogant attack would go unnoticed? Did you think I wouldn't recognize your style? And then you deliberately slowed that final blow, just in case the instructors missed it, as if you underestimated us all." She continued, her voice sharp. "You seem to have forgotten where you are. the headmaster, and 2 theory professors were watching you. But that wasn't the case, was it? You simply adjusted your strength, thinking the sword couldn't withstand it. However, that final strike, judging by your current demeanor, I doubt you'll offer a truthful explanation. Finally, she lowered her sword from the student's neck. I'll remember you, Neighbors declared, fixing him with a piercing gaze. I'll teach you myself. Specifically, Cravacrattle observed the exchange, understanding the underlying meaning in Neighbors's words. He knew she wanted to take Ronan as her disciple. He realized he needed to pay closer attention to this young man. An excellent demonstration, Ronan, Cravacrattle announced. I'll conclude your evaluation with a simple question. There's no right answer. Feel free to respond as you see fit. What do you hope to learn at the academy? He expected the usual, predictable responses. I came to learn, so I won't have regrets. Ronan's answer caught the headmaster off guard. He pondered the implications. How does one teach the absence of regret? One of the professors muttered. He doesn't seem particularly special. Yet, he had already captured the attention of both the Sword Saint and the headmaster. Looking at the testing dummy, now bearing a distinct, clean cut, he thought that perhaps the best way to explain it was to show talent amidst the chaos. The professors hadn't taken a proper look at the dummy. When one of them finally did, he stared in disbelief at the headless training dummy, his mind flashing back to the woman with the sword. He was certain that even at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to defeat her. He thought he'd faced a fair share of challenges, but after encountering her, he realized just how far he still had to go. He was now sure that the commander had been right to send him to the academy. He believed Ronan could learn a great deal there. Only the written exam remained, and he'd memorized a lot over the past month, so he figured it would be easy. After taking the written exam, he realized it wasn't as easy as he'd anticipated. He felt it was difficult for him, but then again, his whole life had been that way. Mario was furious, talking to Assel about how he'd only answered half the test. He'd gathered the things he needed to learn, reviewed them, and then completely forgotten them. Assel believed it was his fault for not remembering to remind Ronan. Maria told him to relax, as the practical test was more important, and with his skills, she was sure he'd done well. A commotion began among the students as the results were finally posted. A giant wooden board magically appeared, displaying the names of those who had passed. Assel asked if that was the list of those who passed. Assel's results: he ranked 12th in the practical magic test and 1st in the theory test. Maria ranked 9th in both the practical and theory tests. She looked at herself. The two jumped up and down in joy as they had passed. Mario praised him for getting 1st place in the theory test. He was at the top of the list with 2 other people. Maria was very happy for him. Maria asked Ronan what his ranking was. He looked a little down and said he knew he wouldn't be there. He didn't think someone like him could get into the academy. She got mad at him, asking if he was joking, telling him to look closely, then her eyes widened. A light descended from the sky, creating a small explosion. Maria explained that this was the final result of the entrance exam for the top students in each department. Announcing the results was a brilliant phoenix, which seemed to be flying towards Ronan. It exploded a message in the air, stating that Ronan ranked 1st in the martial arts department's tactical test and almost last in the theory test. The 3 of them were a little shocked by this, but then the other 2 started hugging and squeezing Ronan. For someone who almost came in last in theory, he was the top student in the martial arts department. Maria was delighted, as she knew he was a genius. When she thought about it, if he ranked 1st, then that person must have lost to him. With her personality, she couldn't possibly stay silent. Someone was watching him, finding him strange. Then a young man approached him and asked if he was the one who ranked 1st in the practical test. This was how he first met the Sword Saint, Schleffen. Now he was face to face with the Sword Saint. The people around them were commenting, saying they didn't expect to see the rising star of the Empire here. Maria told Ronan that the person seemed to want to talk to him. She thought he'd be annoying if he kept this up, this overwhelming spirit, before he saw someone with better swordsmanship than him. Ronan would try his best to avoid that situation, so he said he didn't know what happened, an answer that didn't seem satisfactory. The person talking to him asked Ronan why he was lying. Ronan asked him what he meant, and if he had any proof, if he didn't stop provoking and kept attacking. The young man said if he wanted proof, he would show him. drawing his sword and rushing towards him. Maria and Assel were worried. He asked if that was enough, because if it wasn't for him being first place, he couldn't react to this. The people around got excited. Thinking it was a duel, he asked Ronan to show him the skills that got him to defeat his opponent. Ronan wanted to avoid it, but if that's what he wanted, then he would let him see. He launched a powerful attack straight at him. The young man managed to block it. Ronan asked if that was enough, if he was satisfied. He replied that his score made sense. He had figured some things out. He had a good technique. He said that as expected, it wasn't enough to defeat him. Ronan wanted to avoid confrontation at all costs, but the Sword Saint wanted to see what he was hiding. The Sword Saint was still not satisfied. He couldn't accept it. Ronan realized he wanted to kill him. That's why he didn't want to see him. He knew that if he continued, he would start using aura, and that would be bad. The storm caused by a single swing, an overwhelming aura known as the Storm Sword. He knew he couldn't handle it. So he turned around and ran. His opponent said he couldn't turn his back in a fight. He was going to slash Assel's neck with his sword. The opponent was still chasing him, but when he saw what he did, he stopped immediately. A scared Assel asked Ronan what he was doing. The Sword Saint didn't like what he was doing at all. He called him a coward for using a girl as a shield. Assel shouted that he was a man, but it was just like Ronan thought. He hadn't changed. Even when he was about to die, he knew he would continue to uphold chivalry. He took advantage of that. Punching him in the face, he grabbed Maria and Assel and ran away from there. The people around had already called the guards to stop the commotion. When they arrived, they saw Lord Schleffen. He asked what had happened. Who dared to do this to him? He told them to speak to him informally, because he wasn't the son of the Dooku family. There he was just a common applicant with no status. Then he said they didn't need to worry, because it was just a fair fight. He would handle it himself. Looking at his sword, he noticed it was cracked. It was made of high-grade mithril. He thought Ronan's skills were nothing special. He didn't expect him to cause such damage to a sword like that. He said he would remember the name. The next day, in the forest outside the capital, the two of them were walking and looking at a map. Ronan swore it was nearby. Assel asked if they could really do it. He was talking about the fight from the previous day. He'd heard the other was the heir to the Duke Ronan family. Ronan told him not to worry. The man was decent enough, just a bit enthusiastic about swordsmanship, a true role model, and someone who protected the weak. Assel, he said, should claim it had all been a fair duel, because if it hadn't been, they'd be under arrest by now. Assel agreed, saying that on reflection, it made a lot of sense. Ronan mused that he'd found the source of magic that somehow circulated throughout the world. He knew its value was astronomical, something most would want to monopolize. Yet the professor had been generous enough to give them such a thing, just so they could break an egg. He asked Assel if he felt any different. Assel replied that it was the first time he'd seen such concentrated magic in one place. He said he could use magic freely there. Maria mentioned that the egg in his pocket was reacting as it had before. He said it was absorbing magic at an incredible rate, and it seemed to really like the magic there. Ronan said he understood, thinking that if Maria were there, she would have liked it too. Assel was silent for a moment, staring at the source of magic. Then he asked Ronan if he found it strange. Since the professor had said there was so much magic there, all sorts of mystical species lived and nested there, meaning that even the ordinary animals of that place found it attractive. He finished by asking why they couldn't hear any animal sounds. It was only then that Ronan realized he'd been too complacent. Things were about to get complicated again, as they always did wherever he went. He told Assel to get ready, because he smelled a strong scent of blood. When Assel heard Ronan say he smelled a strong scent of blood, he felt a bit uneasy. Ronan also said that there were people already there, ahead of them. Of course, by visitors, he meant intruders. The figures began firing arrows in their direction. Ronan swiftly drew his sword to deflect the incoming projectiles. Seeing the arrows, he was certain they were the same ones used at the squad's camp. He remembered someone bragging about how good these arrows were, that they could blow most orcs' heads clean off. After spending a long time showing off the arrows, the man had asked the captain if he wanted some too. For someone who was caught using these arrows while hunting, how dare he talk about anything? But the man kept saying that everyone who used these arrows more than 100 times had succeeded in their hunts and were elite members of his organization, the Calaboro Hounds. Ronan remembered thinking him again, calling himself a hound. He told Assel to hide and be careful not to make himself an easy target. Then he dashed off, saying he had something to take care of. They realized the man was making his move. They saw that he would cut through all the chaos in one swift motion. as all the arrows were imbued with magic. He weaved through the trees until he arrived before them. The leader ordered them to spread out and take aim. Ronan thought they were remarkably quick to decide on an attack, perhaps unlike the people he'd encountered in the forest before. He also realized this wasn't a good sign. "Hold!" he shouted. "Cease your attack. Do you not recognize your allies? Have you never heard of me? I am a new hound of the Damas Asiat family." A ripple of questioning whispers spread through the ranks around him. "Is he really the hound?" they murmured to one another. They couldn't believe a kid like him could be the hound. "If you don't believe me," Ronan stated coldly, "ask the wolves of the family. Consider this a small warning. Assuming others can't do what you yourselves are incapable of is a dreadful habit," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You dogs, there's nothing more pathetic." He grabbed the leader by the shirt, yanking him forward. "This child is humiliating you," he spat. "Do you want to lose an arm?" Another member urged his leader to calm down. "You shouldn't doubt him just because he's a kid," he cautioned. "He seems to know how things work. He's familiar with Calaboro's system, inside and out. Things only we should know," he added, his suspicion growing. "I'll confirm with the captain. If he's not lying, we could be in serious trouble with the Damas family later." Just then, someone approached, his voice sharp. "I told you to keep quiet. What's going on here?" he demanded. It was the captain, the head wolf of the Demos View pack. One of the men explained to the captain, "This kid claims to be one of us, a member of the team." Ronan watched the scene unfold, a grim realization dawning on him. The presence of the wolf here could only mean one thing. They were all in the same place. The captain addressed Ronan directly. "Are you Asiut of the Damas family?" "Yes," Ronan replied without hesitation. The captain looked puzzled. "What are you doing here?" "This mountain is partly ours." Ronan smiled, a chillingly predatory smile. "I wouldn't know," he said, "because I'm not Asiut." He drew his sword, the blade flashing in the light. He used only his first name as he swung, taking the captain's head clean off. When posing as an illegal hunter, it was the best name to use. He turned to the man who had confronted him earlier. "I warned you," he said coldly. "You'll regret this." With a swift stroke, he severed several fingers from the man's hand. The man crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony. Ronan tossed a leaf at the writhing man. "If you don't want to die," he said, his voice devoid of emotion, "pick that up and start writing down every location of your families that you know." He pressed the tip of his sword closer to the man's throat. "Any questions? Don't you want to write? If you don't want to write, there's no need to keep you alive. I'll do anything you want." The young man choked out, "But I don't have anything to write with." "I've already prepared a pen for you," Ronan replied, his voice like ice. "Use your right hand, the one I just removed a few fingers from." Ronan examined the paper, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "You draw well," he commented. "You're quite talented." The man, his face pale with terror, stammered, "Will you let me go now?" Ronan reached into his pocket, as if retrieving something. "Of course," he said, drawing out the word. He paused, then added with chilling finality, "Of course. I won't let you live." Later, as one of the cells grew weary from their travels, having covered a considerable distance, Ronan told him to stop exaggerating, as he'd already had him prepare a cell. Assel commented that it was a bit excessive. Assel wondered if all of this was truly the Calaboro's doing. Ronan had already warned that leaving them alive was a sin. He added that Assel shouldn't worry, as they were wanted criminals who needed to be eliminated. Suddenly, they noticed something that made both of their eyes widen. Drops of blood from the slain animals dripped down, rising and forming into a larger particle. A massive nanoparticle formed into the shape of a tidal wave. Even without knowing what it was, Ronan drew his sword. However, the egg began to react, rolling out of his pocket. It made its way to the center of the wave and began to absorb everything. Assel, worried, asked what was happening. Ronan told him not to ask him the one thing he knew. Whatever was inside that egg was no ordinary thing. The egg absorbed the last drop of the wave. Assel anxiously asked Ronan if it was over. He said it seemed to be, but he didn't think much had changed. However, the egg began to crack. It floated up, and several cracks appeared on its surface. Assel seemed worried about what would come out of it. Ronan was excited that it was finally hatching. A large hole had already formed in the egg, and he wondered what was inside. The creature inside the egg quickly popped out, hitting him right on the nose. There was no time to see what it was. He noticed it had wings. It might be a dream bird. Despite Ronan's close observation, he couldn't tell if it could possibly be a bird. Assel said it looked like a dragon. He said it was very similar to what they had seen in books. Recalling the form of the beautiful little bluebird, he wondered where it had absorbed the magic to become such a strange thing. He stroked the creature that had emerged from the egg, saying that at least it was cute, but he was annoyed with it, saying its way of greeting was a bit much, a headbutt just like that. The little thing made a mark and threw it at the boy. He realized the wound was gone. Assel noticed that it could use healing magic. Ronan was pleased, as the little creature was more capable than it looked. Assel told Ronan they could give it a name. They couldn't call it Dream Bird anymore. While he was still thinking, believing no name suited it, the little creature seemed to hear something that caught its attention. It flew into the sky. Assel wondered where it had gone off to just like that. Ronan said it seemed to have sensed some kind of presence. There was a wanderer from the Demir branch wandering around there, unaware of what had happened. He had just gone out for a short errand, and when he returned, everyone had collapsed. He managed to see the wave, which now looked more like a sea. He was chasing something that was chasing him. The professor under the roots had collapsed on the ground. Suddenly, the bird that looked more like a dragon was sucking his blood from above. The man was in despair as the bird kept sucking. Ronan told it to stop, and saying he wanted to avoid ultimately killing it. Acer asked Sita if that would be her name. He confirmed, saying yes, he had already thought of the name. He then asked the small creature what it thought of the young man lying on the ground. The young man thought the person was the same as before and guessed he was the master of that hound. He went over and asked him if he was all right, calling him Bowris. The young man replied that yes, he was fine, alive, thanks to him. He then touched him, asking who he was and how he knew his name. Ronan, placing his sword on his neck, told him he didn't need to know. The young man seemed to remember him from the night before. He thought he was the Calaboro houndsmaster. Ronan told him his rank was lower than, and that he had something he needed him to do, just to let him know he hadn't gotten lost with a few gold coins. Ronan said it was better than he thought. Assel agreed with him. Assel collected some water that turned into gold, looking a bit confused. Ronan wondered why Maria's father offered such a high price for her. Thanks to that, they didn't need to worry about money, as they were in debt to Professor Villon in many ways. They went there to thank him for all he had done and to show him Sita. But little did they know they would end up going on an errand. But besides the task he gave him, Bowris also had the map he received from that hound, which was much simpler than a mere thank you. He scared him so much that he was sure he wouldn't dare do anything wrong. Acer asked Ronan what he would do with the money. He said that top-ranked students were exempt from academy tuition, and he wanted to do something with it. The entrance ceremony was to begin in a few days. At the carriage station in the city of Allen, someone told the young lady that they had arrived at their destination and thanked her. She was delighted, as it was the capital, and she found everything amazing. Ronan asked her if she should be feeling tired from the journey. She was happy to see him. He asked if anything unusual had happened while he was gone. He said she should be the one asking. She was really startled when a high-class carriage stopped in front of their house, not knowing how that was possible. Pinching his cheek, she wondered why he had gotten so thin and asked if he had been eating properly. She was relieved, but then she noticed a small animal on his shoulder. She asked what the cute little creature was. Ronan introduced it as Sita, who had started traveling with him. He said the most important thing was that they needed to hurry because they didn't have much time. He said he really needed to do something. Not long after, they arrived at a very luxurious shop. She knew he had earned the money to enter the academy. Even so, she felt the gift was a bit too much. Ronan looked curiously at the clerk and asked if all the things he had tried on could be delivered. His sister was thrilled because there were so many. He said it wasn't that much, and they wanted to buy more. She was touched, realizing her little brother had grown up a lot. She went around the entire shop, proclaiming her little brother to be a truly kind person. She asked him where they were going afterward. He replied that he wanted to visit a few places, mentioning that his sword had been damaged a few days prior. He then opened the door to leave. Outside, a young man asked if he was finished, calling out Ronan's name to get his attention. Ronan was startled, having not expected to see him there. He demanded to know why the young man was there, and if he'd been following him. The young man claimed he had merely been retrieving his sword nearby, and had happened to see him, so he decided to wait. He told Ronan not to speak to him with such disrespect. Ronan retorted that if he were as crazy as the young man, That's exactly what a stalker would say. He bristled at the mention of his damaged sword, asking who was to blame for that. He added that he truly wished he could show him a similar defect, if that's how things were going to be. Ronan's sister was upset, reminding him that she had taught him not to use foul language. Pointing out that the other young man had started it only made things worse, as Ronan realized he was talking back to her. She apologized softly, explaining that her brother had a foul mouth but a good heart. She added that he must have been startled. He, however, didn't mind at all, as she seemed like a goddess to him. She said it was her fault for not properly disciplining her brother. Schliffen took full responsibility and stated that it was due to his own lack of judgment. He assured her that everything that had happened was his responsibility. Taking his hand, she said she was happy for Ronan to have a friend like him. She asked him to look after her little brother from that day forward. Blushing deeply, the young man stammered that he would. He didn't particularly enjoy being put on the spot, but there was nothing he could do. Still flushed, the young man said he would compensate Ronan for his sword first, explaining that he didn't have any gold on him at the moment. So, he offered a badge as identification and proof of his family, explaining that they could use it anywhere in the Empire. He directed them to the blacksmith at the end of the street if they wanted to purchase a sword, a place renowned for its 500-year legacy and difficult for ordinary people to access. He expressed his hope that they would forge a good sword for them. He went on his way, leaving Ronan to realize that the crazy young man clearly knew what he was doing. Ronan thought that with Grantia's identification, he could buy the entire village. He couldn't believe there was truly the sword Saint Schliffen he knew. The next day, at the academy's entrance ceremony, the headmaster expressed his pleasure at seeing all the new recruits. He introduced himself as the headmaster of the academy, stating his name was Kravik Tyr. Maria, Ronan, and Assel stood together, listening to the headmaster's speech. Schliffen, due to his status, was positioned further forward, closer to the professors. The headmaster concluded by expressing his belief that they would all become a part of the Empire's history. He congratulated them on joining Class 787. Ronan, amidst the crowd, had already begun to yawn. His sister, present as a guest along with several others, was already in tears. With a snap of his fingers, Headmaster Kravik Tyr concluded his address. Multicolored lights began to swirl around each of the new recruits, and they noticed a strange distortion in their surroundings. Reality seemed to twist and buckle, the sky itself appearing to crack open. Suddenly, they found themselves standing in the center of a vast arena. A voice boomed, welcoming them as freshmen. He hadn't expected his snap to teleport the entire group. The headmaster announced that the ceremony had reached its climax, and the freshman-sophomore meet and greet would now commence. This was a tradition, a first encounter between the incoming class and the second years. This event, once fiercely competitive, was a unique spectacle of the academy. Its purpose was to select student representatives from the freshmen, judged against the best of the second-year class. Each freshman would be assigned to one of 4 second-year students, each specializing in a distinct fighting style. One-on-one combat would follow. The headmaster cautioned that the event's significance was directly tied to the academy's teachings. He trusted they would all strive for improvement, for healthy competition was the true beginning of their education. Ronan's sister wondered aloud if such duels were truly educational. The headmaster assured her they were, adding that freshmen could choose their opponents and even decline to participate. There was no need for fear. Freshman representatives, they were free to act as they saw fit. The top-ranked second-year martial artists were then introduced. Nando held the first rank, followed by Brown in second, Irina in third, and Kalan in fourth. Their gazes fixed on Ronan, barely concealing their eagerness to test his mettle. He glanced at his sister, thinking that since things had come to this, he should at least put on a good show for her. A display of camaraderie would be nice. He recalled the headmaster saying freshmen could choose their opponents. Raising his hand, he asked if he could make a suggestion. The headmaster inquired as to what Ronan proposed. He stated that since there was freedom of choice, he wished to learn from all the senior students. A collective frown rippled through the assembled ranks. Furthermore, he wanted to face them all simultaneously, claiming it was a matter of innovation. They needed to come together to share their insights. The headmaster turned to Professor Nabairos, asking for her opinion on Ronan's unorthodox request. The academy didn't adhere to rigid rules. If one possessed sufficient skill, they could forge their own path. Regardless of the duel's outcome, it held significant implications for everyone involved. She informed the headmaster that she would intervene if things became dangerous. The headmaster considered the matter, then declared that they would proceed. The 4 second years found the boys' underestimation of them absurd. A voice called for calm. He might be arrogant, but Schliffen was undeniably skilled, an opponent they couldn't afford to underestimate. They declared their intention to fight at full strength from the outset, a statement understood by all present. Ronan's sister, Assel, worried by the chaotic atmosphere, called out to her brother. If he felt it was too dangerous, he could forfeit at any time. He simply waved her off, trying to reassure her as Headmaster Kravaktir called for the match to begin. He wanted to initiate the first bout between the upperclassmen and the freshmen. The first upperclassman, Nando, charged forward aggressively, intent on taking down the freshman. Ronan dodged and evaded the attack. He assessed them as formidable, several levels above Maria had been back then. Irina attacked next, blocking his counter. Kalan had Irina drop low, intending to attack in unison. Even with the two of them striking together, they didn't intimidate Ronan. He blocked the combined assault, noting their decent teamwork. Breaking free from the double attack, he parried the blow, but while still crouched, he was flung back a considerable distance. He noticed someone moving to attack him. Brown questioned his motives. He wanted a fierce battle. He hadn't anticipated the speed and power behind Ronan's attack, nor the immediate follow-up. They weren't playing around, so they devised a strategy to pressure their opponent. When everyone was poised to strike, they simply whiffed. He had already dodged. Irina thought his speed was quite something. He mused that Zillion Academy truly was remarkable. Before the three of them realized it, they had each received a blow. Of the 4 he'd targeted, only 3 had been struck directly. Brown was strong. However, seeing the stance Ronan adopted, Brown realized he wouldn't hold back. Ronan, hungry for victory, intended to knock him down. The stance he took was the same as before. Professor Nabairos, watching from the sidelines, noticed the fear in his opponent. He smiled, stepping aside. The opponent's sword wouldn't be enough to withstand this blow. Ronan, victorious after defeating the 4 upperclassmen, remarked that he had learned a great deal. The entire arena erupted after witnessing what the unassuming freshman had accomplished. They chanted about how incredible the freshman was. They had assumed he would lose, but it was over in a flash. They wondered if he was truly a first year. Nando commented that the match was completely one-sided. He wasn't even upset about losing. Everyone agreed. He was a true monster. Ronan glanced at his sister, aware that she would trust him even more now. Now he had to prove himself adept with words. He told them they had done well. He bowed slightly, greeting them and stating he had learned much from them. He had been placed in that position due to the excitement of the challenge set by the academy, but their strength was undeniable. He spoke with sincerity, thanking them for accepting his challenge. He politely asked for their forgiveness for his earlier attitude, stating he looked forward to learning more from them. As they walked away, they talked amongst themselves about the boy. They all agreed they had misjudged him. He was strong and respectful. Ronan, gripping his arm, said that he fought fairly, winning with skill alone. He squeezed his arm and added, "That's the attitude a student of this academy should have." He remarked on how impressive Ronan was, and Irina chimed in, saying he must be brimming with energy. Ronan was pleased, having shown his sister his social prowess. Now she wouldn't worry anymore. He said Ronan was truly remarkable, and Irina agreed, adding that he certainly seemed energetic. He was glad, as he had shown his sister his social skills, and now she wouldn't fret. A mysterious girl found him intriguing. He was sitting in the Great Hall, attending the welcome banquet. Assel thought it was enormous. Maria commented that, as the finest of all institutions, one could at least expect that much. Assel asked Ronan if he had seen his sister. He replied that he had, and it had taken a while to reassure her, as she had been quite worried. He explained that he had even left Sita with her, so she wouldn't have to worry about her safety. Assel thought he was an incredible brother. Ariel agreed, saying of course he is. He said he'd even left Sita with her, so he wouldn't have to worry about her safety. Assel remarked that he was an incredible brother. Ariel agreed, of course he was. As Ronan reached for a piece of meat on his plate, Schliffen sidled up and asked if he thought he could really eat at a time like this. Ronan glanced sideways, saw him, and couldn't believe he was there again. Ronan, exasperated, slammed his fist down on his plate, shattering it. "What do you want this time?" he demanded. Schliffen said it was nothing. He just wanted to confirm a few important details. He held a notebook in his hand. "Where does Irina live?" he asked. "Is it far from here? I want to know about the roads, the security, any reported incidents." He assumed Ronan had hired guards and believed he had at least a mercenary army at his disposal. Still fuming, Ronan told him the people he'd hired were far more powerful than he could imagine. "Unless a dragon appears out of thin air," he said, "nothing's going to happen." Schliffen then concluded that if a dragon did appear, something might indeed happen, given time. Ronan, growing increasingly agitated, asked why he was so concerned with his sister's life. "What do you think this is?" he asked. Schliffen replied that he was simply concerned for the girl who had become his friend. "It's a knight's duty," he declared. A girl arrived, commenting that the scene was quite amusing, as she had never seen the Wolf of Granzies so talkative, nor with such a less-than-friendly demeanor. Schliffen asked her what she wanted with him. The woman who had appeared and taken an interest in their conversation was Elizabeth Akalisha, an important heiress. She told him not to misunderstand. It wasn't him she was interested in, but Ronan. Ronan, startled, pointed at himself and asked if she really meant him. "Why me?" he questioned. Schliffen sighed. "It must be that annoying old habit of hers again," he muttered. He told Akalisha that he was finished with his business there, so she could do as she pleased. Still disgruntled, he turned to Ronan and asked if he should send his family's guards. Ronan told him to leave and stay out of it. Assel warned Ronan, "She's the one from before." He added that there was no need to explain. He knew she was powerful, extremely powerful. Akalisha stated that those who bared their claws needed to be taught a lesson. She told Ronan she knew he understood what she meant. He said he didn't. She said she was interested in his talents, and so she would make him a proposition. It was a special privilege, one that even common criminals would dream of. She showed him a necklace with a violet gem embedded in its center. It was an invitation from the Akalisha family. Unlike most nobles who valued bloodline, the Akalishas placed the greatest importance on talent. They offered those with potential the opportunity to become a part of their family. The symbol of this opportunity was the necklace with the embedded violet gem. Ronan wondered if she might offer it to someone else. She said if he was asking that, he should already know the answer. He had overheard people talking about it as he passed by. Then his thoughts drifted back to another life. When he spoke with the commander, she had shown him the invitation, saying that with it, even a commoner like him could become a member of a great family. When he asked if it was like the great commander, she replied that yes, Commander Oddish was one of the Akalishas. She told him that, of course, he would need to pass the Patriarch's test, but with his talent, it wouldn't be a problem. She told him to keep it in mind. Once he had atoned for his sins through meritorious service in the war. Because he was talented, he might eventually receive one. Back in the present, he looked at the necklace, the symbol of the Akalisha invitation. She said if he already knew, then she didn't need to explain and hoped he would make the right choice. Elizabeth told him that even a beast, if it stayed with sheep long enough, could become a sheep itself. Then, she and her companions left. After she left, he felt much lighter. Ronan realized the twins truly did as they pleased. At least, he now had a contact, which was good. The Akalishas might be useful to him. Everything there depended on performance. The atmosphere could change drastically. The most obvious example was the dormitory system. The place where intermediate students were assigned was the Nitian dormitory. Everyone had a clean room, a high-class dining hall. It was an incredible dormitory with everything a person could need. The first day at the Critter dormitory usually started with some student yelling about why they had to stay there, since they were nobles. The person in charge would apologize for the lack of servants attending the Critter dormitory. It was 4 to a room with shared dining, showers, and restrooms. The person in charge couldn't do anything about it. It was the academy's rule, and there was no need to look at them like that. If they studied hard, they would leave. Otherwise, they would have to stay there next semester too. Finally, the excellent students, including Ronan, were assigned to the adjacent Furzel dormitory, which could be summarized in one sentence. It was fantastic. Assel was stunned when he saw the luxurious room. He left behind the course notes that had been explained earlier. He needed to choose the courses he liked best and wanted to take. It was important to adjust in the first year, so he had heard it wasn't good to choose too many courses. This was a common misconception of a freshman who hadn't yet experienced the hellish life. Ronan was exhilarated. He'd practically enrolled in every course Zillion Academy offered. On his very first day, he tested out of basic swordsmanship. The instructor informed him he'd already demonstrated mastery. There was nothing left to teach him. Academy regulations allowed students to bypass courses they'd already fully grasped. Keeping him in the class, the instructor explained, might demoralize the other students, sapping their motivation. So he was excused. He sat by the lake, his sword stuck in the ground before him, utterly dejected. He couldn't believe this was all the prestigious academy had to offer. He'd tested out of target practice, monster hunting, and been dismissed from every other course. This wasn't how he'd imagined it at all, he thought glumly. As he sat there brooding, a voice remarked that he looked familiar, asking if he wasn't supposed to be in class. Ronan turned to see instructor Navy Rose. From the look on his face, she could tell he'd already finished all his courses. He replied sadly that yes, he had, and asked if all the classes were like this. He thought the academy would be more challenging. She understood. He could replicate her techniques with a single glance. As his instructor, she couldn't ignore this. She asked for his sword. Examining the blade, she asked him what he thought of it, then proceeded to give him a crucial lesson. Looking at his chipped and worn sword, she said such a thing couldn't be called a weapon. It would only hinder the wielder's strength. She told him to watch closely. She gently placed her hand on the sword, drawing it from the ground as he observed. The attack she unleashed sent the lake water surging skyward, falling back like rain. Looking at him, she asked if he saw what was missing. A sword was a hard, sharp piece of metal meant to be used against your opponent, disposable, or so he'd thought, until he witnessed that flawless technique. He found it absurd. He was certain she'd used the sword in his hand. He knew the movements were the same, but how could the power be so different simply because of the weapon? She explained that wasted power was the difference between life and death. If he were to use mana, finding a weapon attuned to it was paramount. Because he didn't use mana, she said, he couldn't comprehend this. He asked if she already knew. She confirmed she did, adding that the amount of energy he possessed was incredible. One day, she said, he would be able to wield mana. To properly utilize that power, he would need a suitable weapon. She could tell he had a lot on his mind. She invited him to attend her class. He asked if he could, even though it was usually restricted to second years and above. She told him to bring a real sword, not that piece of metal. Assel and Mario were with Ronan. It was his first day free from classes. This was the place Schliffen had mentioned when he gave him the badge. It was the forge Maria had deemed a bit run down, looking like it wouldn't last much longer. They asked Ronan if he was sure he wanted to rent this place, a place frequented by a prominent family, and he said they'd know once they went inside. Inside was worse. No joke, someone appeared and opened the door, saying it was too loud, he was trying to sleep, and asked who they were and why they were making so much noise so early. Didn't they see the fire was out? Ronan thought it was an interesting place, an orc in a forge, but he was in a bad mood, asking if they were the Grim Reaper. He asked why they were there and demanded a swift answer, showing the family crest. Ronan said Schliffen recommended the place and told him the weapons there were the best. Then he recognized the Grancia family crest. Very rude. The orc asked, just because he showed that, did he think he was from the Grancia family? He said he didn't know who leaked the information about this place, but he didn't accept customers like him. Ronan got angry, refusing to leave without a sword. The orc licked his lips and said there was another way. Just give him that little boy's arm. He said he was hungry, why not do that? He wanted to eat a seal's arm. A seal said he didn't taste very good. Ronan checked the orc's mouth, then he called him again and told him he had crossed the line. He drew his sword and launched an attack. Ronan said he knew the moment things didn't look right, so he asked where this came from. Now the orc, clad in armor that appeared when he was attacked, held a sword and said it was fine if that was the case. He just needed all of this. The orc told him to wait a minute. He explained that it was just a test. Ronan found it strange and asked why a test was being conducted. He explained that it was a test for all new customers, a protocol to test their abilities. He also needed to test the invisibility armor, so he said he provoked him on purpose. He said he didn't mean to hurt any of them. Ronan wasn't sure if he should believe that. He said if he had any doubts, he could talk to Schliffen later. A seal said it was a good process for a peaceful death. The orc tried to explain that wasn't the case. He looked at his seal, apologized, and called him friend. He said he didn't hurt anyone, so no need to worry. He said anyway, he was Didikin, he was the apprentice and sometimes gatekeeper of that forge. He asked the boy's name. The boy replied Ronan. Then he said Ronan was looking for weapons. Didikin said he would lead the way, as this was just the entrance to the forge. The real place was further inside. When they reached a certain spot, he asked if they were comfortable. He told them to be prepared, and pressed a button. Gears started turning, then they started to descend. Being lifted by something, Ronan asked what that was. He said it was a pulley elevator made with magic stones. Then he said, "This is the biggest and best forge in the capital. This is Cappadocia, something a cell dweller could never imagine could exist underground." Didikin told Ronan to get excited, because he had passed the test and was now in charge of taking him to the best blacksmith in the entire capital. Ronan had never imagined such a complete place could exist. To think that there was such a large area beneath the capital. As he looked around, finding everything marvelous, the forge only supplied items to royalty and a few nobles, with no discrimination whatsoever. All the skilled masters were there. However, the one who held the title of best was the dwarf elder who lived there, of course. He was a master craftsman who had been smelting metal for hundreds of years. Didikin explained that the old man could be a difficult person to deal with, but his potential was unmatched. He kicked the door open, showing great disrespect, and went to ask about the old man. He walked past several weapons on the floor, saying he had brought guests. He said, judging by the commotion at the entrance, it could only be Didikin. He said he had told him to be quiet and do his work properly, but he really didn't listen. Didikin tried to explain that he couldn't help it. There were weapons by the door, so he couldn't open it. He told him to pipe down and said that Elder Doran complained too much. The elder told him that since he had brought guests, he assumed they weren't bad people. He proudly said that he himself had tested them, and their swordsmanship skills were excellent. The elder found this unexpected. From his appearance, he looked like a child. He told him to show his swordsmanship, as he could tell a lot just by looking. As he began to draw his sword, Doran took a good look at it. Then he looked up and asked, "What is that trash?" He asked him if he had been carrying that thing around as a weapon. The three of them were startled when the blacksmith hammered Ronan's sword and broke it. Ronan, furious, asked what he was doing. Then he pointed and said he could use any sword there. He said it was a terrible sword, and he couldn't show his true capabilities with it. He said he would give him any sword of his choosing for free, so he shouldn't feel wronged. He also said any sword he picked would be 100 times better than that. Piece of junk. Ronan said nothing, just stared at the two of them. As he selected another, he realized it was completely different, but he still wasn't sure if it would really make that much of a difference. He went on to say that if anything broke or was destroyed, it wasn't his fault. The elder said he didn't care if he wanted something. He just wanted him to perform the best strike of his life. Then Ronan remembered the attack his teacher had done. He took a deep breath and began to mimic the technique. The elder, seeing the strike, immediately understood what it was and braced himself. Ronan launched the attack. It was a perfect attack, so perfect it could be seen for miles around. The other forge workers were worried about Elder Doran. It wasn't even midday yet, and he had already caused a commotion. When they saw the damage, they thought the forge had exploded. Even Ronan himself was shocked by the extent of the destruction. He wondered what had just happened. Elder Doran said it was one of Instructor Navy Rose's techniques. Then he asked Ronan if he was her apprentice. When Ronan asked if he knew Instructor Navy Rose, the elder said that he was the one who forged her sword. He became even more interested and excited, as the sword was outrageous in its design. Elder Doran mentioned it was the peculiar sword she used, one of the few masterpieces he had forged in his lifetime. He figured Ronan was a novice, unable to judge his own skills. He said it had been a long time since he had met someone so talented. Elder Doran said that his talent was also a problem, as he could tell that the swords here couldn't withstand his attacks, making it difficult to forge a weapon for him. Ronan asked him what he should do. He said he needed at least a byproduct of a wyvern. Ronan pulled out his pocket and asked how about this. He wasn't sure if it would work, so he had kept it with him. Elder Doran found the eggshell strange, but decided to test it. He was shocked when he realized that the mithril hammer couldn't even scratch an ordinary eggshell. Such a material truly existed. Fascinated, he asked if he could really use something so precious. Ronan said it was useless to him and asked if it was really enough to make a sword. Doran said yes and told him to come back in 2 weeks. He said he would forge the best sword in the Empire for him. Ronan looked forward to returning. Ronan addressed the two who were already there, asking why they didn't go to other masters. Doran said he couldn't let such a precious friend leave empty-handed. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't do anything but melt that material. The three were impressed by the old man's resolve. A little further down, some people in white cloaks were annoyed by the noise. They wanted to burn everything down immediately, but one of them urged restraint as it wasn't time to reveal themselves yet. He said it wouldn't be long before they could start with those ignorant blacksmiths. With them, they seemed to see stone monsters. On the day they met the light, everything in that empire would disappear, swallowed by the coming light. A few days later, he walked absent-mindedly, thinking about the blacksmith saying it would be the best sword in the empire. Assel and Mario had both managed to place orders with other blacksmiths. It would cost a fair bit of money, but that didn't matter. The money wasn't his. If there was a problem, it was that his sword would take time to prepare. What would he do until then? Assel and Mario were in class at the time. He realized he had arrived at the training center. The center offered exclusive classes for veterans at the Galilei facility. He was sure Instructor Navy Rose's classes were held there too. She had told him to bring a real weapon, but he already had something he could use for the time being. So, he thought he could just slip away, but he realized she was close. Slowly, he turned his head and greeted her. She tugged his ear in greeting, asking how long he thought he could stay away. She was sure, she said, that she'd told him to come see her the moment he had a weapon. Had he skipped class? She started dragging him along. That year, he tried to explain he had a good reason. She told him to forget it and just come with her. She'd hear his excuses on the way. He yelled that he understood, and she could let go of his ear now. Someone watched the commotion through a window. A girl wondered what was going on. Another young man bumped into her, asking why she was blocking his way. Flustered, she immediately apologized, explaining that she'd been distracted. Cadden told her if she had time to stand around gawking, she might as well get to class, since she was such a loser anyway. She mumbled that she was going, then hurried off. In one of the front rooms, the instructor was introducing Ronan, mentioning he'd already caused quite a stir. She said she would introduce him again, making it clear he would be a part of their class. Formally, he introduced himself as a first-year martial arts student, pleased to meet them all. A boy there asked if he was that first year, the top-ranked one. He didn't think Ronan looked all that impressive, more like a baby. Ronan thought he heard that loud and clear, but noticed some friendly faces amongst the less welcoming ones. A girl arrived, apologizing for being late. Ronan instantly recognized the voice. She explained she had something to take care of, which was why she was late. She was visibly nervous, apologizing profusely. The instructor said it was all right. She said she had just introduced the newcomer. The assistant stepped forward, saying it was a pleasure to meet Ronan. She introduced herself as Assel, a second-year martial arts student and the class's teaching assistant. She said it was nice to meet him. He was meeting the great commander, Assel Akalesia. The Iron Maiden, Assel, with no blood in her veins, only pure iron. Who would have thought such a great commander could smile like that? Of course, she had no memory of their past, so this was the real great commander. She had previously made a request, asking him not to do anything foolish and to become a tailor. He didn't know what to do. This had been a major concern since earlier. Everyone treated her like a slave when he saw her posture. She did her best to handle all the tasks. Cadden approached Ronan, asking if he wanted to duel. Without asking why the sudden duel, Cadden replied that it just happened that way. He introduced himself as Cadden, a third year. He'd heard rumors about how incredible Ronan was during the entrance exam. If the rumors were true, he'd be honored to learn from him. However, Ronan told him he was busy with other things, feigning politeness, pointing out that Cadden had challenged him to a duel, but hadn't even brought a weapon. Then he called Assel a loser and told her to bring him a practice spear. She replied that she would bring it right away. Ronan didn't like hearing him call her a loser, especially not from the mouth of someone who looked like an animal. She brought the spear and handed it to him. He called her an idiot, saying she'd brought a spear when he'd been using a short spear all along. He asked if she was even listening, because it made no sense for such a stupid assistant. Then he repeatedly hit her on the head. Afterward, he said she didn't even deserve to be in that class, that she only got in after begging pathetically. He asked if she was truly stupid or just pretending. Even after she apologized, he didn't stop, saying he was sick of it. Ronan grabbed a spear and glared at him. He said if he wanted a duel, they could duel. If not, he didn't know what he would do. Kadin asked him what he was talking about. Ronan asked which part he hadn't understood. Staring him in the eyes, he said they would settle it with a duel. Kadin found this unexpected. He asked Ronan if he'd heard him correctly, what exactly was his problem. Glaring at Ronan, he asked if he was doing this because of that loser, and told him he didn't even know who she was. He sarcastically asked if they were siblings or something, and he just hadn't been informed. He asked if they were brother and sister, and he was just out of the loop. Ronan threw the spear at him and told him to shut up and get started if he didn't want to die. Then he simply pressed the tip of the spear against his chest. Kadin couldn't understand how he exerted so much force without using magic. Then Ronan threw him a considerable distance. Ronan said he'd complained about not wanting to use a long spear, so he'd shortened it for him. Seeing Kadin holding the spear, now broken in two, he asked him if he liked it that way. However, he didn't like it one bit, finding someone like him to be far too presumptuous. Furious, he declared he would show him where people like him belonged. Yelling, he ran to attack Ronan, who simply watched him. Kadin shouted, asking if he thought he would get away with this. After he'd done that, Ronan broke his spear, saying he would get away with it, and told him to worry more about himself, and landed a blow, telling him not to show off. The blow landed squarely on his face. Other blows followed as he poised himself and struck him again and again until his opponent crumpled to the ground. Ronan looked down at him, saying he should be grateful they were at the academy. Elsewhere, everyone around would be talking about how Kadin, highly ranked among them, had lost. Ronan wasn't joking. He asked who was next. Then, he called one of them shameless, saying he was holding a towel. Looking at him, he said if the towel smelled, he should wash it himself. Why make someone else do it? He asked if they thought the assistants were their servants. Then he said he was going to break his nose. Assel told him to stop. She stepped forward, saying she didn't know why he was doing this, but it wasn't necessary. It was all right. He asked the teaching assistants to step aside so he could deal with the matter, but when he saw Assel being belittled, he thought that those idiots shouldn't treat anyone like that. Not anyone, at least not within the Empire. He demanded they back off again. He wasn't planning on stopping until he'd beaten them all. Instructor Navy, Rose, ordered Ronan to stop. She said she wouldn't hold him accountable for his duel, because accidents could happen in a real fight, but if he continued this behavior, she wouldn't let him off so easily. She ordered him to lower his sword and take a step back. As she realized her own body wouldn't move and glanced back slightly, she noticed it was a snake. She thought he was unprecedented. Even against a sword master, Instructor Navy Rose looked like a giant serpent. She told Ronan that what he was about to do wouldn't be considered a duel, because as the one in charge of that class, she couldn't let things get out of control. Ronan retorted that she should have been aware of what her assistants had been going through. Until now, he had only watched and done nothing. The instructor said this was her final warning and ordered him to stop. He told her that whether or not she was a sword master didn't matter. His answer would be the same. Looking her in the eye, he said he would beat them all. She said, in that case, there was nothing else to be done. He left her no choice. So she unleashed the serpent of torment. Then he seemed trapped in a dreamlike illusion, or something summoned by the Grand Commander. He asked why she had volunteered for the commander's position when everyone else had refused. She replied that someday he would understand that there were some things you couldn't force anyone to do. She said it was fate. That was how she explained the things she'd been thinking about. Then he found himself surrounded by a horde, unaware that she carried all of this on her shoulders. He heard her voice calling to him, saying she was sorry for placing this burden on him. She told him not to forgive her. Then he woke up screaming, realizing it had just been a terrible nightmare. Then a familiar voice called to him, asking what had happened. She asked if he'd had a nightmare. He called her Grand Commander. He woke up, confused, to see Assistant Instructor Assel before him. Having mistaken her for the Grand Commander, he realized what he'd done and stammered out an excuse. He asked if he was in the infirmary. She confirmed that he was. The instructor had told her to bring him there. The instructor left a message saying she intended to correct his audacity in supplementary lessons starting that day. Hearing this, Ronan realized he was in serious trouble. Assel had a question. She asked if he happened to be angry with her. He said he was angry because he was sensitive about etiquette, being a respectable gentleman. She asked him to include Kadin as well and not to hate either of them too much, as she didn't seem to understand their feelings. She simply asked him not to feel pressured anymore. She was so focused on her role as an assistant that he wondered if he should even voice his thoughts. He hadn't asked her why she chose this path. During that lesson, she'd mentioned being lenient with the students, explaining their behavior as a consequence of her situation. But what about the instructors? They witnessed everything, yet remained passive, merely observing. Assel then explained the second part. She revealed that her inaction was at her own request. He questioned her logic. Why undertake such a foolish endeavor, accepting special treatment while simultaneously believing herself unworthy? She confessed to being a year behind, only just beginning to control her Maneo. He found this unbelievable, considering the Grand Commander's incredible aura. He assumed she must have experienced something similar. Assel continued, explaining that she'd privately requested the instructors not to intervene. Since they'd accepted her as an assistant, she didn't want to be a further burden. Of course, she could bear the burden, she insisted. She could bear it countless times. Even so, she expressed gratitude for Ronin's intervention. She thought she'd grown accustomed to everything. But Kadin's harsh treatment had stung. He asked if her relentless efforts stemmed from a desire to become a Grand Commander. Covering her mouth with her hand, she asked incredulous if it was that obvious. Yes, she admitted that was it. She was simply too embarrassed to say it aloud with pride. Her dream, she confessed, was to become a Grand Commander of the Empire. Of course, she acknowledged, for someone with her lack of experience, she knew what people would say. She heard it all the time. But even so, she wouldn't give up. She was giving it her all. Every single day, she declared, glancing down at her calloused hands. Bidding him farewell, she reminded him that the next lesson was about to begin and suggested he rest. Then, she returned to the classroom. He thanked his senior for her help. She assured him it was nothing to worry about and said they'd see each other again. He lingered, contemplating his next move. Staring at the spot where he'd been sitting, lost in thought, he recalled the commander's words. She told him not to let her do anything foolish. Now, he was unsure what to do. The speaker, aspiring to be a commander, had previously asked him not to let her. A few days later, on the weekend, at the entrance to the great furnace of Cappadocia, Ronin, Maria, and Isel stood waiting. They waited to be received, but he realized there was no one there. Why send a message in the middle of the night if they weren't planning to receive him? The note had claimed the sword was his greatest creation and that he could come and collect it. He was growing increasingly irritated with the treatment he was receiving. He began kicking at whatever lay in his path. Maria asked Isel if he knew why Ronin was so on edge. Isel admitted he didn't know, thinking something must have happened during class. She announced she wasn't waiting any longer. They would go in themselves. Maria wondered if they were really allowed to do that. Isel pointed out that they were the ones who had been summoned. So yes, they could. Inside the elevator, he searched for the activation controls. Having found the entrance to the elevator, the three of them were already on their way. Ronin fumed, thinking that the old man didn't even understand the basic tenets of customer service. When the elevator reached its destination and he realized everything was engulfed in flames, rage consumed him. Many had already been swallowed by the inferno, unable to escape. Assel pointed out something that looked like a stone giant, pursuing a group of blacksmiths. Ronin couldn't fathom why a stone giant would be there. Assel observed that the blacksmiths would be caught soon. He grabbed Assel, preparing to jump. He told Maria to go find their instructor, Navy Rose, or anyone else she could. Then, using his telekinesis, he conjured an invisible hand and leaped down with Assel. The blacksmiths, exhausted from running, collapsed to the ground. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a tremendous attack flashed through the air. The blacksmiths witnessed the attack that shattered the stone giant. Ronin had been under immense pressure lately. His mind was heavy with worry, and this could serve as a form of release. He announced to the remaining stone giants that their little party was over. Ronin warned that the party of shattered stone was over. One of them prepared to attack him. Even as the attack closed in, Ronin didn't move, waiting for the opportune moment. When the time came, he simply countered, successfully defeating the stone giant. Its head flew from its body. It crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The blacksmiths recognized him as the guest from Dolan's forge. The one who had visited a few days prior now stood atop the fallen stone monster. He demanded a swift explanation of what had transpired. He wanted to know exactly what had happened there. Two blacksmiths, along with Assel and Ronin, climbed down from the remains of the stone giant. After explaining everything, he asked if many stone giants had suddenly appeared. They confirmed, adding that they didn't know why. They had erupted from somewhere underground without warning and begun destroying everything. All the blacksmiths had been taken, including Dolan, back to wherever the creatures had come from. They said Didikin had chased after them, but he wasn't a strong fighter. If things continued this way, Ronan finished the thought, they'll become food. He understood there were none of their people left there. One of the blacksmiths said he had killed the last one. Ronan instructed him to search for any injured while he waited for Maria to return with reinforcements. He told him to heal anyone he found. He would also leave Sita behind to assist with first aid. Without question, Assel worried about Ronan. He said he was going to rescue those who had been taken, and he also needed to retrieve something from Dolan. Meanwhile, Dolan was thanking Didikin for his bravery. He said he needn't have risked his life and shouldn't have been there. Didikin told him to run from there, but the blacksmith wondered aloud if his invisibility armor would hold up. He angrily retorted that there was a lot going on, and he didn't have time to talk nonsense. He told him if he had the breath to keep talking nonsense, why not swing his sword? Dolan protested that he couldn't. The sword was his greatest masterpiece. His swordsmanship was clumsy, unable to inflict any real damage. Didikin thought he was mad, truly believing him to be a weapon-crazed lunatic. This was too much, and the stone giant was charging towards them. One of them raised its hand, preparing to crush them, bringing that heavy hand down directly towards Didikin. Dolan watched the giant strike, terrified, fearing for his friend's life. Stronger than he appeared, Didikin managed to withstand the stone giant's blow without significant injury. But the defensive enchantment on his armor was depleted, and the giant was already winding up for another attack. He thought if he knew he was going to die, he would do what he wanted to do. As the giant was about to strike the finishing blow, ending Didikin's life, regret filled him. He was blown to pieces by Ronan's blade. Ronan told Didikin he did well, but that he could leave the rest to him to rest for a while. Several stone giants still stood before him, but he didn't care. He stood before them, a bulwark against their might. Didikin asked how he got there so fast. There should have been giants on the way. Assel said she took care of all the giants and saved the other smiths. Didikin said that was impossible. Ronan told them to stop with the useless chatter. He asked Dolan for his sword, saying that the masterpiece he spoke of was that sword, so he should give it to him. Dolan seemed a bit obsessed with it, but he handed it over nonetheless, mentioning that the hilt was still missing. It wasn't complete, but he could use it as it was. Ronan was eager to see just how good it was. He had a few perfect targets in front of him, several stone giants. One of them reached out to Ronan, attempting to grab him. He wondered if he should swing it. Finally, he decided to swing, unleashing his power in a singular, extraordinary strike. He defeated the giants with a single blow, shocking himself and the two smiths. He even asked what kind of miracle that was. Dolan asked what he thought of La Mancha, saying that was its name, inspired by his favorite dreamer. He was happy to have created such a splendid masterpiece. It was so light he couldn't even feel its weight in his hand. Dolan hadn't even applied magic to it yet, as it had the property of recovering from damage by absorbing blood. He believed this was due to the material being made from wyvern eggshells. Ronan told the smith he was more amazing than he thought. Dolan was happy Ronan liked the sword so much. Didikin wanted to leave immediately, saying they were the only ones left, so there shouldn't be anyone else who needed saving. Ronan told him to leave with Dolan, as he needed to check something. He said it was nothing serious, but he thought there was a rat hiding there. A very large rat. Didikin wondered what he meant by a rat. Ronan said something felt strange. He knew the habits of stone giants, and they weren't known for being hostile. Ronan was analyzing their surroundings. Dolan and Didikin found his behavior odd. After close inspection, Ronan discovered a highly suspicious marking, a magic circle. He asked Dolan if he'd ever seen anything like it. Dolan admitted he wasn't an expert and couldn't be certain, but he noted the resonance magic was exceptionally well crafted. That was the reason the stone giants had gone berserk. He wondered who could be behind it. Ronan didn't know either. Ronan, determined to uncover the truth, declared this a mystery they needed to unravel. He broke into a run, following an underground passage. At first, he wasn't sure he was on the right track, but the deeper he went, the more certain he became. Among the stone giant's footprints, there were other tracks, humanoid in nature. He also found traces of a magic stone defense system. Whoever these people were, they had planned this meticulously. He stopped abruptly. He'd heard something he couldn't quite make out, so he took cover, straining to listen to the voices. Then he saw something that made him catch his breath. It looked like a giant, but many times larger. Just by glimpsing the two figures standing before the colossal giant, Ronan knew they were the masterminds behind everything. He just didn't know what their ultimate goal was. The giants he'd faced before were like children compared to this behemoth. The monstrous giant appeared to be sealed, but it looked as though it could break free at any moment. Suddenly, Ronan heard a sound that made him freeze. He'd been discovered. The two figures were talking. One of them, a man, said, "Considering the brainwashing contract placed on the stone giants has been severed." A woman's voice responded, "A third party." The man replied, "Those Empire bastards are too quick." He continued, frustrated, "I don't know what to do. Since we don't have the stone giant monarch, we still can't operate that thing." Then, with a chilling resolve, he added, "Since things have come to this, I'll kill him myself." The woman, whose name was revealed to be Cyrilla, addressed the man as Edwin. "You've already destroyed most of the facility," she said. "This will impact the Empire's weapon maintenance. But if our identities are exposed, that person won't stand idly by. So we'd best retreat," she urged. Edwin grumbled, "Cyrilla is too strict. We have no choice. We're considering getting rid of it." Cyrilla replied, her voice flat, "You can do as you please." Ronan, still hidden, heard them talking about destroying something, whoever was hiding. He felt a flicker of a blacksmith's fire, and then Edwin snarled, "I've really had enough of this." He unleashed a blast of fire in Ronan's direction. The fiery projectile exploded, engulfing Ronan in flames. They watched the explosion with detached interest. "Not unexpected," Edwin commented. He then asked, "Who is he?" Since he didn't dodge the attack, he mused, "It seems he's quite agile." Edwin began manipulating the flames, asking, "Should I bind his feet first?" He seemed surprised. They were weaving complex magic with incredible speed. Ronan realized this man was no ordinary mage. How did he even get here? Edwin wondered aloud. "Our defense system isn't easily breached." Ronan, his mind racing, thought, "Who are they?" "Even if you want to hide," Ronan called out, his voice carrying through the flickering flames, "I don't think this place is extreme enough." Edwin sneered. "It's such a pleasure to kill a joker like you." Cyrilla sighed impatiently. "We don't have time for this." Edwin grinned. "Cyrilla, let me play for a bit. It won't be long before the Empire is buried under starlight." As Ronan heard these words, he recalled something a giant from his previous life had said. He questioned Edwin, demanding to know why he would utter the same words. Ronan, his voice tight with anger, asked if they even understood the implications of what they were saying. Edwin, taken aback by Ronan's sudden shift in demeanor, found it strange. Ronan declared that they were coming with him. He had questions, many questions, that needed answering. Edwin, clearly underestimating Ronan's power, scoffed. If the boy thought he'd come quietly, he was delusional. A fireball coalesced in his hand. "Does that seem likely to you, boy?" He sneered, already advancing. Ronan's reply was simple, yes. He moved with a speed that belied his youth, severing Edwin's arm and passing him by. "It's possible," Ronan stated coldly, "so shut up." It all happened so fast. One moment Edwin was a sneering threat. The next he was scrambling on the ground, pathetically trying to retrieve his severed limb. Cyrilla stared, stunned. Even Edwin hadn't been able to react. She reached out, her hand trembling, trying to intervene. But she couldn't. Ronan's hand was already clamped around her throat. "It would be beneficial," he told her, his voice devoid of emotion, "if you answer my questions." His gaze, cold and objective, locked with hers. "Unless," he continued, tightening his grip slightly, "you'd prefer to end up like your friend." Cyrilla, choking, managed to escape his grasp only by using her magic shield. The force of the shield pushed him back. Ronan touched the shimmering barrier. "So, you're not going to cooperate?" he asked, his tone deceptively mild. "It's sturdy," he admitted, his fingers tracing the outline of the shield, but not sturdy enough. And with that, he began to tear through her magical defense. Cyrilla watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could breach her magic. His blade pierced her straight through the heart. He realized, with a flicker of disappointment, that she was half-elven. How could she have been involved with someone like Edwin? Something stirred nearby, something he hadn't noticed in the chaos of the confrontation. He turned to face it, his foot still resting on Cyrilla's chest. He cleaved through the flames with his sword. It was strange, this giant that kept bombarding him with fire, even after he'd severed its limbs. He noticed then, with a growing sense of unease, that every time he cut one off, another grew back in its place. This thing was unnatural. Edwin screamed at him to get off her. Ronan, still standing on Cyrilla's corpse, faced the flaming figure. "You really don't understand the situation, do you?" he said, and drove his sword into the dead girl's leg. Edwin roared, enraged by this seeming disrespect for Cyrilla's life. Ronan looked at him, his expression grim. "We have a big problem," he said. He gave Edwin a choice. Listen to what he had to say, or experience what it felt like to be truly dismembered. "Did her arm grow back like yours?" he asked, his voice laced with chilling indifference. Edwin, defeated, agreed to go with him. Ronan withdrew his sword from Cyrilla's leg. "I don't want to hurt anyone else," he said, his voice weary. "It would be troublesome if one of you died." He glanced back at Cyrilla. She was smiling. He frowned. Why was she smiling? He was caught off guard this time, completely unaware of when the giant had broken free. Even so, he managed to dodge its initial attack. It sent him flying, though, tumbling through the air amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The colossal giant's attack had been so ferocious they thought Cyrilla had finished him off. She said she owed Edwin one. If he hadn't drawn the giant's attention just as she was about to attack, she wouldn't have had time to use her magic, to utilize her perception, or even activate the giant while she and Edwin were talking. She sat, still bearing some injuries. He stood, and the giant wreaked havoc. Cyrilla said that even though she managed to activate the giant with only one arm, she was certain the damage done was immense. Edwin said he would kill Ronan, and she would go to the church and report what happened. She told him to be careful. She said Ronan was a monster with a child's body. Edwin said he wasn't a child. If they didn't finish him off now, he would become a huge threat in the future. Ronan, uninterested in their words, simply started cutting at Edwin again. This time, he focused on dicing him into as many small pieces as possible. After shredding him, he asked Cyrilla where she thought she was going, and told her he was sure he'd said this before. Looking at her, he said he had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. She couldn't understand how he could still talk in such a wounded state. Even so, she cast a protective spell to keep him away. He wasn't in the mood for games and said he'd never let people like them finish what they were saying. The effects of what she had done began to spread through his body. He could no longer move his body as he pleased. Seeing how things had turned out, Cyrilla was annoyed, but as long as she couldn't ensure victory, reporting the situation was the priority. And Ronan was paralyzed by the spell Edwin had cast. She told him to prepare himself, because she would expose every detail of his life and take everything he had, his family, his loved ones. Every single life would belong to her. He thought he couldn't let her escape like this. If it went like before, he would end up alone. All he could do was hope she would stop. With the last of his strength, he screamed for her to stop. A familiar presence arrived, telling the woman to stop, and she froze instantly. The voice said it also had many questions for Ronan. Ronan recognized the voice first. She said she would make sure of that, wondering who the woman was. And how dare she touch her disciple? Minter Nibiros told Ronan she had heard the details, and he had done well. He thought her timing was impeccable and, looking at her, said, she told him it was good to see him in a place like this, and seeing how he was flattering her, he seemed to be doing well. However, she told Ronan she would deal with these people first, and looked at the woman with icy eyes. Cyrilla realized the woman had a serpentine aura, paralyzing her whole body. She thought she didn't need to run, until Nibiros grabbed her face forcefully, and told her she had done what she should never have done, and what angered her most was that she had hurt her disciple, and told her she could eagerly anticipate the future, for she would see it with her own eyes, pressing the woman's face against the serpent she had created through mana. The woman began to ponder and apologize to the stars, then quickly fainted. Minter Nibiros said that after dealing with his wounds, he could report the situation to the headmaster. Ronan asked if the future she mentioned had anything to do with Loddle in prison. She replied that it did, and asked how he knew so much about it. But why ask him, he said. As expected, it was the Screaming Fortress Loddlin. Loddlin was a prison located in the middle of the ocean, notorious for interrogating criminals who opposed the Empire, and they stopped at nothing. Ronan asked Minter Nibiros if he could accompany the interrogation. She found it strange and asked what he was talking about. She said it wasn't a place for him to be, but he grabbed her arm and said he only wanted to go once. He said it was a very important matter to him. She looked at him, but said nothing for a moment. The The wounded from the incident were receiving first aid there. Several people were injured, some elderly, and some with minor injuries. It seemed everyone was finally all right. Maria and Estelle stayed there, tending to the people as much as possible. Estelle worried about what Ronan wanted, hoping he would return soon, as he thought something might have happened. Just as they mentioned him, he appeared. Maria, Estelle, and little Sita were talking about him. He said he'd overheard a summary on his way, so he knew they were doing well. He heard that Maria had brought all the reinforcements, and that Estelle and Sita had saved more than half the blacksmiths there. He asked if they were injured. Maria said that was what they should be asking him. Estelle and Sita wanted him to get treatment quickly, but he said he had already received basic treatment, and now he was worried about everything that was happening around them. He needed to get information from the prisoners. A few hours later, on the secret road to Laudelin, he needed to do something. They were on the cliffs of Grano Forest. Minter Nabairos and Ronan, along with the prisoners. Minter Nabairos told Ronan that they had arrived. The Laudelin escort was descending, riding giant birds. As soon as they arrived, they greeted Miss Nabairos. They said the Empire had summoned them to interrogate the criminals. Looking at the two people on the ground, they asked if it was them. She warned them that the man had astonishing regenerative abilities and to keep that in mind during the interrogation. He said it had been a long time since such an interesting subject had appeared before him. They said they were leaving and would contact her after the interrogation. He looked at her and told her to continue doing her best for the peace of the Empire. Then they flew away with the prisoners. Nabairos said a week should be enough to get them a talk. She said she would inform Ronan as soon as she received contact, so he should be ready to leave at any time. She asked him if that was enough. He replied that it wasn't, then thanked her for what she had done after that incident. Time passed quickly. Thanks to the Empire's support, Cappadocia's restoration progressed rapidly. He returned to the Empire and, a few days later, took the time to answer supplementary calls from the organization. In the corridors of the Screaming Fortress in Laudelin, several screams could be heard. They emanated from a well-equipped room where someone was being interrogated. The interrogator remarked that he had been so engrossed that he'd forgotten when their guest had arrived at the Screaming Fortress prison. Someone greeted Minter Nabairos and Ronan. He introduced himself as the Inquisitor in charge of the new criminals and offered to show them around. He cordially asked if they would like to see the criminals first. Nabairos replied that yes, they would like to hear the details of the interrogation immediately, and he gestured for them to follow him. Ronan found the old Inquisitor from Laudelin somewhat strange. Ronan expressed his distrust of the man. Nabairos mentioned that everyone said that the first time they met him. She added that he would soon understand why the Inquisitor was called the most terrifying nightmare. The Inquisitor said the cells weren't far, so he would give them a quick overview. He began by saying that it had to be them, the Nebula Enclave. That was the name of the organization they belonged to. Nabairos asked if it was a criminal organization like the Calaboro. He confirmed it was, but at the same time, they didn't know who they were or how dangerous they might be. He had seen various fires in different places and confirmed that this organization was behind them. Ronan wondered if they were really that important, as he had never heard of them in his previous life. The Inquisitor said he would provide more details through the report. As Cirilla defended herself, he asked if they had ever used the word starlight or starfall. The Inquisitor said he had never heard of them before. Both Nabairos and the man stared at Ronan. Ronan reported that he had overheard something. When they were captured, he thought it might be related to their objective. He then asked if they hadn't said anything. Ronan noticed a difference in Edwin when he wore the mask. He saw that the aura became more obscure. Edwin seemed to dislike it, as it exposed flaws during their first encounter. The Inquisitor was embarrassed. It seemed he wasn't being entirely truthful. He had no choice but to try harder. Ronan looked at what they were now, unable to believe they were the same people he had seen before. Then the Inquisitor returned, now with Nabairos and, as he put it, the column. He was talking about how to approach Edwin, saying it was simpler than anyone could imagine. They just needed to make sure he couldn't regenerate anymore, and a lot of effort should be put into that. After that, they became the best of friends, or at least that's what the Inquisitor thought. But he thought Edwin was still hiding something. Then he told Edwin they had agreed to be honest with each other. The Inquisitor wondered why he'd first heard the term starfall, not from the boy's lips, but elsewhere. The boy had even tried to speak of it, but something had held him back. The Inquisitor said he hoped the conversation could end there, as Cyrilla didn't possess regenerative abilities. He knew they'd been together constantly, he explained, and she might not withstand further pressing. Ronan thought to himself that he'd never witnessed anything like this, not even during his time as a soldier. But even then, he mused, things could be hidden. Even if their identities were exposed, perhaps, he thought, it wasn't that they hadn't spoken, but rather that they couldn't. Ronan spoke up, mentioning the methods used to keep secret from soldiers, preventing information leaks. He suggested this might be the case here. The Inquisitor, embarrassed he hadn't considered this before, couldn't believe he'd overlooked something so obvious. He asked them to wait there while he retrieved something. He was determined to go, as he needed to bring back certain items. Minutes later, he returned with several strange objects. They resembled eyes, and he explained they were called curse eyes. They were creatures that devoured curses. They were used against criminals who, bound by a curse, couldn't speak during interrogation. Edwin, he said, you should start with him. Place that thing on his forehead. The Inquisitor told the creature he would release it soon, so it should begin whenever it was ready. The information seemed difficult to extract. Edwin resisted for a while, but the small curse eye eventually prevailed. Once it had consumed the curse, Edwin was ready to talk. He was then asked what Starfall was. He replied that the star was an eternal entity, the only grace that could save the lesser beings on Earth. They were awaiting the commencement of Starfall. They strived, he said, to ensure nothing interfered with their long-held mission and desire. The Inquisitor declared this too long-winded and said he would simplify it. He asked Edwin if he was saying something would soon fall from the sky. And what was it? Unable to conceal any longer, Edwin had to reveal everything he knew, the curse no longer upon him. He said it was the star's child. Ronan, who had been watching and listening to everything, understood what he meant. It was a Hahudi. The Inquisitor told Ronan to wait a moment as he approached Edwin. Ronan stood before him and asked, "By star's child, do you mean a Hahudi?" Edwin asked him what a Hahudi meant. Wondering how Ronan had obtained this information, his appearance shifted slightly. Ronan stood there, watching as his appearance transformed completely. The Inquisitor told Ronan to step back and cast a protective shield. Edwin looked as if he were about to explode. That's how it happened. The Inquisitor's shield protected them, even though the curse eye had already lifted the curse. He hadn't expected it to end like that. Ronan asked if this sort of thing happened often, and the Inquisitor replied that it was rare. He believed the curse was twofold. The first part was to prevent any information about the appearance of the stock from being revealed to anyone outside the organization. The second part was that, when words related to it were mentioned, the curse would cause an explosion. The Inquisitor placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and asked him what Ahiyudi was. The Inquisitor stated that if he was right, it was classified information, and asked how Ronan had found out. He stared intently at Ronan, saying that as the Inquisitor for this case, he needed Ronan to answer. Ronan said it was nothing special, that he just happened to know. He told the Inquisitor that he knew he was the first one to find him, so he happened to overhear it while hiding. He said that at first, he didn't think it was important, but after coming here, he changed his mind, thinking it might be a significant word. Then, he became unconsciously excited and apologized for interrupting. He removed the Inquisitor's hand from his shoulder and asked if that explanation was good enough. The Inquisitor considered that he might have acquired the information by chance, but he was certain Ronan was hiding something. He observed the look in Ronan's eyes, watching him, and felt a strong force of will. After analyzing it, he realized the reason for that look was hatred for those people. Mitra Nabairos noticed the Inquisitor's intense interest in Ronan. She warned him not to call him Karaka again. Furious, she demanded to know if he was interrogating her disciple. In front of her, he said he certainly wasn't interrogating him. He was just verifying. He tried to play it cool, saying it was best to be careful, and immediately apologized to the Sword Saint's disciple. The situation became quite dangerous when someone realized the old man wanted to interrogate him too. The Inquisitor was frustrated at having lost a curse eye. They were difficult to acquire. Nabairos asked if they were really that powerful, because if you look closely, they seemed rather cute. The Inquisitor asked her if she wanted to touch the curse eye. As the Inquisitor glanced quickly at the eye, he realized it had changed. It had absorbed the curse, but it hadn't even gotten close to Lady Cyrilla. Then he watched Ronan use a mana shield, and that's when he touched his shoulder, but only for a moment. He removed the curse eye from his shoulder and called out to Ronan. He placed the curse eye on Ronan's arm and apologized for his rudeness. Ronan didn't want to know why he had suddenly done that. The eye began to devour the curse on him, and it immediately exploded. Ronan didn't like this one bit, and he asked what had happened, why it had exploded on its own. The Inquisitor held Ronan's hand and said the moment had come. The eye could no longer bear so much of the curse. Then he said he believed Mr. Ronan was cursed. Ronan was trying to make sense of what was happening when the Inquisitor suddenly asked him if he'd ever felt restricted in his daily life, like he couldn't run properly or grip something made of iron, things only he couldn't do. Minter Nibiros watched with a distinctly unfriendly expression, clearly aware of what was going on. The Inquisitor stated that if Ronan wanted to hide it, he wouldn't press the matter further, but that didn't mean he could help him with the problem. However, he did know one thing. Judging by the strength of the curse, he didn't know who had inflicted it, but it was laced with immense malice. Sometime later, as they were preparing to leave, they thanked the Inquisitor for his hard work. The Inquisitor replied that he would inform them as soon as he had any information regarding Cyrilla's interrogation. He also mentioned that it was a powerful curse, so it might take some time. Minter Nibiros said she understood and asked him to notify them as soon as he discovered anything. She then turned to Ronan, observing that he must have a lot on his mind. Ronan agreed, admitting that he did, ever since he discovered he was cursed. The Inquisitor remarked that he was a student of Filion. Minter Nibiros asked what he meant by that. The Inquisitor explained that, as far as he knew, she had been at that place for a very long time, and she was the only mage on the continent who understood curses. It was Maya's secret professor. Ronan and Minter Nibiros were flying back to the academy. On the way, she asked him what was wrong, inquiring if he still couldn't calm down. They had captured that eye, and she noted they had been like this for a while. He thought it had been this way ever since he touched that eye-shaped monster. He asked Minter Nibiros if there was something wrong with him. She said it was a sign that the curse was weakening. She asked him if he knew who had cursed him. He couldn't think of anyone who would bear him such ill will. He felt like he lived a saintly life, so he didn't know, and he expressed his gratitude for her actions in Laudelin. Ronan confessed that the old man's gaze was terrifying, and if it weren't for her, he might have fabricated a confession to things he'd never done. She said she had only done what she should as his mentor, and there was no need for thanks. He thought she was not only highly skilled, but also a good person. He found it strange because he hadn't heard of her in his previous life. He thought Nebula Glacier must have done something. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have known who she was. The next day, at the academy, in the magic students' training area, Shirley Forest, he said the park with the pillars was right there. It was the first time she had seen him since the incident, and she mentioned that if it weren't for Minter Nibiros, she wouldn't be in her position there. She asked him how he was doing. He looked at her with a goofy expression. Then he remembered the issue he still had with the commander-in-chief. He didn't know what to do and hadn't thought about it yet. He just wanted to smile and agree. He asked her how she was doing. She replied that everyone who used to be afraid of Cardin had become friendly, although she felt like every time she got close to him, he seemed afraid of her. She said it wasn't a bad feeling. Adeskian said she'd heard from Minter Nibiros that Ronan was cursed. She knew he needed to find the secret professor. That's why she went there. They were waiting for the professor to arrive, and while she was talking with Ronan, someone appeared nearby. She seemed delighted to see her, leaping onto her and embracing her tightly. She told Adeskian how much she'd missed her and asked how she'd been. It had been a long time. Looking at the girl, Ronan realized she must be the one they'd been talking about, the girl associated with wolves and ears. He watched the two of them converse. Adeskian apologized for summoning her so suddenly, explaining that she had something important to discuss. She asked why she needed to see the secret professor. It was only then that she realized Ronan was there too. He was drenched in sweat, embarrassed. He felt her timid, wide-eyed gaze upon him. He spoke up, admitting he was the one who had requested the meeting. He greeted her, remarking that it had been a while. The girl, startled by his presence, flew into a rage, demanding to know what he was doing there. He seemed uneasy about taking him where he wanted to go, repeatedly asking if this was truly the place. The strange key was for the professor's office, located in the heart of the forest. He examined it, commenting that it looked rather peculiar, and asked if she intended to burn him alive. He then called her Ellie. She erupted, furious, telling him he couldn't call her that and demanding to know who told him she would burn anyone alive. Seething, she told him to just follow her. He wasn't surprised someone like her would be friends with the Grand Commander. He suspected she was the original Akalisha and wondered how they had met. They reached their destination, and she opened the door for him to meet the professor. Ronan looked around, asking if this was really the right place. Professor Elizabeth told him not to rush, as there was something else. Then, the two approached the gentle lady sitting in the rocking chair. Elizabeth told Ronan she was just confirming something. Whatever happened from then on, he should remain still and do nothing. Then, she spoke words that seemed to summon something or someone, directing them towards the old woman. As he watched, he saw nothing change. The old woman remained as she was. Suddenly, she began to open her mouth, impossibly wide, dwarfing them in its gaping maw. Ronan asked what was happening. Elizabeth told him not to be afraid. This, she explained, was the real office. They seemed to be transported somewhere, so she spoke another word. The office properly appeared. He thought the entrance was a bit extravagant. Walking down the hallway, he felt a sense of being watched. He was being observed by students sent by Miss Navy. Rose quickly jumped on him, widening his eyes with her own hands. She sensed a deep-seated firmness within him, the mark of the continent's greatest curse artist. Maya's secret, despite her appearance, was 83 years old. Ronan wondered if this child was truly the professor. She told him not to be so surprised. She had some personal circumstances, but other than that, her body was 80 years old. A person's outward appearance, she said, could be youthful up to a point, but she had more important matters to discuss. She snapped her fingers. Quickly, his curse manifested. She said she needed to lift his curse, now that it had shown itself. He was watching all of this unfold. Professor Elizabeth was astonished, for she hadn't known so many curses could be interwoven within a single body. She said that even with great skill, no one would be able to touch it. She grew disheartened, asking if she wouldn't be able to remove the curse. She told him not to worry. She had come prepared and told him to listen carefully. In that moment, she would materialize the curse on him into the spiritual realm. All he needed to do was find the source binding his curse and sever it. He acknowledged that it sounded simple enough, just sever the curse. He then asked how he would know what to sever. The magic professor told him he would instinctively know when he saw it. She touched his forehead, bringing him into the spiritual realm, and just like that, it happened. The source of the curse was there, within the spiritual realm of his body. Then he saw someone run past him and realized it was his home. He thought that whatever the source was, it must be in his home. Then he thought it was strange that the child ran past him and called out, "Mother." He recognized the voice. It was his younger sister, Irel. She went straight to the cradle to see her baby brother. She asked their mother why Ronan was always sleeping, wondering if he was sick. His mother explained that babies grow when they sleep. She said she was the same way. She mentioned that if her brother ever got sick in the future, she would take care of him, because she was the older sister, no matter how she looked at it. This was exactly how the house looked when he was born. He concluded the baby in the cradle was him. He thought there was no way he was ever like that. He thought he had been hot-tempered all his life. This meant all of this was his past, but he didn't remember it. Suddenly, someone came in through the door. The presence was so strong, his eyes widened. He began to tremble, realizing he couldn't move his body. He didn't know who it was. His sister jumped on the person, calling out a name, but he couldn't understand it. His mother also said she had been expecting them sooner. The person was walking towards a cradle, curious about Ronan's appearance. He touched his mother, putting her to sleep. Seeing his mother collapse on the floor, Irel was terrified. Ronan, too, was unable to move to protect his sister. The girl asked why his mother suddenly. Then he, too, was cursed. Ronan saw the person touch Irel's forehead with their hand and was enraged. Then the person continued towards the cradle. He hadn't noticed the person's hand interwoven with something that looked like a curse. Earlier, when he touched the baby in the cradle, a light emanated from within him, illuminating everything. Even though Ronan couldn't see anything now, he was certain that this was the person he needed to destroy. Outside the spiritual realm, a magical construct was conversing with Elizabeth. It spoke of the terrible curse, using a key as a medium, and Elizabeth asked the construct how many curses were present there. It replied that, if put into numbers, there were 10. Elizabeth was shocked, as she believed 10 curses were far too many. She thought that even for this construct, it would be impossible to free him from so many. The construct said it wasn't too difficult, which is why she was so surprised. The curse causing trouble now was only one. The one cast after the man had put his sister and mother to sleep. He was walking towards the cradle where the young Ronan slept peacefully. After cursing him, he walked past the present Ronin, and only then was the confinement lifted, allowing him to move. He quickly ran to his mother and sister to see if they were all right. To his relief, they were merely sleeping. Kneeling beside them, he didn't know what to do. He tried to compose himself. He only needed to do one thing. In the spiritual realm, he just needed to kill him. He slashed at the door with his sword and rushed out to chase him. To his surprise, the man was waiting outside. He asked him what he wanted from him, since he had been waiting there. The man said nothing, just stood there. Ronin demanded to know how he dared touch his family. He declared he would never forgive him and lunged forward to strike him down. The man also had a sword and began to duel with Ronin. The fight seemed incredibly fierce, putting Ronin, a skilled swordsman, in a difficult position. He didn't understand how a mere curse could wield a sword, and he was also under pressure. Throughout the fight, Ronin was hit several times, sustaining some wounds. The man passed by him, slashing his chest. Ronin seemed to feel the blow deeply, so much so that he fell to his knees. The man looked as if he was about to leave, but Ronin couldn't let that happen. He didn't understand why his sword couldn't touch him. He couldn't let him go without speaking to him. He couldn't let it all in like this. He told himself to stop whimpering and stand up because he still needed to ask him something. He stood up and said it wasn't over. He asked the man why he had done this. He said that judging by the expressions, tone, and behavior of his family, they wouldn't act that way towards just anyone. He felt the love Irel had when she looked at him, so it could only mean one thing. This man was that man. He asked him why he did it. He was frustrated to see him talking to himself and not getting any answers. He said the man had hurt his mother and sister and even cursed him. Even so, Ronin didn't consider apologizing or explaining his actions. Instead, he lashed out, demanding to know how the man dared to call himself his father. Then, with a single stroke, he severed the man's head. As the head rolled to his feet, he plunged his sword into it. He declared that if the man had nothing to say, so be it, he would find out himself. Just then, he heard a voice telling him to leave the man's body. The images vanished, and Ronin abruptly awoke in another place. He didn't know where he was, but he could hear someone chanting. Then a voice spoke, saying he had finally awakened and asking how he felt. Startled, Ronin asked who was there. Ronin lay on the ground, bewildered, unsure of who was nearby. Then he asked if it was Professor Elizabeth. She expressed her pleasure that he recognized her. Anxious, he assumed she had appeared because of him. She told him not to worry. It had nothing to do with him. Pausing, she asked if he felt any different. He admitted that, honestly, he thought she was unusual from the first time he saw her. But now he was certain his initial impression was correct. He stared at her, and she returned his gaze with a pleased expression. She declared that this meant everything was going according to plan. They were having tea, and he told her he found it all astonishing. She explained that the curse within him had used memories he didn't even recall to create a scenario. She ventured that the person who cast the curse might have been his father. He replied that it was highly likely. She asked why he thought so, since he'd previously claimed not to know the man. Ronin, bristling with anger, said that when the man disturbed his family, he'd realized something was wrong. He realized it all felt too distant, like it didn't belong to him. He described it as a remote sense of sorrow. He added that perhaps that was why he felt even angrier. Thinking about it now, that might have been his true feeling. The professor questioned him, since he claimed to have no memories of his parents. He replied that, yes, he and his sister, Irel, had never suspected anything, as if the memories in his mind had been severed. So the magic professor theorized that it wasn't just his human emotions that had been severed, but his entire being. She said it seemed his father, through that curse, had also altered his memories in the process. A part of his father's memories might have been transferred to Ronin. Memory magic usually had side effects, and the spiritual realm might have exploited those memories. She continued, explaining that the reason he was able to use mana before destroying the curse was probably because he had temporarily regained his lost perception. This allowed him to use his perception for a short time. She still wondered if what was leaking from those glowing threads was mana. She stated that currently he could only see it, but someday he would be able to use it, provided he managed to lift 2 of the 9 remaining curses on him. She also mentioned it might take a while. The curse placed on Ronin was potent and its origins unknown. She would contact him once the preparations were complete, so he could leave later that day. As the sun began to rise, he was startled to see her suddenly appear younger again. He asked if she shifted forms based on the time, to which she replied that her body was a bit complicated. She warned him that he might face harsh realities, but he should remain strong. He said he would rely on her in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the colossal giant's hand lay within the Cappadocian basement. Someone was investigating, realizing it was even larger than anticipated. A single student had handled all of this, and it was hard to believe. Someone arrived there, speaking to a man who was observing the giant. The man took notice as another young man, Dolan, arrived. He inquired about the progress of the reconstruction efforts. Dolan replied that the work was underway and everything should be back to normal within a week. He added that he had looked into what they were doing, as instructed, but hadn't gleaned any additional information. However, thanks to Filian, he had managed to confirm the identity of the student active there. Dolan then asked if the Grand Duke would be willing to meet him personally. He was not only a duke, but also the head of the Grancia Duca family, his name being Joseph Shin Ivan de Grancia. The Duke agreed, thinking it best to meet the boy himself. But as he stood there with his back turned, the giant seemed to come alive. Movement flickered in the giant's gaze. Dolan apologized to the Duke, but he needed to leave that place for a moment. He saw the giant stirring, about to attack them. Dolan said he would handle it with the knights. The Duke said there was no need. The giant had already initiated its attack. Yet, the Duke and his attendant continued their conversation. He placed his hand on his sword, preparing to draw it, remarking as he did so that they were in no rush. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashed his sword, cleaving the giant completely in two. Dolan had to shield his eyes from the dust and light erupting from the attack. After bisecting the giant, Joseph calmly sheathed his sword. As if nothing had happened, he told his subordinate to leave. As they walked away, the giant collapsed to the ground. He expressed his pleasure at meeting Filian Academy's young hero the next day at the neighboring dormitory. Someone knocked on Ronan's door. He wondered which lunatic was doing that. Blearily, he opened the door to find Dolan standing there. Ronan asked who he was, stating that beggars weren't allowed there. He thought the boy was rude. He then asked Ronan if he knew to whom he was being disrespectful. At that moment, Ronan remarked that he looked like a noble. He also thought the mana he sensed from him was dark. Strangely so, but something was mixed in with the mana. It didn't even seem like mana. It felt strangely familiar. Another person was there, placing a hand on his shoulder, telling Dolan to wait. They said they weren't qualified to do that. The girl asked why his mother was suddenly the next person he was going to curse, and Ronan too. Realizing he was dealing with the Empire's Duke, who was approaching him, Dolan apologized and requested permission to apologize on behalf of his knight. He asked if he could have a moment of the Duke's time. Both men composed themselves, Dolan standing guard near the Duke. The Duke brought forth the scabbard that had been completed the previous day. Ronan didn't ask why his grace had brought it to him personally. The Duke explained that the master blacksmith of Great Cappadocia had insisted he specifically mention Master Tolan's fervent insistence. Furthermore, he wished to express his gratitude in person, as the Grancia family in Great Cappadocia shared a strong bond. He mentioned that the Sword of Pale Pass had also been crafted by Master Tolan, a further testament to his appreciation for the hero who had saved Cappadocia. He also offered further recompense. The Duke presented Ronan with the Grancia crest, bearing the Patriarch's seal. Ronan, slightly taken aback, questioned the bestowal of such a valuable gift, pointing out that it could buy 3 villages. He also mentioned that the other 2 students who had assisted had received gifts from the blacksmith and crest as well. The Duke simply expressed his hope that Ronan would treasure it, unaware they might consider it a family heirloom. He seemed relieved and eager to move on to the next topic. He wished to speak with Ronan about the perpetrators behind the recent incident. The Duke had taken a keen interest in those criminals. As he spoke those words, Ronan began to sense a distinct tremor, a feeling that unsettled him, yet also impressed him, standing before the head of the Grancia family. Ronan admitted he wasn't sure how much he knew, but that the rats, as he called them, were more formidable than the Duke might realize. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard shifted uneasily. Ronan also noticed Dolan begin to exude a different demeanor. Ronan couldn't place it, but he recognized it as a reaction. He pressed on with his assessment. The feeling was the same as when he'd fought the other 2. He concluded that the bodyguard was one of the rats. Duke Joseph, oblivious, asked Ronan what was the matter. He noticed Ronan had abruptly stopped speaking. Unable to comprehend why his subordinate was emanating such an aura, the Duke even inquired if Ronan was feeling unwell. Ronan couldn't understand why Duke Grancia, the most powerful man on the continent, couldn't perceive it. He wondered why he alone could see it. He then asked his grace if he had heard of the starfall. As he uttered these words, that the bodyguard, continually provoked, could no longer contain himself. Ronan declared that it was connected to the Nebula Chaser organization. The Duke was stunned. He had never imagined an organization of such scale could exist on the continent. He asked Ronan if he had acquired this information alone. Ronan confirmed, adding that he had been goading them before the organization arrived. He described how they had begged for mercy. The Duke asked if he wanted to know the details. Ronan replied that he would tell him if he wished. The Duke, overwhelmed, said he didn't want to know the rest, as he couldn't even stomach his food. Ronan then simply stated that if that was what he desired, he wouldn't tell him the rest. He realized he didn't need to say anything more. The man radiated a dangerous aura, a coiled spring about to snap. Duke Joseph rose to his feet, announcing his departure. He believed they had infiltrated Grancia, and he needed to take urgent measures. Ronan countered, saying he needed to inform the Duke about something concerning them. The Duke inquired as to what he meant. Ronan explained that there was much to discuss, but it would be impolite to burden someone as busy as the Duke. He would compile a report that evening and send it via mail. He added that it would be particularly interesting, especially its connection to Aharudi. At that moment, Ronan realized he had successfully caught the attention of the Duke's bodyguard. Feigning deep sleep, Ronan lay back. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change in the currents of energy flowing around him. But he had anticipated this visit, so he wasn't caught off guard. Dolan was surprised to find Ronan gone. Just as he was about to attack Fernando, Fernando spoke, claiming he knew he would appear there. He lunged at him, exclaiming it was a pleasure to meet him, Little Rat number 3. Dolan demanded to know how he knew, but Ronan told him not to be so hasty. He suggested Dolan should perhaps look over there first, as he had brought him a special guest. Dolan couldn't believe the Duke's son was there, the rather disgruntled young Schliffen. He immediately demanded an explanation from his bodyguard. He asked how he was supposed to explain the situation from a few hours prior. Upstairs in the neighboring dormitory's bulldozer hall, Ronan went to Schliffen's room. Schliffen wondered why Ronan had suddenly appeared. Ronan explained he had come because Sir Dolan intended to take him away that night. He suspected Dolan had witnessed Ronan's actions without realizing their full implications and wanted proof. He stated that in terms of skill and loyalty, Dolan was one of the best knights in the Grancia family. Then Ronan added that 4 years ago, Grancia was full of fools. He said it didn't matter. He could see for himself, as he had nothing to lose. Ronan declared that if he was right, he would be eliminating a rat that had infiltrated his family. Schliffen, enraged, demanded to know if Dolan was deaf, as he wanted him to explain himself immediately. However, Dolan remained silent, merely staring at the young man. Ronan, observing this, asked what kind of traitor would react that way simply to being questioned. He asked Dolan how he intended to survive in this world. Dolan simply stomped his foot on the ground, but Ronan saw the tremendous tremor it caused. Ronan's body began to feel heavy. He felt the full weight of Dolan's mana pressing down on him. He realized he was under immediate attack. Schliffen questioned why Dolan would do such a thing. He was next in line to be attacked. Dolan remarked how fortunate it was that the young master hadn't yet mastered his mana domain. Dolan expressed his regret that he didn't want their relationship to end this way, but the boy had ruined everything. Schliffen declared that Dolan's skills were different from what he remembered, accusing him of hiding his true abilities. Dolan retorted that he hadn't betrayed them, because he was never on their side to begin with. He spoke these words as he lunged to attack Schliffen. Schliffen, seemingly shocked, waited for the attack without moving, simply stating, "I understand." He declared that he understood everything now and that Dolan could do whatever he wanted. Ronan, stepping forward, intercepted the attack, preventing Dolan from harming the swordsman. He addressed Dolan, telling him he was being tiresome and seemed to be enjoying it. He asked if Dolan felt better now. Dolan replied that it was important for him to be certain and hoped Ronan understood. Placing a hand on Ronan's shoulder, Dolan ominously stated that there would be a bloodbath in Grancia. Then, he moved to take matters into his own hands. Dolan even speculated that Ronan, too, was hiding his true power. Schliffen, done with the charade, launched an attack, sending Dolan flying. He knew there was no reason to conceal his skills any longer. This demonstrated a significant increase in his strength in a short period. Dolan found this impossible to believe. He knew Schliffen was a genius, but the sheer power he displayed as he entered the fray made him question if Schlieffen was simply toying with him, as it caused him to lose focus in the fight. He too began his assault. Dolan, supremely confident, believed he could handle both of them, so he attacked with all his might. But even after landing a blow, Schlieffen managed to evade. Ronan was astonished that he dodged in time. Not only did he dodge, but he counterattacked, sending Ronan flying back with a resounding crash. Knowing the instructors would arrive soon if the commotion continued, Dolan realized he needed to retreat and began to flee. He hadn't anticipated things escalating so drastically just from trying to kill a kid. He'd mistakenly believed he could handle them both. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped to attack Schlieffen, telling Dolan he was right. Unlike his father, Schlieffen wasn't yet skilled enough to properly wield the storm sword. However, he ran to a location where he knew no one would be injured by his using the technique. No one, that is, except the traitor Dolan, who needed to die. Schlieffen unleashed the Grancia family's secret technique, the storm sword. When Dolan saw it, he knew his end had come. As the attack drew closer, he simply closed his eyes and whispered, "Dear stars." The attack complete, Schlieffen sheathed his sword, declaring that from that day forward, no one in the family would remember Dolan had ever existed. But it didn't matter, he added, because Dolan was never a true Grancia. Ronan told Schlieffen that he'd handled the situation with impressive flair. He also noticed that Schlieffen was deeply distressed. Ronan expressed uncertainty about whether he could bring the bodyguard to Laudelin. Schlieffen reasoned that, theoretically, he wouldn't die. He said that with Ronan there, everything would be all right. He needed to inform his family about what had transpired. Francia needed to find all the traitors. Leaving the rest to Ronan, he departed. Ronan yelled, demanding to know why Schlieffen would leave everything to him after destroying it all. Maybe Rose arrived, asking Ronan what had happened. He turned and saw them, the academy's headmaster and a tutor. It was Navy Rose, and Ronan found himself momentarily distracted by her sleepwear. He commented on how much he liked her pajamas, but she just wanted him to answer the question. The headmaster interjected, telling Ronan that the tutor's sleepwear choices were hardly relevant. Relieved to see Ronan unharmed, the headmaster nevertheless pressed for an explanation. Ronan was about to comply, but insisted the headmaster listen carefully first. "Damn Aharuti," Ronan blurted out. The words seemed meaningless to them. The headmaster even repeated the word, equally perplexed by its meaning. The headmaster then brought up the issue of spies within the Grancia family. He acknowledged that, thanks to Ronan, they had managed to prevent something far worse from happening. Ronan requested secrecy regarding his unique abilities, fearing for the safety of those around him. The headmaster assured him that the incident would be thoroughly investigated. He added that the Empire was in Ronan's debt. He offered Ronan a reward, asking what he desired. Ronan replied that he had a few things in mind, requiring approval to implement. The next day, in the Filion Hall, Ronan commanded attention. A small crowd gathered as he spoke about his new creation. He called it the Special Adventure Club. He explained the club's focus, external activities centered around practical combat training sanctioned by the headmaster himself. It was the only club with off-campus excursions. All one had to do was show up at the first Galilei arena at the appointed time. The commotion caught the eye of a mysterious woman. She seemed particularly interested in Ronan. A few days later, at the Galilei arena, Ronan regretted his grandstanding in the hall. Only his friends had shown up. Maria asked him if he truly hadn't known that this was just a veiled skill assessment and reflective interview. Ronan had defeated everyone. He'd also made some unsettling remarks, as if prepared to sacrifice himself for the club. People were saying that joining required having 10 lives. Ronan defended himself, claiming that real combat was like that for him, and that it suited him just fine. He only needed promising individuals. Ronan asked Braun, after their sparring match, if he was feeling all right. Braun was utterly exhausted from the fight. Ronan declared that he had passed, much to Braun's delight. He also warned that the club would be demanding, asking if Braun was up to it. Braun affirmed that he had been waiting for this moment, as long as it made him stronger. Ronan told them to rest before things truly began. He said he would stay a while longer, hoping more talented individuals would appear. A long time passed, and no one else came. He told Adesh Dawn that no one else had shown up and they were ready to leave. Ronan told her that, as a mentor's assistant, she was incredibly busy. Adesh said that if it weren't for her duties as an assistant, she would try out. Ronan thought to himself that even if she did try out, he wouldn't accept her, as he needed time to decide whether to pursue his dream of becoming a Grand Commander. He considered this a weighty matter, and was suddenly surprised when someone appeared, saying it was good that they were still there. He looked to see who was speaking. Pleased, he assumed she had come to try out for the club. She asked if she was interrupting, her voice so low he almost couldn't hear her. She said that if she joined the club, she could touch it. Looking at Ronan, she lowered her hood and gestured for him to let her touch. Ronan, utterly taken aback by her request, asked what kind of person she was to ask him to let her touch him. She clarified, explaining that she didn't mean him, but the creature on his shoulder. Ronan asked if she meant Sita, and told her she should have said so from the start. He added that the little creature was always with him, so if she joined the club, she could certainly touch her. Ronan watched her, thinking she was a strange girl. He also found it hard to believe he hadn't sensed her presence, even when she was so close. He knew she wasn't an ordinary student. He could sense a considerable power within her. Showing her interest, she asked what the tryout entailed. She stated that she was a high-ranking novice mage. Her name, she revealed, was Ophelia Tonnet. Announcing that she would begin, she started to gather her power. Ronan could see an aura emanating from her. Both Ronan and Adesh were impressed. She began to wield dark magic. Adesh couldn't believe how perfectly Ophelia controlled the dark magic. Ronan, however, noticed something even more surprising. Although faint, he could see a red, blood-like energy radiating from her. He saw it and was certain he recognized that type of magic. She unleashed an attack called Shadow Claw, a notoriously powerful strike. She not only hit the training dummy, but cleaved it cleanly in two. Her power was explosive. So much so that Ronan was thoroughly impressed, and Adesh had difficulty clearly seeing the attack. Ronan declared that a duel wasn't necessary. She had already passed. He had a question for her, but she cut him off using her mental powers. She began speaking to him telepathically, asking him to keep his secret for now. She asked him to go somewhere else. She had something to ask him. The two of them alone, she began analyzing Sita. Seeming to understand something, Ophelia asked if Sita was a dream bird. She found it fascinating, a bird born from the ambient magic of the region. Ronan, in turn, found her fascinating, as he'd heard that all vampires had left the Empire years ago. She replied that not all vampires had left, and even if there were only a few left, some still remained within the Empire. She explained that they disliked troublesome situations, so they lived in hiding. He asked her reason for approaching such a conspicuous club. It's because of Sita's magic, Ophelia explained. I sensed it the first time I saw you in the hall. Ronan nodded. Blood magic energy is the inherent magic of your race. I understand. So Sita really is using vampire abilities. Ophelia, Tonnet murmured, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. To hear that Sita has been absorbing blood since birth. Ronan, noticing her astonishment, asked what's wrong. Ophelia, still slightly dazed, asked how old is Sita. Around 2 months, I think, Ronan replied. So young, yet already wielding such potent blood magic. Ophelia Tonnet gazed at Sita. It shouldn't be, but perhaps it is possible. She hesitated, a question forming on her lips. There are things I wish to ask you both, she began, but I feel it's too early to make my request. May I meet with you sometime? If you grant my request, I promise to make it worth your while. Of course, Ronan agreed. I have some research I need to conduct at the moment, so it's difficult now, but I promise to make time later. Ronan, slightly perplexed, prompted her, what kind of research are you talking about? The next day, in the Filian clubroom area, a place called the Lair, which housed the Special Adventures Club, Ronan addressed Ashel and Maria. For them to dedicate an entire building to one club, he remarked, gesturing around the spacious room, they must truly recognize its potential. He shifted gears. There have been some changes, he announced. These, he continued, indicating a collection of items, are magnificent weapons from Cappadocia, gifts from the Grancia family. He noticed Maria's new greatsword. The Grand Commander forged a blade specifically to enhance your abilities, he observed. Ashel spoke up, mentioning the magical bracelet he'd received, crafted near the magical city of Delpium. My magical control has improved drastically, he commented. I feel like my strength and speed have doubled. Maria, her hand resting on the hilt of her new sword, asked, "Why did you ask us to bring our weapons, Ronan?" He replied, "This is going to be a very important conversation. You're probably curious why I created this club," Ronan began. "We have only one goal: to rapidly improve your latent personal skills through real-world experience. I believe I need to prepare for that day." Unfurling a map, he pointed to a jagged mountain range. "Our first destination is the Vadian Mountains, one of the Empire's uncharted ranges." Braun, who had just joined them, looked thrilled. Ashel and Maria, however, knowing Ronan, exchanged apprehensive glances. "That place is unusual," Ronan warned, a glint in his eye. "It will be a valuable experience. I also have some business to attend to there, but that's not important right now. First," he continued, "there's a matter we need to settle amongst ourselves." Maria frowned. "What matter?" Ronan grinned. "It's nothing. We'll take care of it shortly. We're going to have a little spar in the corridor," he announced casually. Ashel, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by matter, Ronan?" He elaborated, recalling Ronan's earlier words. "He said he wanted us to finish the term early. We'll be gone for at least a week," Ashel pointed out, "and we still have classes. It'll be difficult to manage both the club and our studies." The headmaster would never allow it. Ronan smirked. "I've found a solution. We just need to finish our coursework early, like me. Then we're free." Before they continued their individual training, Ronan told them they would be working on improving their respective abilities. Ronan told the two of them to attack him, saying he would only use his scabbard, so they didn't need to be afraid. He also added that it wouldn't be fun if they held back so they could go all out. Maria said that, in that case, they would take advantage of that. She told Sarah they would show him how much they had improved. Sarah replied that he would do his best. Maria, gripping her sword as usual, declared she was ready. Ronan found her strength astonishing, but didn't understand why she was striking the ground. Right after she hit the ground, it was Sarah's turn, and he started moving all the stones that had appeared when Maria had struck the earth with force. Hovering in the air, Sarah told Maria she could begin. He connected his power to every single pebble. The pebbles were floating due to the previous impact. Ronan, thoroughly exhilarated, dodged all the attacks. He found Sarah's attack quite impressive. Maria also appeared and managed to catch him off guard. She told him not to try to block, just dodge. She was going all out, using all her strength. He dodged at just the right moment. He knew if he hadn't, it would have been over for him. She, too, started to enjoy the fight like he did. She kept rushing at him, and he dodged all those attacks. To add to the thrill, he also started attacking and putting pressure on her. They had both exceeded Ronan's expectations in every way. He watched them both with awe, seeing how much they had improved. Sarah yelled for Ronan to dodge her, and then unleashed a powerful force towards him. Ronan, sensing the power, drew his sword and rushed forward. He was thrilled, intending to block Sarah's attack. He countered with an attack from his sword. Then he looked to see how far his attack had reached. He said, with great satisfaction, that both of them had improved a lot, and it seemed they hadn't slacked off while he was gone. The two of them, especially Sarah, seemed like completely different people. It amazed him. Sarah asked if the test was over, and he said it was enough. It seemed that it wouldn't take long, maybe a month, maybe just 2 weeks would be enough. So they could start special training at that point. Maria said they had just finished their duel. He said it didn't matter. They would start right away. He chased after them with his sword. He followed them with his sword, looking for more duels. 2 weeks later, he was handing out certificates. It was surprising. The headmaster asked him if he was saying those were early completion certificates for all the club members. Ronan said yes. He also mentioned that it wasn't for all subjects and asked if it was enough for them to be allowed to go outside. The headmaster said yes, and as he had promised, he would let them leave the training grounds the next day. They were already in the Vadian Mountains. Maria, noticing the pure-blooded brawn among the locals, asked Ronan what their next move was. Ronan told them to wait, as they were still far from the center, and as for what they were going to do there, he said they still needed to find something. The wind carried this news to someone's ears, someone who realized they had a guest in this place. It was time, this someone thought, to meet the guest, a first in a long time. High in the mountains were the 4 members of the adventure club. Ronan excitedly announced that he'd found it. He said there really was a group of orcs there. Ronan found the village built by the orcs fascinating. He remarked that in border regions like that one, due to the orcs' high fertility rate, it was difficult to maintain public order. Soon enough, there would be enough orcs to cover the entire mountain range. The people nearby would suffer greatly, so before that happened, they had to put an end to it. This would be their first battle. He asked if they thought it would be easy. Ashel said that when Ronan mentioned he was looking for orcs, he had a feeling it would be like this. He was worried, as there were many orcs, and he wanted to make sure everyone was safe. Ronan said they would be the perfect opponents. He figured that even with variables, the dominant species of the mountains would be ogres. These ogres were so strong that when Ronan tried to defeat them, back then he could barely do it. Someone approached them, saying they knew their intentions were good, but they didn't recommend doing this. The weather wasn't good at that moment and warned the young adventurers. Ronan was startled as he hadn't sensed. Well, he had arrived. He wondered who he was, and Eli Olson told Ronan that he didn't need to be on guard. The elf said he was just a priest who lived in the mountains. Ronan asked if he was a priest, and he replied that yes, he was, and that he served the ancient elves. Ronan placed his hand on his sword as he listened to him invite them somewhere else to talk properly. When he said that the place wasn't safe, Ronan drew his sword and placed it on the elf's neck, shocking the others. Ronan apologized to him, but said there had been a lot of crazies lately, so he should listen and repeat what he was going to say. Then Ronan told him to repeat Damn Oddish. Even with the sword at his neck, the priest was reluctant to say it. Afterward, he was very embarrassed for having said those words. He considered it the most embarrassing moment in the past 200 years. Ronan asked him how old he was he really that old? The elf said he should be a few thousand years old, which greatly surprised everyone. Ronan figured that meant he had been there even before the empire was founded. He asked the elf what he meant earlier about the weather not being good. The elf mentioned that the monsters have been acting strangely lately. He explained that the orcs, who usually didn't move around at night, had been roaming the mountains every night recently, while the ogres, who usually stayed within their own territory, had been appearing at the entrance of the mountain range. Since they hadn't yet discovered the reason for the strange occurrences, caution was paramount. He advised them to relax for a bit. Because of the forest's peculiar layout, he just brushed against what felt like a bubble. And suddenly, a temple materialized before them. Braun spoke up, remarking that for a temple to appear out of thin air like that, it had to be concealed by a magical barrier. Ashel turned to Ronan, asking if he'd known a temple was there. Ronan retorted, asking if Ashel hadn't noticed the surprised look on his face. The elf then invited them inside. Ronan thought to himself, this is no ordinary elf. He wondered if the strange stone he'd seen earlier was the senile lord the elf served. The elf confirmed that it was indeed a stone of great significance, but added that the story behind it would likely bore them. He suggested they settle in and rest, as the temple had plenty of vacant rooms. Maria declared that now was the perfect time for Ronan to ask the elf about what he was searching for. The elf turned to Ronan, inquiring if he was searching for the monsters because of the curse affecting him. He surmised it was due to the strange and dangerous resonance emanating from Ronan. The elf then asked if he could impose on Ronan for a little more of his time. He wished to speak with him privately, so the two of them went off to have some tea. The elf mentioned that he'd had a premonition the moment he first saw Ronan. He questioned whether Ronan was truly just an ordinary student. He confessed that he'd been drawn to Ronan's aura, only now realizing, as he held his teacup, the significance of the sword Ronan carried. Wondering if he was being overly sensitive, the elf questioned whether Ronan truly had no connection to the others. Yet, he also admitted that he hadn't observed any unusual behavior from Ronan. Even when he'd mentioned a Hahudi, Ronan hadn't reacted at all. A cup of tea was offered to Ronan. The elf admitted he was deep in thought. Looking at the tea, Ronan suspected the elf had done something to it, but he found himself gradually drawn in by the aroma emanating from the cup. He was certain he'd never encountered such a scent before. He soon began to see auras, shimmering with a multitude of colors. It was the flow of pure mana. The elf asked Ronan how the tea smelled. He also asked if he liked it. Ronan replied that it felt as if his eyes had been replaced. He asked how that was possible. The elf explained that it was a tea made from a rare herb that grew only in those mountains. He said the effects were potent, but perhaps because Ronan's energy was blocked by the curse, he was experiencing the effects more intensely. He offered to give Ronan some of the ingredients. He also advised him to stop using his curse to try and lift the curse. Even if those methods could dispel the curse, they would consume a person's strength and life energy. He explained that using it once wouldn't cause much harm, but if Ronan tried to overuse it, it would endanger his life. He asked Ronan if he'd been using it, knowing this. Ronan replied that he hadn't known. He'd simply wanted to resolve the curse as quickly as possible. The elf said that the more he rushed, the more he needed to take a step back. If something went wrong, he warned Ronan. The consequences could be irreversible. Just then, Ronan recalled the secret professor's words about the curse being difficult to lift. Even knowing someone was willing to help him, there were still many preparations to be made. After encountering that entity, he began to feel the need to pick up the pace. He also thought he should be careful, lest his life end before he could seize the giant. He looked at Eli Olsen, the elven priest, wondering who he truly was. He didn't think he'd met him in a past life, but he looked so familiar. Ronan truly believed the urgent impulse he felt was due to the cultists nearby. The elf wanted to know more about these cultists. Ronan explained that they were awaiting the descent of a star, and that they were a very dark and eccentric group. The elf mused that the star-following zealots had begun moving again after nightfall. Standing before his stone, he thought to himself that the cultists Ronan mentioned were indeed those people, and they were planning something wicked. Soon, they would take innocent lives with a terrible disaster, and he would be forced to watch it all unfold once more. Either that, or this boy was his answer. He was speaking to the stone when Ronan appeared. Ronan asked if he was still awake. Eli Olsen, surprised, asked Ronan why he was still up at this hour. Was his bed uncomfortable? Ronan, looking again at the stone, said it was fascinating that a stone like that could represent a god. Eli Olsen explained that every 1,000 years, their order moved 1,000 stones from the Kanja, holy temple, to the most remote regions of the empire. It was always raining there, and most of the stones didn't last 100 years before being washed away by the water. But even so, the souls within them became representatives of Sinir. He still vividly remembered the day he died alongside his brethren as a holy representative. He had dedicated his entire life to a god who never answered. There were many times he wavered, wanting to abandon his faith and live freely. However, a premonition always found him, keeping him in this place. Sinir's would one day be the first step in saving the world. That was his intuition. He said that, for him, that was faith, something he couldn't convey to anyone. He placed his hand on Ronan's shoulder and told him he believed that moment was fast approaching. The next day, everyone was enjoying the incredible effects of the tea. Under the energy of the Manhwa vans, their senses were greatly heightened. Meanwhile, Ronan went to help gather herbs, traversing the mountains with Eli Olsen. Ronan thought to himself that even though it was their first meeting, the elf's kindness felt genuinely sincere. The more Ronan observed him, the more enigmatic the elf seemed. 2 peaceful days passed without much worry. But, as always, tragedy lurked beneath the celebrations, bringing a pain that none would forget. Ronan leaned against his sword, Eli Olsen against the stone. It was too late to turn back now. On the day the orc village was invaded, they said their goodbyes. Eli Olsen, worried, asked if everything would truly be all right. They still hadn't found the reason for the monster's unusual behavior, and he advised them to make more preparations. Ronan assured them it was all right. The orcs' behavior was strange, yes, but they hadn't grown stronger. They had enough people to handle them, so there was no need to worry. He added that their field work was nearing its end, and they needed to return to the academy soon. Eli Olsen then asked if they would allow him to bestow a magic upon them, a magic that would allow them to return to the barrier at will, so they could explore the temple freely. Eli Olsen told them that if they sensed any danger, they shouldn't hesitate to return immediately. He also urged them not to let their guard down, even if they were strong. The forest was deep and dark, a place where monsters could lie in wait, leaving only tracks behind after an unwary traveler passed. Someone, observing the scene from afar, muttered about making things more dramatic. It was an elf, and she believed finding him, presumably Ronan, would be difficult. She mused that she couldn't simply flush him out with beasts. From that moment on, she would find him personally. The elf searching for Ronan fought her way through a throng of monsters, her determination unwavering. From a vantage point, the group observed an orc village. The orcs were adorned with human clothing and jewelry, finery that seemed incongruous with their brutish forms. They concluded the orcs must have raided a nearby village. Ronan asked if everyone was ready. They were about to launch an attack and eliminate all the orcs. One orc complimented another on a necklace. remarking on its beauty. The second orc casually mentioned it belonged to a child from a village. He added that the child had cried incessantly, complaining about how loud and annoying it was. Before he could finish his callous anecdote, a chilling wave of realization washed over the group, fully comprehending the atrocities the orcs had committed in the village. Everyone steeled themselves, ready to eradicate the entire monstrous settlement. Maria and Braun stood ready, poised to deal with the creatures swiftly and efficiently. They launched their attack, their movements precise and deadly, cutting down several orcs. The remaining orcs, enraged, fought back with savage ferocity. Ronan had trained his team well. They wouldn't let the orcs' aggression go unanswered. Ashel, empowered by his newfound strength and skills, handled the situation with remarkable proficiency. He grew more precise with each passing day, his strikes finding their mark instantly. Ronan was immensely satisfied with the results of his training. He told Ashel he was getting the hang of it. Now, they managed to levitate alongside Ronan, using magic stones to assault their opponents. Ronan constantly encouraged Ashel to use his telekinesis more and more. Bolstered by this encouragement, Ashel charged into the village, almost single-handedly wiping out the remaining orcs. When it was all over, Ashel was terrified of divine retribution for the carnage he had wrought. Ronan told him to relax, because if he were to be punished for something like this, they would all be punished together. Braun agreed, adding that his punishment would be the worst of all. The words, however, didn't seem to offer much comfort. Maria frowned at him. Ronan was lost in thought when Sheeta, his familiar, interrupted him, patting his face with her paw to get his attention. She pointed in a specific direction, as if sensing something. They moved towards where Sheeta was indicating, and Ronan and Ashel discovered a bound figure. From a distance, they realized it was an elf, and assumed she had been left there as a source of emergency food. They rushed to her aid, and had Sheeta use her healing magic. The elf seemed to be regaining consciousness, and Ronan asked if she could speak. Fear was etched on her face. Ronan noticed her unsteady demeanor. He found it strange, since Sheeta had healed her, and thought perhaps the healing hadn't worked. But she didn't know why. She told him the men around him were different, and asked if he was one of them. Then she began to panic, waiting for them to take her away. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out that they were coming. And if they stayed there, Salant's life would be in danger. Suddenly, she seemed to lose consciousness. Ronan immediately scooped her up and carried her inside the barrier to speak with Salant. He asked if they had returned and if something had happened. Ronan explained that the elf was a prisoner they had rescued from a village and she needed to see him. Upon seeing her, he recognized her as Brigitta. He asked how this could have happened. A short distance away, the other three searched the area as Ronan had requested, but found no one. Maria called Braun back to the temple as well. Turning back, she noticed Ashel had discovered something. She approached him and asked if he had found something there. Ashel replied that the orcs were acting strangely. He pointed out that they looked different. Maria asked if he also didn't know what it was. He confirmed, saying he'd never seen anything like it before. It seemed they had been hiding under a double layer of magic until now. Braun asked Salant what the magic circles were for. The elf received treatment, and Salant tended to her with Ronan. Salant said he had finished administering first aid, and she should rest now. Ronan asked why even healing magic wasn't working, and whether she had been affected by some kind of poison. Salant declared he owed Ronan a debt. If it weren't for him, he would have lost his precious sister. He explained that she was one of the few remaining followers of Sinir in the world. One day, she had possessed a devout faith. Looking at her, he called her his dependable sister. Salant asked how he could possibly repay this kindness, since Ronan had saved someone so important to him. Ronan was puzzled by what she had said, her trembling warning. She had said her life was in danger. Salant approached the stones again and spoke with Ronan. He admitted that even he wasn't sure. He explained that it was a cult that worshipped an unknown being referred to as a god. He said they had concealed their identities for so long that even he didn't know who they were. He only knew that they committed all sorts of evil deeds. They called themselves a religious organization. Hearing this, Ronan's eyes widened. The scientist explained they were called Nebula Chasers. Ronan asked if these were the people hunting him. Salant was surprised Ronan knew of them. He'd assumed they'd given up, having been quiet for so long, but it seemed they were back. Ronan declared he needed to run to the archipelago, just as they had. Salant refused to leave. He explained that if he went elsewhere, innocent people there would be hurt, and he wouldn't allow that. He urged Ronin and his companions to leave quickly. Silent reiterated his desire to avoid unnecessary harm and hoped Ronin understood. Ronin replied that he would bring the strongest woman he knew. He told Silent to hide until then and not to do anything reckless. Silent pressed something into Ronin's hand, calling it payment for saving Brigitta. When Ronin opened his hand, he saw a ring. Silent explained it was once a pass to enter the magic tower. He instructed Ronin to show it to the librarian if he ever went to the Dawn Magic Tower. The librarian, Silent assured him, would certainly help with Ronin's curse. He wished Ronin a safe journey. Ronin, staring at the ring, murmured that he would spend his last days with it. It was a wonderful gift. Silent cut him off, asking why he spoke as if they would never meet again. Ronin retorted that he would return soon, so Silent should take care of himself. After Ronin left, Silent placed his hand on the wall, seemingly bidding farewell to the world. He turned, musing aloud whether he should say it was nice to see her, as it had been so long since he'd seen his dear sister. Then he retracted his words, stating she wasn't his sister, but an assassin of the Bulgia religious organization. She replied that, considering their relationship, he needn't speak to her that way. She asked how he had been. He retorted that of all people, they chose her to be the assassin. She accused him of trying to poison her, to which he replied, of course, as he was dealing with the shadow of Romheim. She explained her charade of being captured by the orcs, claiming she couldn't help it. Finding him had been difficult, even though she tried to attract his attention. Using monsters hadn't worked. However, she told him she finally saw them, those comical little toys brimming with temporal energy. She considered killing him and scattering his remains just to draw him out, but her old faith had restrained her. She asked if he wasn't even a little touched. He replied that if he were, he wouldn't be letting her go. She found that terrifying, as she couldn't even joke anymore. Resigned, she said she would stop talking and relayed the orders she'd received, for him to surrender or be killed if he refused. With that, she unleashed an attack, radiating so much energy that even at a distance, it could be felt. Ronin, walking away, felt a surge of powerful energy. He stopped, a sense of unease washing over him. At that moment, his team, who had been searching for him, picked up his trail. He declared their arrival timely, asking if they had searched the surroundings. Maria informed him that one group had found something strange. She elaborated that shortly after Ronin left, the group discovered something odd among the bodies. A magic circle, unlike any he'd ever witnessed, materialized before them. Ronin, equally perplexed by the arcane symbol, found his attention abruptly diverted by a tremendous boom echoing from the vicinity of the temple. Silent immediately sprang to Ronin's mind. The commotion, whatever its source, had roused the ogres. Ronin watched in disbelief as the ogres rampaged along their path, smashing and obliterating everything in their wake. Investigating the explosion near the temple would have to wait. This immediate threat demanded their full attention. Within the temple, the battle between the two-headed ogre siblings raged on. Silent, a powerful mage, was locked in a fierce and evenly matched duel with his sister, Brigitta. Brigitta, her sword seemingly slick with her own blood, hadn't given up on persuading him to join her. Clearly employing blood magic, she unleashed an attack. Silent, however, was ready. He successfully parried the blow. Brigitta, strong and resolute, braced herself, as did Silent, for the next inevitable strike. She attacked again, each assault growing more curious and intense than the last. Despite his strength and focus, a flicker of worry for Ronin crossed Silent's face as he fought. The temple shuddered under the force of their clashing powers, yet neither gained a clear advantage. For an old man, Brigitta remarked, "My brother is certainly strong. It seems a waste to have to kill him. Why can't we just go together?" She promised him an executive position, just like hers, if he joined their cause. Silent retorted that she had grown rusty, her movements slow like the shadows of Romheim. "You're just bored," Brigitta countered. "So busy buying those children time to escape that you didn't even notice me." A wave of frustration washed over Silent as he realized she'd been aware of his plan all along. All that, just so the child wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, she observed. "So you could leave with a clear conscience," she continued, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "It's strange. You seem to have lost interest in this world you've protected for so long." Silent reminded her they were merely guests, their meeting a chance encounter, and warned her not to lay a hand on them. He made it clear that if she crossed that line, he wouldn't let her leave peacefully. Brigitte left. There's nothing I can do about that, she said, because I already have. As she spoke, he felt a surge of immense power emanating from somewhere nearby. The distraction caused him to momentarily lower his guard. A lapsed Brigitte instantly exploited, slicing through his arm. The two-headed ogre, having already caused Ronin and his companions considerable trouble, now loomed before them. The three, Ashel, Maria, and Braun, froze, paralyzed by fear. Ronin roared at them to snap out of it, urging them to stay behind him. We can't beat that thing. Braun, his eyes locked on the monstrous ogre, stood rooted to the spot, unable to flee. With a single backhand, the ogre sent Braun flying, crashing into the rocks. Badly wounded, Braun lay crumpled on the ground. The ogre turned its attention to the remaining two. Ashel and Maria knew they should run, but the ogre's impending attack left them no chance to escape. Ronin moved swiftly, intercepting the attack so that Maria and Ashel wouldn't be injured. They simply watched as Ronin shielded them. They realized Ronin wasn't afraid, even when facing the massive beast. Addressing the two, he told them to take the bandages and tend to Braun. His voice was laced with anger and determination. That thing was his, he said. Ronin yelled at them to hurry and tossed the bandages over to help with first aid. As the two ran to provide aid to Braun, something in the two-headed ogre's eyes caught Ronin's attention. It was the magic circle in its eyes, the same one he had seen on the giant before. It was the mark of the Nebula Chasers. Fury surged through him, and he charged to fight the two-headed ogre. He lunged at the ogre with increasingly ferocious attacks. He noted its resistance was quite high. The ogre attacked as well, sometimes landing blows on Ronin. He blocked the attacks and retaliated with full force once more. The brute strength was the same as before. The ogre threw tree trunks and even orcs to attack Ronin. Normally, Ronin would be thrilled to continue a fight he hadn't finished. But the ogre did something it shouldn't have. It hurt one of Ronin's companions. At that moment, Sheeta and the two were providing aid to Braun. Ronin faced the ogre, saying the bastard was already dead. For a moment, he seemed to prepare. He jumped high, launching multiple attacks. Gaining enough height, he delivered a fatal blow to the ogre. The ogre didn't make it easy. The reason Ronin couldn't defeat it in his past life was that he had no way to pierce its skin and inflict a fatal wound. He was about to deliver multiple slashes to the ogre. Now, things had changed. He had a sword and the skills he learned from his master. He took his stance, preparing to use the fourth form of the Navy Rose swordsmanship, and used the spinning sword. He successfully slashed the ogre with this move. As he landed, both feet touching the ground, he told the ogre to give up as it was already dead. Hearing the sound of the massive ogre's body hitting the ground, he thought he still had a long way to go. It took too long to defeat an ordinary ogre. He quickly headed to where Ashel, Maria, and Braun were. He was worried, but they said Sheeta had already completed the emergency treatment. Even so, Braun still needed a doctor, but he would be fine for now. Ronin told them to go ahead. He would go find Salant. When he arrived at the temple, he was horrified to find everything destroyed. He didn't know what had happened. He hadn't been gone long. He noticed someone approaching and called out Salant's name. Salant was overjoyed, realizing Ronin was safe. He struggled to his feet, apologizing for not coming immediately. Ronin helped him steady himself and asked what happened. Who did this? Salant said he was all right, but this needed to end today, but they could be back any minute, so before he finished, he was struck a fatal blow. Ronin watched in horror as his friend was obliterated before his eyes. Even then, he still called out for Salant. Salant had fallen, but he was still alive. Ronin wanted to help, but his own situation was dire. Something was coming towards them. A woman, furious that her brother had nearly killed her. She demanded of him, was he all right with doing this to an old comrade? Her anger radiated, fueled by his use of such a dangerous skill. He'd launched the attack right after she'd severed his arm. She was deeply frustrated. He had genuinely tried to kill her, only because she possessed the blessing of the stars had it not come to pass. Regardless, she wasn't planning on fighting him further, but she did find it amusing that he'd managed to defeat the two-headed ogre. He asked her who she was. She realized he hadn't seen her in this form, so she told him to thank her again. As the person he knew her as, she said, "Thank you for saving me," addressing him as adventurer. Then, recognition flickered in his eyes. He remembered her as the elf imprisoned in the forest. She was grateful, as thanks to him, she was able to pass through the barrier. As a reward, she would grant him a quick and painless death. At that moment, she launched an attack near him, intending to finish the job alongside her brother. She was surprised to see him dodge and carry Salin away with him. She'd assumed he was just an inexperienced boy. Ronan, realizing her strength, told Sheeta to take care of Salin. Sheeta immediately began emergency treatment. Ronan was fed up with these rats and told her they'd managed to destroy the furnace and had also been watching the Duke's family, and now he was climbing up there. It was she who uttered the name of their organization, Nebula Chasers. She found each moment more and more intriguing. She asked him if he'd met her babies, as she'd heard some bastard was angry and killing those who got close to him while carrying out their mission. She said she knew it was him. He was surprised, as her movements were much faster than his, yet she was equally surprised, because she thought that for someone so young, his reflexes were excellent. No wonder all her babies were dead. She continued to attack, and he continued to dodge, which further piqued her curiosity. The more he dodged, the more she wanted to know what he was hiding. As he blocked one of her attacks, he realized she was incredibly strong and was predicting his every move. He thought he needed to end this quickly, before she was fully prepared. Going on the offensive, he noticed she was anticipating it. Blocking the attack, she told him she really liked him, and it was a shame to kill him, asking why he didn't join their organization. She said he would be treated well and would definitely like it. She told him he really had no other choice. She started to attack his brother. She told him if he refused, she would kill Salint first. She would torture him slowly and painfully. As she attacked Salint, Sheeta dodged, interrupting the healing. Salint told him not to worry and to run. He'd be all right. She was waiting for his reply and said the elf's fate was in his hands. Ronan said the only decision he would make was to tear her to pieces. He attacked her, calling her a damned traitor. She said he couldn't keep this up. If that were true, she would want him even more. A more intense battle began. So far, he was able to fight her on equal footing. Salint watched the conflict from where he was, and he seemed to be in pain, trying to call out to Ronan. But he was busy blocking and attacking the traitor. Brigitta was thrilled. She hadn't had such a strong opponent in a long time. He charged at her with great determination, but she just grabbed his hand, stopping the sword he was wielding. She kept saying it would be a waste to kill him. She told him to be a good boy, and if he moved, she would kill him. She launched an attack, slamming him to the ground. It seemed to have made quite an impact. Even though he could still see, as she tried to pierce him with her sword, she said with a very happy face that when he opened his eyes, the starlight would be there to greet him. Badly injured, he lay on the ground. Brigitta was about to end his life when he thought he needed to move. A magic shield blocked her attack, stopping her from piercing Ronan. She was angry because her brother was interfering again. He told his sister that he was sure he had warned her not to mess with him. He warned that if she touched him, he wouldn't forgive her. Ronan looked at Salint and said it was risky to do anything in that state. He said Ronan had done enough and had bought him the time he needed to prepare. As he managed to see all the magic power he had gathered, Salint told Ronan to leave. He pushed him away with magic. Brigitta asked if he thought she would just sit there and wait. She prepared to attack, but as she looked around, she realized she had fallen into a trap. Magic seals were everywhere. She asked him how he managed to do that as he was very injured. He told her that it would all end here. Forming a powerful attack, he was saying goodbye to his little sister. She took the full brunt of that magnificent attack. Ronan was amazed by the power of the two. He was also worried that if Salint continued to expend this much magic power, it could have bad consequences for him. Salint laughed and said he needed to end it all there, even if it drained all his magic. She screamed and asked how he could use such a powerful spell and still believe in a stupid ghost. Brigitta burned with rage, her magic power stronger than ever. She said they were the favored disciples of the stars. As long as the stars' blessing was with them, no one could stop them. She said, in other words, she didn't need to try to change his mind anymore, so she would kill him. Sheeta shielded him with her body. Salint thought this would be the end of him. He then communicated with Ronan telepathically, telling him he needed to be blunt, because he didn't have much time. It seemed Brigitta could modify attacks using a skill called Blessing of the Stars. Brigitta's movements were limited at that moment, severely injured as she was. So, Salint pleaded with Ronan to run, so that one day he could return. He said what was happening there shouldn't have happened. Ronan asked her why he was saying goodbye. Brigitta had tried to kill Salint the moment she appeared. Salint said that even though he had thought about giving up, it wasn't over yet. There were things Ronan wouldn't know for a long time. Even now, he had never run from a fight. He told Ronan to trust him this time. Brigida, seeing the pillar, was furious. She said he should know his place. She launched a series of attacks at him, bolts of lightning, which he dodged skillfully. Silent also took the opportunity to attack her. She asked her brother if he thought that attack would do anything. She declared she had the blessing of the stars and raised her sword to finish them. Ronan was running towards her, seeing an opening. She had let her guard down. She told him he could never touch her. It was then she realized she had lost her arm, along with her sword, and there were more precise wounds, just like that one. Ronan said that was exactly what he wanted her to think. She asked how he had cut through the blessing of the stars. He replied, "Who knows?" He asked if she was curious. She thought it impossible, but after slicing her to pieces, he said if she really wanted to know, she should ask her stupid stars, since he was able to cut her. Our video ends here. If you liked it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time. The malicious elf, so sure of her victory, told Ronan that when he opened his eyes, he might find himself bathed in starlight. She was about to swing her sword. Ronan thought he needed to move, but he couldn't. Just then, a mana shield protected his body. Surprised that she couldn't attack, the elf realized her brother was interfering in the fight again. Even injured and extremely weak, Silent was a powerful elf and still had enough energy to protect Ronan. Furious with the elf's actions, the brother lost his composure. He warned her in a grave tone that if she touched Ronan, he would never forgive her. However, she scoffed at him, claiming it was risky for him to do anything in his current state. Silent warned that he would take care of the woman, as Ronan had already done enough to buy him time to prepare. He then told Ronan to stand back and, with his magic, hurled the young man to the other side. The treacherous elf declared she wouldn't just stand there and watch. This time, she prepared a new attack. However, she stopped her assault when she realized she had fallen into a trap. Several pentagrams shone in the sky above her. She couldn't understand how her brother, even injured, had mustered enough energy to create such an effective trap. Silent declared that even though his heart was wounded by his sister's betrayal, this moment would be the one to end it all. He knew he had to say goodbye and erase someone like her from the face of the earth. Then, a radiant power began to engulf his body. He sat down on the ground, screaming in a mixture of pain and rage. Ronan watched from afar as the light trapped the elf within the attack. Even knowing Silent's power, he was still surprised to realize how strong the elf remained, despite his grave injuries. Silent didn't let himself be defeated easily. Even heavily wounded, he still chose to fight. He reasoned that even if this attack drained all of his brother's mana and life force, he wouldn't give up, as it was necessary to end this situation. Brigida tried to disparage his resolve, saying that someone who believed in ghosts would never dare to trap her. Enraged, she dispelled the attack and started walking towards him. She declared that as long as the blessing of the stars was with her, both of them being chosen disciples of the stars, no one could stop her. The elf was no longer willing to try and change his brother's mind, so she decided to eliminate him. As she approached Silent, she looked at him as if they were enemies of many years. Meanwhile, little Sheeta growled, trying to protect the elf. Silent thought this might be his end. He tried to communicate telepathically with Ronan. Ronan quickly responded through the link. Silent said he would be straightforward, as he didn't have much time. He warned that Brigida could modify shortcuts with an ability called the Blessing of the Stars. Hearing these words, Ronan remembered his past life. Silent continued to explain that Brigida's movements were limited due to serious injuries. He told Ronan to run and prepare for the day she would return. He also said that all of this was happening because of him. Ronan was surprised, wondering why Silent seemed to be saying goodbye. However, due to the distance separating them, Ronan didn't notice that Brigida was about to finish off his brother. As she delivered the final blow, she was surprised to find the young man blocking the attack. Silent looked at the young man with despair as he returned to the battlefield. Tired of losing those close to him, Ronan told Silent that he shouldn't think about giving up. He said the fight wasn't over, and there were things Silent didn't yet know. Saying he never ran from a fight, he brandished his sword, ready for a new attack. He told his friend to trust his words. These words surprised Silent, leaving him completely stunned. The treacherous elf couldn't believe what she was hearing either, as in her eyes, Ronan was just a brat driven by hatred. She said he needed to know his place. However, the young time traveler was ready for her attack. Almost instantly, a tempest of lightning surrounded Ronan, but not a single bolt struck him. This startled Brigida, who realized her brother was intervening in the fight. She became irritated again again and said that if he thought this would make any difference, he was wrong. Brigitta raised her sword, ready to deliver the final blow, declaring that no one could touch her. However, before she could finish, a faster figure sliced through the fleeing elf's upper arm with a sword. Then he asked her if she expected him to believe all of this. Even Salent couldn't believe what he was seeing. Brigitta, trembling, asked how he had overcome the blessing of the stars, but he countered by asking if she truly wanted to know. If she was curious, Brigitta incredulously thought that all of this was impossible. The attack not only severed the elf's upper limbs, but also left her gravely wounded. Even so, she still had the strength to doubt what was happening, disappointed that she couldn't understand how any of this could be true. Just then, the young time traveler said she could ask her foolish stars. He looked at Brigitta furiously, saying they should go and find the answers, understand how he was able to defeat her. So she thought this was the end. She just needed a little more time to find the truth. She was indeed waiting to hear eternity, but she didn't have the chance to understand it. Salent wondered if she would be able to obtain the truth, although deep down he hoped the outcome would be different. Finally, Ronan stood weakly, only able to support himself by leaning on his sword. He looked back and thought it had been a close call. If it weren't for the fact that she had let her guard down due to the blessing she expected, the one lying on the ground would have been him. He recalled that in another lifetime, no one but himself could touch the giants. Their power nullified any attack from anyone. He thought of a high-ranking subordinate in the nebula who was also capable of wielding power in the name of a blessing. As he observed the elf lying on the ground, he heard his name. It was Salent's weak voice calling out to him, wondering if he was all right, which brought Ronan back to reality. Seeing the state of his elven friend, he asked what Sita was doing, as she hadn't used any magic yet. Ronan told Salent to wait a little longer, but everything was already decided. He assured Ronan that he would be fine. The elf placed his hand on his friend's arm, his expression weak, and said it was all right. However, he admitted he was sorry and needed to ask for one last favor. He wanted to be taken to the stone he considered his god. He coughed in fits, his body extremely weak, and was placed near the place he yearned for, Ronan accompanying him. Salent apologized for forcing Ronan to see him in such a state, but the traveler felt guilty. He felt utterly desolate, saying that if it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Salent tried to comfort him, saying it was just a matter of a transitional period, not anyone's fault. Looking into Ronan's eyes, he felt sympathy, knowing it would be a long journey. He told the young man that he would have to lose a lot and endure much suffering. Even so, he told him not to give up. Salent was certain Ronan would succeed. As he placed his hand on his friend's shoulder once more, he began radiating an intense green light. The protagonist could barely look at him, but he realized Salent was turning to stone. Now, Salent had found the peace he had always sought. He departed with joy and gratitude. Because Ronan had found the answers he'd been searching for, he told his friend he would continue to accompany him on his journey. But now, he would accompany Salent and be with him always. As the light intensified, Salent turned to stone. His spirit transformed into a green orb of light, merging with the massive stone he so often spoke of. Ronan left him to rest. Afterward, they departed the mountains and returned to school. And so, their first adventure concluded, leaving a profound mark on them, thanks to Salent. Now, Ronan stood in the headmaster's office, submitting his activity report. It was clear that, for a first adventure, things had been rather hectic. He argued that everything had happened because of that crazy elf. He tried to convince the headmaster that the next time wouldn't be so disastrous, and pleaded against any ban on the club's activities. The headmaster, though not entirely familiar with Ronan, understood that losing someone close was a complicated matter. He asked Ronan if he was truly all right. Ronan replied that if he said he was fine, he'd be lying. But he knew Salent would be saddened to see him grieve. He told the headmaster not to worry and thanked him for his concern. The headmaster expressed his understanding and promised to let it slide this time, despite the fact they had raided an orc encampment and eliminated a criminal. He couldn't punish his students for such a monumental achievement. However, he warned them against such reckless actions again. Still, he added, as a headmaster, he couldn't be indifferent to his students getting hurt. Relieved to avoid punishment, Ronan promised to abide by the rules and left, practically skipping with joy. He assured the headmaster he'd be back before their next adventure. He apologized for the inconvenience, and before the headmaster could finish speaking, he bolted out the door. The headmaster mused, realizing this student hadn't attended class recently, perhaps unaware of what was to come. A while later, at the Special Adventures Club building, Ronan was overseeing a training session when he ran into Schlieffen. He asked Schlieffen when he'd returned. Schlieffen said he needed to talk about the Grassel Nebula and hoped Ronan had time to listen. When they finally had a moment, they began their conversation. Ronan, curious about the progress, asked Schlieffen if he'd dealt with the rats in his family. Schlieffen reported that for the past 15 days, they'd been conducting an extensive search. So far, they'd tracked 19 traitors, 5 of whom he'd confronted personally. The others would soon be sent to Lorthalin, where they would receive a proper interrogation. However, he revealed the problem. The injunction that had previously hindered their actions was no longer in effect. Startled by this news, Ronan wondered what he meant. Schlieffen explained that once the suspects were tracked, the injunction became void. Considering how meticulous the traitors were, they'd likely found a way to nullify the injunction. Ronan was disheartened by this news, knowing he now had to scrutinize each of them individually. To check their posture, Schlieffen declared the meeting adjourned, promising to return with more information soon. Before departing, he added that he looked forward to the moment Ronan would face him again. 2 days passed. Midterm exams at the Nebula Academy were now looming. News spread that the Nebula midterms would be held on an island belonging to Philion. All the students gathered there, and the instructor announced she would explain the examination guidelines. Reminding them that her subject focused on practical combat, she expressed her preference for holding the exam on a battlefield, but admitted that school regulations forbade it. While many breathed a sigh of relief, she went on to explain that the students would be scattered across the island to participate in a no-holds-barred duel. She reassured them they needn't fear for their lives. Safety measures were in place, bracelets that, upon detecting an inability to continue fighting, would transport the wearer to the main square in Philion, where highly skilled healers stood ready to mend most injuries. This way, they could fight with all their might, using any method or technique at their disposal. However, for that day only, the students were instructed to seek out their peers and, essentially, eliminate them from the competition. The instructor directed them to step forward and receive their bracelets when their names were called. Once equipped, they would be transported to specific coordinates on the island. Hearing the name Audesh, Ronan realized that even the commander would be participating in the exam. Some grumbled, believing it unfair for a mere assistant to be included. Others, however, saw her participation as advantageous, assuming her incompetence would save them from last place. Ronan found these opinions irritating, feeling a more objective assessment was necessary. He worried, though, that sending the less capable Audesh into such a free-for-all might lead to a grim outcome. When Ronan's turn came, he was transported to a secluded area. He quickly realized he wasn't alone and called out for whoever was hiding to reveal themselves. One individual hesitated, clearly uncomfortable, while others remained concealed behind trees. None seemed pleased, being transported to the same location as that monster. Suddenly, someone lunged at him, but before the attack could land, Ronan, anticipating the move, brought his sword to his opponent's throat, warning that sneak attacks were unacceptable. He questioned whether this was the behavior of his supposedly fragile junior classmates. Agitated by the situation, those around them grew wary. It became clear that all those transported to the same location had formed a sort of temporary alliance. Ronan remarked that this was likely a result of Philion's training, preparing them for complex situations. An arrow whizzed towards him, which he deftly dodged, just as the archer was struck down by another attack. This tactic isn't working, Ronan observed, his gaze fixed on the branch where the attacker perched. Cries of warning erupted from his allies. The ambush had failed, and everyone began to brace themselves. Even if Ronan was considered a monster, he was only one, and they had him outnumbered. A chorus of voices urged a united assault. Though it took some time, eventually everyone was teleported away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Audesh was cornered by the opposing team. They believed her endurance was waning. This, they thought, would be her end. One of them suggested she'd be better off surrendering. Visibly exhausted, Audesh planted her sword in the ground, using it to support her weary frame. Spent and seemingly frail, Audesh carefully studied the two opponents before her, noting their relaxed stances. They had grown careless. Even Ian, the best student in the third year, was among them, which perhaps explained their confidence in an assured victory. However, their carelessness had created an opening, and Audesh knew she needed only one. Seizing the moment, she lifted the sword she had been leaning on and launched a swift attack against her two adversaries. Their cries of alarm betrayed their surprise. They hadn't seen it coming. They had glimpsed the true nature of the assistant. She wasn't as fragile as she appeared. In that instant, Adesh revealed the ruthless warrior within, striking vital points from the outset. However, she knew that after defeating these two, she would have to face Ian immediately. She planned to move quickly, but was caught off guard by a well-calculated tactic. Ian, having struck her down, mocked her, calling her a stubborn child. He told her she should accept that she wasn't smart enough, and no matter how hard she tried, she would never be his equal. He laughed derisively, admitting that seeing her defeated brought him immense satisfaction. He declared his certainty that the fight was over. Ronan watched from the branches above, the confrontation having reached the outcome he'd anticipated. He acknowledged, however, that Adesh had given it her all. She had cleverly misled her enemies and seized the opportunity to formulate a sound strategy. But there was a clear skill gap between her and the kind of general Ian aspired to be. Ronan was pondering this when, to his surprise, he saw Adesh rise to her feet, ready to face the top student once more. She boldly challenged him. Clearly irritated, Ian asked if she really wanted to make things more complicated. Without hesitation, Adesh replied that she preferred it that way, because the test wasn't over yet and she had bigger plans. Her resolve was evident, but her initial attacks were merely superficial. She knew she could do better. Ian sarcastically congratulated her, saying she was an expert at being annoying, a skill that cost him a devastating counterattack. As Adesh struggled to recover, Ian mocked her, claiming it was shameful to even fight someone so insignificant. He asked, with a hint of curiosity, what gave her such conviction, since in his eyes, she possessed no talent, not even the barest hint of a beginner's aptitude. Despite this, she continued to fight, refusing to yield, a persistence he interpreted as sheer desperation. He offered her some sincere, if condescending, advice. It's best not to let anyone know what drove you this far, Adesh. A sorrowful look clouded Adesh's eyes. She considered revealing the truth, but the memory of her father's embrace at her mother's grave surfaced. He had told her she was meant to be a great commander. The memory steeled her resolve. It's not about giving up or not, she replied firmly. It's about believing that my dream won't be crushed by anyone. Ronan, still perched in the tree, heard her words, and his eyes widened. Adesh declared that she would forge her own destiny, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. Ian laughed, retorting that she could keep dreaming, oblivious to her own inadequacy. Before he could finish his attack, Adesh tried to retrieve her sword, but before she could defend herself, Ronan appeared between them. With a single, precise strike, he shattered Ian's weapon, stunning both the student and Adesh. Ronan turned to Ian, apologizing for the interruption, but making it clear that the fight was over. Despite Ian's prowess, his mistake had been letting his guard down. For a moment, Adesh could barely manage to utter Ronan's name. Seemingly bewildered, her mind racing with questions about what had just transpired. Ronan looked at Adesh calmly, asking if she was all right. Still slightly shaken, she thanked him and replied that she was fine. Curiosity gnawed at her. She wanted to know how he had gotten there. He told her he would explain another time. Taking her hand, Ronan asked her to spare him a moment, as there was something he wanted to hear. As they stood by the cliff's edge, listening to the water below, he mentioned his interest in knowing why she wanted to become a great commander. Adesh found his sudden curiosity strange, but noticing his earnestness, she decided to share. Her eyes fixed on the ground, even though it was a painful subject to discuss. She mustered her strength, her voice tinged with sadness, and asked if he had ever heard of the Midnight Hounds. She recounted how, 10 years ago, the werewolf invasion had marked the Empire's first northern war. The werewolves were determined to halt the Empire's expansion. That night, Adesh's entire family had perished during a family dinner. Her mother and siblings had been ordered to leave. Just before they crossed the threshold, her mother had tried to reassure her, saying she had an urgent mission and was sorry to leave her. She had entrusted her father to take good care of their daughter. That was the last time Adesh saw her mother and siblings. Later, she learned that the village knights had been sent to defend the crumbling walls of the castle. However, this was part of a flawed strategy to confront them. The strength of the werewolf army had been underestimated, and as a result, the village had been sacrificed. These villagers received only a symbolic monument in the graveyard. Adesh, still a child then, couldn't accept the justifications others gave for the noble sacrifice made during the incident. She believed it could all have been avoided through peaceful negotiations or a better strategy, using their geographical position to the Empire's advantage. To her, these deaths were meaningless, the result of her superior's incompetence. From that moment on, she vowed to become a flawless commander. Her goal was to ensure no one else would need a symbolic monument and to preserve lives. A silence fell between them as they both sought to shift the heavy atmosphere. Adesh apologized for the somber turn the conversation had taken. Ronan agreed it was an unfortunate affair, but he said, thanks to it, he understood something important. When she asked what, he remained silent. He thought to himself that it would be impossible to make her give up, even if it meant bringing her closer to a tragic end. Ronan remembered Salanti and decided he could no longer remain a mere spectator. As they spoke, an unexpected individual found Ronan, carrying an aura Adesh found familiar. It was an acquaintance of Mana's, someone Ronan said he had been anxiously awaiting. The newcomer got straight to the point, asking Adesh if she knew about Shadow Mana. She didn't know what that was, but he explained that awakening it required specific conditions and believed she could master it. Ronan shared that the name came from someone he'd met, that he was the one who named it. Confident that Adesh could also wield it, he placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry, because he had decided to help her. Comforted by these words, a smile touched Adesh's lips. Ronan affirmed he would help her in the right way, addressing her as the great commander. But the conversational moment ended without warning as he shoved her off the cliff, completing the test phase. Adesh thanked him before being teleported back to the plaza. Ronan, meanwhile, smiled, saying that everything was settled now. Before leaving, he commented that third place wasn't bad, and he'd see her when he returned. Now Ronan had to deal with something else. Schlieffen finally caught up with him, watching him silently. Ronan noted that, judging by the way Schlieffen arrived, he must have already eliminated the other competitors. Schlieffen confirmed they were the only two left on the island and asked if Ronan knew what that meant. Ronan replied that he knew better than anyone and was ready to decide who was the best student in the academy. Both drew their swords, poised for a decisive duel after being pushed off the cliff. Adesh awoke in the center of the Philion Academy Plaza. She realized she was fully healed and understood she had returned after being eliminated. Ronan's words still echoed in her mind. Looking around, she noticed everyone was watching the final fight on a large screen. The battle between the final two contestants was fierce, the movements almost too fast to see, and it looked like Ronan was being pushed back. Schlieffen was displaying a ferocious hunger for the fight. Driven by a relentless desire to prove his superiority, he splintered his storm sword into multiple attacks, increasing the danger. However, Ronan's only focus was to continue evading. His opponent seemed limitless. Schlieffen employed the proximity sword style, renowned for its swift and precise strikes. Ronan moved vertically, minimizing the openings for a counterattack. He knew that if Schlieffen unleashed his mana fully, escape would be impossible. Despite this, he noticed something unexpected. Since capturing Doran, Ronan's sword control had dramatically improved. Where he had once been noticeably slower, he could now almost match Schlieffen's power level. Taking cover behind a rock, Ronan reflected that this opponent seemed stronger than he remembered from his past life. Schlieffen, on the other hand, was impressed by Ronan. Even when Ronan used the storm sword to its fullest, he compensated with innovative techniques. The ability to channel mana and replicate swordsman commands so flawlessly was frustrating. Both pushed their speed to the limit, their mana reserves nearly depleted. It was clear the fight needed to end soon. Ronan knew he couldn't prolong this confrontation. He adjusted his stance, preparing for a decisive blow. Almost simultaneously, both reached the same conclusion. They lunged forward with precise, devastating final attacks. The arena now bore witness to the clash of two exceptional swordsmen, driven by an insatiable hunger for victory. Each strike seemed to tear through the air, defenses executed with near superhuman precision. The fight climaxed with a supreme attack from both sides, begging the question of who could block or withstand it. Schlieffen realized Ronan had no choice but to brace for the impact of the storm. However, Watching Ronan's movements, he was once again surprised. Even as he was hit, Ronan smiled, displaying his usual resilience. Both received heavy blows, the fight leaning towards a possible draw. It only depended on who would fall first. Leaning on their swords, the two warriors remained standing, while the crowd in the plaza watched, utterly captivated. Students commented in fascination that the fight was worthy of giants. Adesh overheard some saying that, due to the intensity of the confrontation, the two should have been tested separately. She looked at the screen again, noticing the intricacies of the fight, especially the use of the Navy Rose swordsmanship. Both combatants were exhausted. The next blow set to decide the victor. Utterly spent, they maintained their stances, held up only by the support of their blades. Schlieffen, bearing some visible wounds, commented that he had finally found a worthy rival, and that he knew Ronan would also reach the academy. It was the best decision he had ever made, and he believed Ronan felt the same. However, it was time to end this. He said he would make it quick, as at this rate, the two might end up becoming too attached. Ronan, with a determined look, replied that there was no time for regrets now, and hoped his opponent felt the same. Schlieffen urged him to unleash his full power in the next attack, and Ronan realized just how formidable his opponent truly was. He knew he would eventually need to win Schlieffen's support, but first, he needed to establish dominance. He could only achieve that by overwhelming him in this battle, so he unleashed his full might, stunning his opponent. Schlieffen realized that, even injured, Ronan had managed to execute a complex attack. His speed seemed to have increased, and now Schlieffen was struggling to keep up. However, if Ronan continued to utilize such extreme speeds, Schlieffen knew his body wouldn't be able to withstand strain. Knowing Ronan was executing his attacks with no regard for the consequences, Schlieffen yelled, urging him to continue the fight. He plunged his sword into the ground, intent on amplifying the power of his storm blade. Ronan felt a surge of panic, realizing he had mistakenly assumed his opponent couldn't match his speed. Schlieffen hadn't faltered. He was now unleashing his mana blade before them. Wounded, Ronan knew precise control over his mana was impossible, and Schlieffen must have been in agony as well. Ronan couldn't believe Schlieffen was so determined to win that he would push his own body to such extremes. But on some level, he too was determined not to back down, no matter how destructive the oncoming storm. Now, with both of them at their limits, they couldn't let this clash end in a whimper, not after investing so much. Ronan knew he couldn't get any closer. Everything had to be decided in that moment. Schlieffen knew exactly what Ronan's next move would be. Having met all expectations of the battle, it was too late when Ronan realized it was a trap, as his opponent poured everything he had left into his attack. Schlieffen unleashed the aura of the Thunderblade. An intense blue light engulfed most of the island. The result of the Thunderblade was a massive, ferocious whirlwind, shrouded in blue light. The attack was of colossal proportions. When the dust finally settled, Schlieffen was still standing, sword embedded in the ground, while Ronan had been flung a considerable distance. Ronan, seething, couldn't believe his opponent would take the fight to such extremes, leaving himself so exposed. He never imagined Schlieffen would use the storm so intensely, even at the cost of harming himself. It was clear now that Schlieffen was truly unpredictable, especially with a blade in his hand. Observing the manic look in his opponent's eyes, Ronan realized this was Schlieffen's true nature. But he also thought that going this far was undoubtedly the best decision of his life. One of them would surely meet their end. While still being knocked back through the air, Schlieffen managed to regain control of his body to counterattack. Already poised for a final strike, sword at the ready, he positioned himself for one last blow, every eye fixed upon him. The crowd in the plaza was ecstatic, everyone anticipating the conclusion of this epic battle. The Navy Rose organization eagerly awaited to see who would emerge as the true top student of the class. Ronan, resolute, knew this would be the final blow. Both exhausted, Ronan launched a swift and decisive attack. His opponent, Schlieffen, attempted to block, but when the dust settled, both remained standing. The fight was far from over. Neither seemed to have the strength to continue, yet Schlieffen cried out that he couldn't take it anymore, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Ronan, though satisfied he had bested him, was near his own breaking point. The final scene showed both of them on the ground, utterly spent. On screen, everyone watched in silence. Then, a roar erupted from the Academy Plaza, declaring the midterm exam over. A truly high-level sword duel. It concluded as Ronan awoke. He found himself back in the infirmary, with Adesh and instructor Nabaroth present. Registering their presence, Ronan asked if being with them meant the exam was over. Nabaroth confirmed it was, but mentioned that despite the heavy consequences, the fight had been magnificent, making all the destruction worthwhile. Schlieffen was also in the infirmary, but Ronan waking first implied his superior endurance. Ronan, wondering what this meant, began to gloat that he had won, but Adesh explained that in actuality, no one knew who had won. Both had regained consciousness simultaneously, so the result was declared a draw. They were tied for first place. Ronan wasn't entirely satisfied with this, but he understood what had happened. The instructor considered him to be handling it well, as she had anticipated him throwing a tantrum over not being able to accept such an outcome. He asked what they took him for, as he had reflected on the fight, and found it made perfect sense. He knew his opponent was strong, much stronger than he had anticipated, and to him, that meant he needed to train harder. The instructor was pleased, believing not only his skills had matured, but his mentality as well. She believed he was right and saw no reason for him to be discouraged. It had been a great experience for both of them, especially for Ronan, as he had finally managed to use mana the way he had intended. Startled, he began to ask aloud if he had truly used mana. Nabaroth asked if he hadn't noticed the final blow was delivered with mana, as that was the true cheese sword. Reflecting on it, Ronan realized he had felt something different in that moment. So that was it. The instructor confirmed it was indeed the cheese sword, usable only by those who knew how to manipulate mana. She likened it to his inner energy, which until then he had only been imitating. She stated that if he delved into it, he could reach a new dimension of power. However, judging by his reaction, Ronan still hadn't fully grasped the feeling, and it needed to be treated differently than with other students. He wouldn't know when his body would impose new limitations, the instructor questioned. Her assistant would take him to Professor Jaredin's Stone Song the next day. The following day, Adesh told Ronan that she hadn't seen Professor Jaredin in a long time. She explained that he was the most skilled at manipulating mana, and other professors often sought him out when students' mana became entangled or their training stagnated. They were sent to Jaredin, who resolved these issues with ease. Hearing all this, Ronan thought the professor sounded remarkable, but he wondered why Nabaroth didn't like people like him. Adesh explained that the issue lay in their environment, though she wasn't sure if it was due to a personality clash. He would understand once he met the professor. For her, the important thing at that moment was whether Ronan could still sense mana. If this professor was truly so remarkable, he might be able to help with the shadow mana issue, something completely foreign to Ronan's previous life. He didn't know much about it, so learning a bit would be good, especially since they were both headed there. As Ronan spoke with Schlieffen, asking him if he was all right, Adesh observed them. She asked Schlieffen if he had accepted the proposal Ronan mentioned the previous day. Asserting that it wasn't a proposal anyone could refuse, Schlieffen, seeing Ronan seek him out as soon as he was discharged, assumed they had reached an agreement. He said he wasn't satisfied with the draw either, and had already reached for his sword. He invited Ronan to the training grounds to settle the score, but Ronan had other plans. He told Schlieffen not to look at him like that, because he wasn't satisfied with the result either, but he had called him over for a different reason. With that, Ronan grabbed the Adventure Club registration form and excitedly presented it to Schlieffen, urging him to join the club. To persuade him, Ronan explained that he could leave the school grounds, gain real battle experience, and wouldn't be bored. Schlieffen asked him if he was suggesting he ally himself with the very enemy he planned to defeat one day. He found the idea absurd and said he didn't have time for such things. He was already leaving. Adesh commented that it was a shame, because the club members were planning a grand opening party. She explained that everything was scheduled to take place on the date of her trip to the island. Then she mentioned her younger sister, Ilo, and upon hearing this, Ronan's fists clenched. He asked if Schlieffen's sister was moving to the island. He wanted to know more details, asking which district she would be living in and whether bodyguards had been arranged. On the day of the move, Schlieffen replied that he wouldn't share anything with non-club members. However, he suggested that perhaps Ronan should should join the club. Ronan immediately signed up for the adventure club, eager to gain information about Ilo's moving day. He asked if he now qualified to learn more, thinking to himself that he never imagined Man would one day become the Lord of Grand Shia. Hadishan announced that they had arrived. This was where Professor Jaredin resided, in Tower 41. Ronan found the situation strange. Secretive professors were difficult to deal with, but this one seemed even more complex. A short while later, the professor appeared, inquiring about the assistant to the woman with the longsword. Introducing himself, he stood before Ronan, a man burdened with several backpacks, as if returning from a long journey. The assistant attempted to introduce Ronan, explaining his difficulty manifesting mana and their referral to Nabaroth for guidance. The professor examined Ronan, and upon hearing he was sent solely to address his mana manifestation issues, remarked that he must be a promising student indeed. The professor immediately told Ronan to dispense with formalities. He asked Ronan about his preparations, but Ronan was completely unaware of what he was talking about. Extending a hand, the professor informed Ronan that he didn't do volunteer work. His services came at a price. He fixed Ronan with a steady gaze, waiting for him to produce payment. Ronan realized with bewilderment that the professor was actually asking him for money. The professor remarked sarcastically that Ronan's comprehension was truly befitting a rising star. He explained that addressing this issue would require a minimum of 10 gold coins per hour, and that this rate was per person. Certainly, Ronan realized the professor wasn't joking. He was 100% serious about extorting his students. He stated that he didn't have the money now and inquired if there were any alternatives. The professor replied that there was, which was to simply return from whence he came. Once there, if he could arrange for 10 gold coins from the institution that sent him, that would be fine. However, something odd niggled at the professor, and he began to think there might be a solution. Turning, he looked at Ronan and ordered him to follow, stating he had a proposition. As he looked at Ronan, the professor felt a vibration from the ring given to him by Siente. Soon, they arrived at a strange, desolate, and dirty place like a prison. The moment they stepped inside, all outside sounds vanished. The professor cast a spell, setting up a barrier. The door's security mechanisms were magically reinforced, and Ronan was unsure what the professor was doing. Before formally beginning their conversation, the professor said he wanted to see the item. Ronan reached into his pocket, retrieving the precious object and carefully handing it over. The professor examined the item, stating that he, too, felt it was valuable. Now that it was in his hands, he could sense it more clearly. The mana was so clear and pure, suggesting a dragon had flown by at least 2,000 years ago. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't from a dragon, but an elf. He explained that the terms were simple. He needed to extract a small amount of mana from the item. The professor had an experiment that required the kind of energy contained within the item. While there were many high-level mages and LS within the academy, none could match that energy. He figured the young man, still at the academy, must have good connections. The professor stated that if Ronan agreed, he would provide all the support he needed. Ronan said that if the professor could also help resolve Adesh's issue, it wouldn't be a bad proposition. The professor assured him that the amount of mana required was minuscule. However, he added another condition. He said that if Ronan didn't want to agree, that was fine too. He could simply leave. The professor attempted to negotiate further. Offering a 50% discount didn't satisfy Ronan. Anxious to avoid further complications, he quickly agreed to the professor's terms. Acknowledging Ronan's negotiating skills, Jaredin implied that if Adesh had sent him, he would prioritize Ronan's issue. The matter seemed urgent. He gestured for Ronan to stand within a designated magic circle. Ronan complied, stepping into the circle and submitting to the professor's scrutiny. Jaredin observed that Ronan's sensory awakening was recent and that he possessed barely a trace of mana within him, suggesting he hadn't wielded magic before that day. Ronan confirmed the curse placed upon him, but the professor declared it more than a simple curse. The small mana channel that had opened was attempting to close again. Jaredin instructed Ronan to wait, placing his hands on Ronan's back. He explained he would force it open with his own mana, warning Ronan that it would feel like a force piercing his spine, but that he should endure it, as it wouldn't be unbearable. However, as he cast the spell, the sensation proved far more intense than anticipated. Ronan cried out in pain. Ronan's friend, Adesh, was worried, but the professor, ignoring her concern, continued the spell. It seemed Jaredin himself was struggling against a resistance within Ronan. He realized that if this continued, things could easily go awry. Then, he sensed something approaching. The sight was so terrifying that Ronan paled, his eyes widening as he broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if his very soul were leaving his body. He looked up and asked what it was. A giant eye stared back at him. How could such a strange thing exist within a child's body? The mere presence of the eye caused the magic circle the professor had summoned to dissipate. It even emitted a powerful mana outwards, which the professor struggled to contain. Failing to control it, the pressure became so great that he was thrown back, his body injured. The professor began to vomit uncontrollably, as if he wouldn't stop until every drop of red liquid within him was expelled. Ronan approached with concern, asking what had happened. Still vomiting, the professor muttered a few words, invoking a spell. He instructed Ronan to open his eyes. Ronan recognized the spell. It was the same one Elizabeth had memorized. Slowly, it seemed the professor was being consumed, along with both of them. Ronan watched as the professor, enduring profound pain, quickly communicated with the secretive professor, Elizabeth. She, noticing the call, asked what was wrong. Seeing the professor's incessant vomiting, she instructed them both to step aside. Because he needed immediate treatment, Elizabeth asked Ronan if Professor Jaredin had infused his mana into Ronan. He explained that the professor had opened the mana channel. Elizabeth couldn't believe the professor had made such a grave mistake. She believed part of the curse had now entered him, mixing with the mana and transferring into the professor's body. This was something no one could easily handle. At this rate, the professor wouldn't last much longer as he continued to vomit the red liquid. Professor Jaredin's condition was critical. If this continued, he wouldn't survive, and the culprit was Ronan's curse. It was said that if he wasn't treated immediately, he didn't have much time left. Fortunately, the curse wasn't deeply rooted and could be removed immediately. However, it was clear that Professor Jaredin had been enduring immense pain and torment until he vomited the curse out. A part of it inside him was a creature with multiple eyes and a mouth full of white teeth. Secret shouted for Ronan to cut the thing down immediately. He acted swiftly and precisely. With a single, perfect strike, he cleaved the curse, just as he would an opponent, making the small, multi-eyed monster disappear. Adesh came over to check if everything was all right, and the professor wiped his mouth. Slightly better now, Professor Jaredin thanked them, saying that thanks to Secret, he was alive. He explained that if the curse had taken deeper root, nothing could have been done. However, he had received a warning before this. The professor had treated a student burdened with the worst curse he had ever seen. However, Professor Jaredin hadn't known that this student was actually Ronan himself. When Ronan returned, asking if the professor was feeling better, Jaredin said that thanks to Ronan, he had gained valuable experience. He had never imagined such a powerful curse could exist. Despite this, he said he had fulfilled his promise and told Secret to check him. Secret widened her eyes, asking what he meant. Looking at Ronan, she realized mana was flowing through his body. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was faint, but the mana channels, the mana meridians were open. Secret asked if he had recently done anything to lift the curse, as if he had fallen into a pit of cursed oil. It didn't make sense, but the curse that had been blocking his mana channels had weakened from that moment on. There was a strange power corroding the curse, like rain and winter on Oda Rock. Secret concluded that the curse had been trying to close the channels, but thanks to that unknown power and the fact that Professor Jaredin had widened the channels, closing them now wouldn't be easy. Ronan was ecstatic, as this meant he could use mana. The professor explained that, strictly speaking, it might take a while for Ronan to use mana freely. This was because the curse was still trying to take control of his channels. However, if he trained every day, it might take about 20 years. Ronan was exasperated, saying he couldn't wait that long. The professor said that with proper training, he could do it in a shorter time, and although it was a risky process that could endanger his life, there was a way to shorten the time. Professor Jaredin said it depended on Ronan's efforts. He explained that Ronan needed to use the mana practice method he had invented and told him to listen carefully. The professor placed his hand on Ronan's back again, explaining that the mana he could control was minuscule. He had just opened Ronan's channels, but even so, they were narrower than those of other students. If Ronan learned this method, he could train his channels. The professor guided his mana, explaining that this process, which could potentially increase the total amount of mana he could control, would take at least 5 years. He then instructed Ronan to sense the pathways of his own mana channels. It was risky, he admitted, but Ronan needed to try. The professor told him not to rush, to guide the mana as carefully as possible. The mana would be supplemented by the professor's own, and Ronan had to follow the path it outlined. Ronan moved slowly, bit by bit, trying to follow the instructions. His mana, translating into power, caused the surroundings to shimmer and brighten with his presence. The professor asked if he understood. Ronan confirmed that he did, and that he would try. A flicker of unease crossed the professor's face. He had only guided Ronan through the pathways once, yet the boy had memorized everything. Ronan's control was flawless, and the professor recognized, with a surge of surprise, the extent of Ronan's talent. The structures he had observed earlier, particularly in Ronan's eyes, were indeed unique. Thanks to Ronan, the professor wouldn't have to deal with the curse any longer. He instructed Ronan to repeat this process every day, whenever he had the opportunity. Ronan, filled with a quiet satisfaction, finally understood what mana was. He felt himself changing, evolving. He thought back to that initial scene, standing amidst the piles of corpses, and felt himself moving further and further away from that past. In that moment, simply possessing mana was enough. He felt a surge of gratitude towards the professor. He now understood, he said, why the professor charged such a high fee. Suddenly, the professor collapsed. "Professor!" Ronan cried out, rushing to his side. The professor reached out, clutching Ronan's shirt. I have fulfilled my promise," he gasped. You must fulfill yours." Ronan, alarmed, told him he understood, urging the professor to take care of himself first. The professor shook his head weakly. "My body, it doesn't matter," he whispered. "What matters is what needs to be saved, even if it costs a life." As he spoke, an image flickered in the air, as if projected from the professor's mind. A laboratory. A beautiful girl, seemingly in need of help. The professor pleaded with Ronan to honor the quickly made agreement. Ronan stared, seemingly unable to hear or believe the professor's words. Noticing his delirium, someone, presumably Adesh or Secret, explained that the professor wasn't overexerted, but experiencing a temporary impulse disorder. Apparently, this episode was related to the professor's research, a secret vital to his feelings for a friend. Secret, it was indeed her, questioned how much longer he would dwell on the past, as she hoisted the professor onto her shoulder, another magic circle shimmering into existence beneath her feet. She was leaving with Adesh, who urged her to hurry, explaining that the nearest clinic was in the election hall. They believed they could reach it within 5 minutes, but found the door locked. The security spells on the door had been reinforced, so Secret declared they had to turn back. The professor, still delirious, warned them that it wasn't the right door, insisting the one they needed to open was another. He continued to mutter incoherently, something about needing to get down before a rose withered. The professor seemed to be slipping further and further into unconsciousness, murmuring about saving a flower before it died. Guided by the faint light filtering down from the staircase above, they descended. Adesh, hand clamped over her mouth, whispered what happened. Ronan replied that he didn't know, but suspected they had witnessed something they shouldn't have. Inside a glass enclosure, a girl lay submerged, the compartment filled with water. Beside her, several roses bloomed a vibrant, almost unnatural red. Ronan concluded that the chaos Professor Jaredin had caused was connected to this woman, at least initially. He laid the professor gently on the floor, instructing them to look after him, while he searched for something, anything, that might shed light on the situation. He thought he recognized some of the ingredients scattered around, but they all seemed suspect. There were indications that the experiments had been conducted on living things. Monsters, perhaps. It was clear this was no ordinary laboratory. A single glance confirmed that the professor had crossed lines no ethical researcher would dare approach. Spotting a book on the table, Ronan's curiosity burned. What exactly had Professor Jaredin been doing? The professor's words echoed in his mind. He was close, he'd said, waiting for word from someone named Zinnia. On a specific date, according to the imperial calendar. Tragically, he hadn't been able to preserve her body properly. As long as he kept what remained intact, Professor Jaredin clung to the belief that he could bring her back, even though everyone insisted resurrection magic was a fool's errand. He had never given up. These were the chronicles of his desperate battle to save his wife. This was his 54th attempt. Even the golden heart, procured at great expense from the northern black market, had failed to yield results. By the 76th attempt, the Mage Tower, frustrated by his lack of progress, had relieved him of his duties. Without a salary, he couldn't continue his research. He needed a way to earn money. With the help of Director Crete, who offered him a teaching position, he moved his wife to the Mage Tower. He loathed teaching fools, but he had no choice. It was the only way to earn enough money for her. By the 134th attempt, his experiments remained fruitless. Ronan, absorbed in the professor's journal, wondered why a professor would be so desperate for money. The truth was, the ingredients involved weren't easily acquired. They couldn't be obtained through normal channels. So, in the end, it all boiled down to love. Ronan recalled his past life, the countless times humans had lost everything for the sake of a love that bordered on madness. It seemed this man was no different. The problem was such people rarely met a good end, especially when others exploited their weaknesses. To get close to them. As he read, a slip of paper tucked within the journal caught Ronan's eye. It suggested that the professor believed Ronan wanted to accept a deal with the rebels. Ronan suspected the note had been planted by the rebels themselves. He'd wondered if something like this might happen. And just then, a voice startled him. "What are you doing?" Ronan jumped, whirling around to find Professor Jaredin standing there, regarding him with suspicion. "Were you going through my things?" Ronan's eyes widened. He quickly snapped the journal shut. "Nothing," he stammered. The professor's voice was calm, almost eerily so. "You're looking for something that might help you recover, aren't you?" he said. "Someone like you, who can't even use mana properly, wouldn't understand even if you saw it." However, Ronan surreptitiously pocketed the suspicious note. Later that night, he ventured to a cavernous location. It was said they found him without much effort. They mentioned a slight hesitation on his part, but the transaction was only a matter of time. For he craved the essence of fresh nectar, something only the master could concoct. The one holding the nectar seemed to hold the key to Jaredin's downfall. He was ruined because of a woman. Onlookers deemed humans fools. Meanwhile, within the professor's tower, Jaredin returned the item to Ronan, declaring the extraction a success. Ronan examined it, but perceived no change. He inquired about the professor's actions. Jaredin explained he had only extracted a small portion, mentioning the sheer quantity of magic within the ring was immense. Thanks to Ronan, he could easily solve a difficult problem in his next experiment. Ronan was also satisfied, as without the professor, he would have needed to wander around to recover. Furthermore, he sensed the professor had an inkling about what he had seen earlier in the laboratory. The professor admitted to his shameful deeds, but requested Ronan's silence. Elsewhere, Anna stated her desire to avoid getting involved in other people's affairs, lest she cause trouble for them. She glanced at Adesh and said she would deal with her case another day, because her problem wasn't as complicated as Ronan's. However, she noticed that Adesh also possessed a rather ordinary energy. Upon returning to the academy, the two parted ways, each going their separate directions. But somehow, Ronan managed to take something with him, containing evidence that linked the rebellious crowd to order, and indicated that the professor was on their side. When Ronan opened the item, he found it strange. Nothing was written on it, only dried nectar. Then he realized it was magically encrypted text, which would be troublesome. He wasn't sure if he should seek help, but the writing began to take shape. A large amount of magic power formed around it. Someone remarked that it was a letter written with vampire magic. The person approaching was Ophelia, who had Theta slung over her shoulder. She said she hadn't expected to see Ronan here. She seemed delighted to see the Special Adventure Club headquarters again. Ronan remarked that she had surprised him, because he hadn't heard from her since he and Theta had left to do research a few days ago. Assuming she had been busy, he inquired about the research. She said it was going well and that significant progress had been made, thanks to him and Theta. As a token of gratitude, she had taught Theta nectar magic. She wondered how he had gotten a nectar letter. She asked if he was referring to the paper. She explained that it was the basis of that kind of magic, which allowed people to compress a large amount of information, which was why vampires used it when plotting. She explained to him that if mana was infused, This way, the information would be hidden. She then read the text, which said that if one desired the essence of fresh nectar, they should go to a place called the Nectar Hook. She asked Ronan if he could see the hidden message, and Ronan wondered what the essence of fresh nectar was. He knew it was an ingredient mentioned in the professor's journal and thought it might be necessary for the next experiment. Relieved to learn that the rebels weren't disguised nebulae, he now wondered who the Nectar Hook were. Ophelia explained that the Nectar Hook were the ones pulling the strings, and Ronan asked if she knew much about them. She explained that the Nectar Hook was a new organization made up of young vampires less than 200 years old. They were immature and trying to revive the vampire race, carrying out terrible acts, but she didn't want to reveal more details. They possessed an item rare, even among vampires, the essence of fresh nectar. She asked who the original owner of the paper was, as someone had agreed to the proposal. Ronan remained silent, looking down, and said he was being honest. She was surprised to learn it had been in Jaredon's lab. She felt that strange things were indeed happening. She spoke of the professor, who had once been one of the best mages in the Full Moon Mage Tower, yet now he was not what he used to be. She wondered if the man who was once one of the greatest mages still had some connections, for better or worse. Ronan was satisfied, as he didn't seem to be in immediate danger. He figured if the professor was that strong, he might be able to handle it all. Ronan believed he could easily deal with these people with just a few moves. However, if what they wanted was the essence of fresh nectar, that changed everything. It was the fusion of inherent magic power formed within the body of a vampire who had used nectar magic for a long time. Such a thing was special, containing amazing nectar magic power, and depending on how it was used, it would produce extraordinary effects. However, if the owner of the nectar essence didn't activate the power themselves, the magic would turn into a useless redstone. In other words, without the cooperation of a vampire, it was impossible to obtain the complete essence. Ronan didn't like what he was hearing. Just when he thought he had no choice but to accept the professor's proposal, he realized the Nectar Hook's proposal might be surprisingly appealing. The nights quickly fell, and all the vampires arrived outside the cave. They asked him if he was the new king candidate their master had mentioned. Was he the great mage Jaredon of Stone Song? The vampires wondered if the human mage was truly that powerful. None of them felt any powerful energy emanating from him. Since they felt nothing, they thought it best not to let their guard down. Perhaps he was in his prime, but he was someone who could even face a sword saint. They all greeted him politely and amicably. However, Ronan asked where their master was. They said he was waiting inside and that he could remove his hood first. They said they needed to verify his identity, just in case. However, Ronan commented that since the organization was called the Nectar Hook, it all seemed prearranged, but he felt like he was about to be scared to death. Removing his hood, he asked if that was enough. They agreed, thanking him for the clarification, and said they would guide him. One of the vampires sensed something odd, thinking Jaredon, or rather, the disguised Ronan, and Stone Song should be mages, yet he carried a sword. The vampire then asked if he'd noticed the sword. Ronan stared at him and began to draw the blade. The vampire, fear dawning in his eyes, crouched down and stammered that he hadn't seen anything. Still, something felt amiss. Ronan's only response was to shove them forward. He couldn't risk blowing his cover. Someone, observing from the shadows, mused that this man seemed to be taking a shortcut straight to hell. Seeing through the disguise, they realized the professor was just a young swordsman. For a better understanding, it's necessary to rewind a few days to a conversation between Ronan and Ophelia. She told him she had prepared the transformation potion as he'd requested. She warned him that it would only maintain the professor's form for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, the effect wouldn't last long, but it was enough to fool the Nectar Hook. Ronan thanked her, adding that he understood if it had been difficult for her. She was worried, asking if he could handle this alone. Even if the vampires were young, they were still from a half-century past. She knew how skilled he was, but still felt she should accompany him. However, Ronan didn't want her to go against her own kind. He reassured her there was no need to worry, nothing would happen, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of anyone who got in his way, especially not now. He was playing the part so well that it almost seemed too good to be true. When one of the vampires grew suspicious, He immediately silenced him, forcing him to keep quiet. From that moment on, Ronan answered every question asked, unless he wanted to end up as a vampire kebab. After a proper interrogation of the vampires, Ronan walked down a corridor. He was surprised to find no traps when he'd been told there wouldn't be any. The vampires didn't believe him and couldn't let him go. Ronan had sensed something strange from the beginning. Perhaps it was the patterns on the walls, the atmosphere. It felt familiar, like he'd seen it before. Then, he was drawn by the power of the nectar, realizing there were more important matters at hand. A rich aroma of nectar emanated from beyond the door behind him. He knew what was happening inside, but the scent must have been potent to permeate the thick walls. Peeking through the door, he saw a vampire feasting on snacks and juice. Other vampires were feeding as well, a sight that turned his stomach. Someone in the room acknowledged his arrival. They asked if his journey had been long and tiring, addressing him as Professor, feigning ignorance of the truth. The blonde woman introduced herself as Vivana Renseaver, leader of the Nectar Hook. Apologizing for the disarray, she explained that he had arrived earlier than expected. She offered him to join them if he hadn't yet dined. Ronan tried to compose himself, disturbed by the absence of any other life signs he could sense around him. Now focused on his primary objective, Ronan thanked Ophelia, telling her he'd save the meal for another time. He felt nauseated and had no appetite for dinner. The vampire, however, remarked that there was no need for him to be overwhelmed by acquiring such an exceptional talent. Of course, they had also put in some extra effort. After all, it had been a while since the last nectar meeting. This was to gauge the sincerity of his intentions. She stated their belief in his ability to obtain the essence of fresh nectar. Unfazed, Ronan inquired about the conditions. The vampire replied that he should have already guessed. It would be accomplished through a nectar contract. At the risk of his life, he would have to become one of them. He found the demand absurd, but the vampire sighed, lamenting his reaction. This, she explained, was far more significant than a simple proposal. It was, she added, a chance to shed his inferior human body. They would breathe new life into the family line, and to do so, they needed to overthrow the entrenched older generation. With a touch of melodrama, she offered him the opportunity to stand at the forefront of a historic moment, the proud rebirth of their race. Ronan looked at her and said he wasn't so sure at that moment. He assumed everyone there shared the same delusional enthusiasm, adding that as a human, he found it difficult to grasp their far-reaching intentions. The vampire then instructed him to give the matter some serious thought, as this was his only chance to acquire the essence of black nectar. She assured him the contract was unbreakable. There was no other way to obtain the essence, as it was a rare commodity even for them. Ronan, judging by the atmosphere, gathered she had no intention of letting him leave if he refused. She asked if he was certain of his conclusion. If it helped him think more clearly, he shouldn't attempt resistance. He should have already noticed the unusual flow of mana. The magical tools they had installed were of the highest quality. No matter how skilled he was, escape from a situation they had orchestrated was impossible. Even if he used magic, his core would quickly shatter, rendering him unable to use mana for the rest of his life. The vampire advised him to think positively, since things had come to this. She added, almost as an afterthought, that she'd like to turn his beloved wife into a delicious nectar sack, just like the others. Ronan was urged to accept the contract that was about to be formed, but as they placed a hand on his shoulder, he declared that they had all represented themselves admirably. He claimed he couldn't go through with it, as he couldn't use magic. Fortunately, he'd come in the professor's stead. Confused, the vampire demanded to know who he really was. She wanted to know how he'd gotten in. He replied that how he got there wasn't important. In the next instant, he obliterated all the lesser vampires and declared that their day of extinction had arrived. She was furious, demanding to know who Ronan thought he was. She couldn't believe his audacity, his astonishing speed. Before she could react, he closed the distance between them. She hadn't even registered his movement. By the time she did, he was already standing before her. Vivana Renseaver tried to cast a spell, but one by one, her fingers vanished, followed by her hands, then her arms and legs systematically removed from her body. The disadvantage was stark. She'd never imagined such a thing could happen at the hands of a human. She wondered how the damned human could do this, ranting that he couldn't possibly survive after what he'd done. Ronan, losing patience, decided to end the fight. He tossed her aside, telling her to be quiet for a moment, adding that he would deal with her last. The lesser vampires couldn't believe their leader had been so easily defeated, unable to defend herself. They deemed the human abnormal and called for all to confront him. They must have been prepared for a fight, for the small monsters wielded nectar as weapons. Ronan observed them, noting that they were indeed preparing for battle. One of them used an ability called Nectar Swamp, but Ronan didn't know what the puddles were. The vampires mocked him, saying his feet were stuck. They could attack him together, but even then, they were no match for Ronan. His swordsmanship was masterful. He effortlessly defeated his enemies one by one. No matter how many attacks came at once, fighting these monsters was child's play to him. The vampires were clearly outmatched, yet Ronan knew they were all fast, and their regenerative abilities were annoying. One vampire wielded what looked like a nectar pistol and tried to shoot Ronan, who up until that point had been dodging all the shots, displaying a skill on par with an intermediate mage. Ronan thought that if this was the fighting power of the nectar hook, it was far too easy for him. Despite the challenges, he handled most of them with ease. The vampires couldn't believe what they were seeing, nor could they believe how this was possible, especially in a place where this human couldn't use mana. How could Ronan still move while under the vampire's magic that restricted movement? They even began to doubt whether Ronan was human at all. The remaining vampires stared at him in disbelief, frozen stiff, unsure of what to do. He was about to defeat the last one. Ronan said their efforts were commendable, but he had only pretended to be trapped. He apologized for that. His sword was special, capable of absorbing nectar. The vampire thought he should run away as fast as possible. However, he didn't have that option. Ronan wouldn't let him escape. Soon, the vampire was cleaved in two. Ronan, a ribbon tied to his shoulder, watched the scene, saying it was his fault for trying to run. He wasn't satisfied, feeling he had caused enough trouble for those vampires. He turned to Vaughn, a Receiver, saying it was her turn now. Vaughn, a Receiver, slowly began to awaken, feeling pain as if a tree had pierced her chest. Yet, it was Ronan who had driven the sword into Vaughn, a Receiver's leg, watching her with an indifferent gaze as he expressed his concern, remarking that he had feared she wouldn't survive. But she couldn't comprehend. The pain was relentless, and everything seemed meaningless. She thought about how this cursed boy had obliterated every single member of her coven. After a moment, Ronan apologized for revealing the truth about her friend's fate. He smiled, his tone still polite, as he prompted her to surrender the essence of fresh nectar. However, to her, it all remained senseless. She couldn't understand why she still felt such agonizing pain, nor how any of this had happened. He screamed in fury, thinking that if it weren't for Ronan, he could have saved all those monsters. He felt as if he were finally losing his mind. He demanded to know who Ronan thought he was talking to, but as he turned, he saw a man. The man stated that they would not repeat themselves. The human needed to step aside. Ronan was tossed aside with effortless ease. After being seized by the throat, the stranger warned that if Ronan showed any hostility, he would be dealt with on the spot. It seemed that wouldn't be the case. The man looked at the vampire, declaring her a disappointment. When he made his proposal, she had promised to bring Jared to that place, but she had failed, and now she was in this pathetic state. She trembled, and the man stated that he no longer even saw a reason to keep her around. Since she had failed, he would be taking back the essence of fresh nectar. Something Ronan couldn't comprehend happened swiftly. Magic was cast, and only an aged man remained. The vampire begged for another chance, but the man said he couldn't just stop everything and leave. He declared that if Ronan truly was the rightful owner of the essence, he needed to hand it over. He pointed his sword at Ronan, warning that otherwise he wouldn't leave unscathed. The vampire sarcastically commented on the man's unprecedented arrogance, finding his words amusing. He wondered what the man would do if Ronan refused, and stepped towards him. Ronan replied that he would beat him until he handed it over. The vampire then remarked that the boy had sharper fangs than he'd thought. Perhaps he was worthy of his name. He began to wonder if Ronan had any other talents. He said he would give Ronan a little help, and told him to show him his best. Then the vampire backed him into a corner. Ronan used his bloodlust slash, but the vampire was ready to block and did so perfectly. It was then that the master decided to use the nectar pistol. Ronan began to wonder what that was. It was the same skill the other vampires had used against him, only the way this vampire used it was broader and more powerful. This made it harder to defend against. Ronan had never seen anything like it. In his lifetime, he realized the man was simply making up for his magic. He noticed Ronan was cutting off his mana, and at first, he hadn't held much expectation. But the result was quite interesting. The vampire asked if he truly was the leader of the mosquitoes and told Ronan to stop acting like a zombie. Ronan retorted, demanding the vampire surrender the essence, as it was the only thing keeping him there. The vampire, with a sneer, expressed his amusement at Ronan's defiance and unleashed a more potent skill, promising to show respect to the one who provided him with such entertainment. But then a voice intervened, commanding them to stop. The vampire couldn't believe his ears. It was none other than Ophelia. Unexpectedly, Ophelia denied had arrived, and she greeted the vampire. Addressing him as Balzac, she stated this wasn't a pleasant reunion. Ronan questioned her presence, but Ophelia told him to stay out of it. Her most pressing question was whether he knew the mosquitoes. Ronan interjected, confirming that it was indeed Balshaba, second in command to the Shadow Duke, who controlled the vampire world, the strongest being assisting the Duke. And it was this very individual who stood before him. Balzac, however, expressed his surprise at encountering her in such a place, admitting he had truly missed her and inquiring about her well-being. This was astonishing, as 83 years had passed. He also questioned her involvement with the boy. She dismissed it, claiming such trivial matters were of no consequence. What truly mattered, she believed, was whether they were still together. Ophelia then expressed her regret, explaining that due to the events of that day, his proximity to her was unhealthy. At these words, he closed his eyes, consumed by a surge of anger. She continued, describing the lingering nightmare, the feeling of his touch still vivid in her memory. She couldn't comprehend how he could have committed such a horrific act. Every time she saw him, the memory resurfaced. Balzac suggested she simply needed more time to forgive him, even knowing he'd had no choice, that he needed to stop her sister from harming the Duke. Her sister hadn't been in her right mind, seemingly bewitched by something. But Balzac also knew he couldn't undo what had been done. He said he understood her feelings. Ronan watched them both, not fully grasping the situation, but it seemed the conversation was nearing its end. Ophelia then inquired how Balzac had come to work with the nectar hook, as the man she knew didn't associate with children. She also wanted to know if he had any connection to Jared and the Stone Song. Balzac chuckled and began to explain, suggesting the man she knew must have had a good reason, as he and Jared had unfinished business, coincidentally. He had encountered him on the western side of the continent and fought him with a warrior's dignity. In his lifetime, Balzac had battled many powerful individuals with astonishing skills, but only a few truly stood out. Had sunrise not interrupted the fight, he was certain it would have been one of the most magnificent battles of his life. Afterwards, he had resolved to hunt Sheridan down again, but he had vanished so thoroughly that Balzac couldn't find a single trace. Years passed, and he tried to suppress an unfulfilled yearning. Then those children had arrived at the castle with a proposition. They claimed to have discovered Sheridan's whereabouts. Balzac assured them he would lead them to him and, as an added bonus, transform Geraldine into a creature like themselves. It would be a fascinating spectacle, he mused, though he knew they planned to revel in endless combat. It mattered little to him. At most, it would be a squabble between children, ultimately futile. However, it was all thanks to the human who hunted him, the one who had begun to capture Ronan's attention. Balzac considered that even with Ronan's power restricted, he had still managed to react, even if only for a fleeting moment. It could only mean that perhaps, in 5 years, he would become an adversary capable of holding a sword to his throat. Ronan possessed a strange energy, one that even Balzac had never encountered. Yet, this was a resounding victory for him, for now Balzac could not repeat such a thing, nor could he hurt Ophelia a second time. So, he readily surrendered the essence of fresh nectar to the human, lest he further wound her heart. As he handed over the essence, Balzac declared that this was the fresh nectar Ronan had been seeking. Ronan inquired if it wasn't incredibly precious to vampires. Balzac replied that it was, explaining that most vampires would never have the opportunity to acquire such an essence. He needed to offer it as a deserved gift to the prospective prey who had caught his attention, a friend he hadn't seen in over 80 years. Ophelia simply hung her head in silence. Balzac focused his energy into one hand and flung it against a wall, bidding them to observe. He warned that it would be painful to watch, as he sensed a strange energy emanating from behind the wall. However, he would take his leave. He hoped that the next time they met, Ronan would be stronger, so the fight would be more entertaining. But he also didn't think Ronan had been overly ostentatious. Until the very end, despite sensing a strange energy, he looked towards a corner and considered that it might be something dangerous, but putting it aside, he returned to the tower. There, he presented the essence of fresh nectar to Professor Geraldine, smiling as he stated he had worked hard to obtain it. The professor thanked Ronan, and Ronan clasped his hand in gratitude. Overcome with emotion, the professor knelt, thanking the young man, professing his deep gratitude. Ronan, on the other hand, was rather disgruntled, as the professor hadn't even given him time to finish recounting his boasts before the vampire. Someone sensed the presence of the vampire who had surrendered the essence of fresh nectar and observed that there was nothing more tedious than losing one's fighting spirit. He told Ophelia that he had been pursuing Ronan and had only gone to see him out of curiosity, wondering how his opponent was faring. He assured her he wouldn't do anything more, and she needn't worry. She replied that she knew he wasn't the type to do anything dishonorable. Ophelia needed to tell him something. She thanked him for helping a friend of hers. This left Balzac both amused and speechless. He chuckled, remarking that much progress had been made in the past 83 years. Though Balzac wished to stay, regret tugged at him. He couldn't. He had to return. Even within the vampire world, a malevolent faction stirred, a group he suspected of inciting the Nectar Hook incident. He told Ophelia that she could contact him if she needed him. She simply listened, watching him depart. Then, she crafted a nectar rose, crimson as blood, declaring that he would always be her eternal rose. Meanwhile, within the tower, Professor Geraldine continued to express his gratitude to Balzac, who knelt, trembling with emotion. Afterward, Professor Jared and Stone's son commenced experiment number 1.44, utilizing Silence mana and the energy of the fresh nectar. Given the circumstances, results would take time. Yet, the weight of the nectar filled the professor with joy, a renewed hope blossoming within him. He'd meant to say it sooner, but the opportunity had never arisen. Now, he told Ronan that he had changed considerably. The mysterious energy combating the curse within him had grown stronger. He wondered if something had happened during his fight with the Nectar Hook members. Memories, fragmented and hazy, flickered through his mind. But in the end, he'd been fortunate. After passing through a hole in a wall, he'd sensed a familiar energy. He realized he hadn't been wrong to believe such a place existed. There, he discovered an idol of Sinir, a massive rock pulsating with power. Hidden from the world, its existence remained a secret. The location must have been the ancient grounds of an abandoned temple. The rock, brimming with immense energy, began to glow steadily, its power flowing into him. He could feel it coursing through him. Professor Geraldine, observing Ronan's hand, couldn't comprehend what was happening. If it was luck, it was incredible. But thanks to this energy, his meridians had grown stronger. They still required mending, but now he could begin wielding mana to a considerable degree. The professor felt it went without saying, as Ronan likely sensed it himself. But at this rate, he believed Ronan would be able to wield the true cheese sword, not just an imitation. For a few days later, in the city near Mount Remaria and Marbach, people were fleeing. Even fully armed soldiers behaved as Schliffen had described. An Ivan was said to have appeared. Ronan, on horseback, confirmed it, his team at his side. The reason for their unscheduled journey to Ronan's hometown in the Remaria Mountains was due to an event that had occurred 4 days prior. Before Ira left home, Ronan received unexpected news from Schliffen. The monsters around Mount Remaria were in a frenzy, the cause unknown. Fortunately, the chaos hadn't yet reached Nimbutin. Several members of the Grantia family were dispatched that morning. Witnesses claimed to have seen a wyvern in the sky, with its ability to fly and wield deadly venom with its claws and fangs. Even mercenaries were afraid. If a whole flock appeared together, they couldn't guarantee Ira's safety. That was Schliffin's assessment. So, they decided to prepare for her relocation earlier than planned. Iroh, furious with Ronan for disrupting her relocation plans, snarled that once she was safe, she would annihilate the entire bloodline of monsters. Anna told him to stop grumbling as they were about to separate. She made no mention of a small group trailing behind Schliffen. Schliffen couldn't understand Anna's desire to split up, and a sense of unease settled over him when she claimed she needed to survey the area. He remarked that she shouldn't disturb his sister, but his hands were tied. He had his own matters to attend to, and the longer he delayed, the worse the situation would become. He surged forward, shouting that Iroh couldn't escape any longer. Ronan remained behind, shaking his head in disapproval. Azel wondered what was troubling Ronan. He explained that the once peaceful monsters were growing agitated, and larger creatures were beginning to appear. The pattern was all too familiar. The same thing had happened in Greater Cappadocia and the Vadian Mountains, all thanks to the actions of those damned nebula closers. Just the thought of the masterminds behind that incident. There were nebula closers too, but for now, it was just a hunch. They needed to investigate further. Considering the ban was no longer effective, the only person Ronan could think of who possessed that particular method seemed to be in close proximity to the gathering monsters. The rider on the bird watched, confident they would subdue all the land monsters in the area. It was a pity, he thought, if it weren't for Lord Valen's orders. He would have severely punished the followers in the region, but there was nothing to be done. It was the will of the one who was to become the new executor. The monsters roared, seemingly understanding the rider's unspoken question of what was happening. They seemed afraid. Considering the brainwashing he himself had conducted, they shouldn't be experiencing such emotions. The source of their terror was the shadow of a superior being, its mere presence inducing panic. A demonic entity, capable of subduing all these monsters in an instant, instilled fear even in the commander. Gazing at the enormous, malevolent creature, its black tiger-striped paws seemingly cloaked in darkness, he couldn't believe it was truly what he suspected. But there was lurking. The beast was faster. The man only had time to utter nebula close, but the command no longer held power. The colossal monster slammed the man to the ground. Massive in size, it bore tiger-like markings across its body. With a single blow, it finished the man, eliciting fear and shock from all the other gathered monsters. Annoyed by the presence of so many monsters, it began to vanquish them all within seconds, proving its impressive presence was more than just for show. For those too terrified to show themselves, the hunt had just begun. For he was the sword saint, J-Packum. Ronan was displeased. His chosen route was blocked. This wasn't an ordinary werewolf pack. They ordered everyone a halt. Passage through that gate from the castle, except for those involved in that day's events, was impossible. They would have to find another route or wait for a new opportunity. Someone explicitly stated that these were the orders of the elite troops of the Imperial Commander's army, currently striving to subdue the monster Jaipa. Hearing that name, Ronan immediately remembered. He was the commander of the most powerful elite troops, and the one who defeated the cavalrymen of Iros. He had become the Empire's strongest swordsman, the Sword Saint J-Packum. Azel considered him the Sword Saint, and personally stated the gravity of the situation. She found it unsettling that the Empire's most powerful forces had been mobilized. For some reason, it seemed her suspicions were correct. The Grassel Nebula was involved in that operation. She asked Ronan to prepare for telepathy. Ronan told her they would go through the walls to investigate the nearby forest. Their tracks were surely there. In the forest, sealed monsters hovered in the air alongside the masters who bound them. There was also a woman standing atop one of the monsters. She was worried, because after the contract was broken, she lost contact with her brother. Something had undoubtedly gone wrong. She had told him to be prepared before the operation began. Things must have changed, and therefore she needed to take action. These plans all revolved around the Wyvern. If she joined the battle and lost her power, it would be a problem. If the plan went awry, the situation would be even worse. Varon definitely wouldn't forgive her. She considered just proceeding along the planned route. Her role was to maintain the brainwashing. Just then, Ronan saw the monsters flying in the sky. His eyes lit up, for he had found what he was looking for. He told Azel to begin the telepathy, which caught her attention. He hurled a boulder at one of the monsters. The woman had no idea where the boulder had come from. Meanwhile, Azel flawlessly manipulated her telepathy. She wielded her power to keep the plan in motion. Using a bit more energy to blast the boulder, it caused one of the monsters to become disoriented. This disturbed the tranquility of the other monsters. The woman was startled by such a large stone being manipulated in this way. It must have been a high-ranking mage from the Mage Tower. She understood what this meant. As someone was thrown and controlled by telekinesis, it looked as if the same person was wielding a sword, preparing to dominate the undead. Ronan said this size was perfect for testing the aura sword, as he believed it would be the perfect monster for the challenge. Even he was surprised, as it was stronger than expected. The current range and intensity were unmatched. Meanwhile, the woman witnessed such power and the scale of his strength. She saw a monster fall and was shocked, seemingly even after seeing it. She couldn't believe what was happening. She wanted answers, wanted to understand how this had occurred. She was so focused that she didn't notice Ronan approaching her from behind, also standing atop a monster. He told her it was obvious that such a large creature could move undetected. In that area, Ronan laughed, saying she was going too far, and called her a rat. She immediately armed herself with a pentagram. She began to speak, but Ronan cut her off. He bisected her torso. He chuckled, admitting it was brutal, but he was still learning. He'd aimed for her arms, but it seemed he'd overdone it, watching the red liquid bubble. She felt the agony, sprawled atop the monster, and began to weep. Ronan felt a flicker of sympathy, seeing her pain, or perhaps she was just a low-level pawn. She certainly didn't seem capable of orchestrating something like this. Trying to stifle the pain, she choked out that she needed healing, but he told her to be quiet. Countless villages had been destroyed because of them, and she was crying over an arm. She could either swallow her tears and answer, or tell him what their plan was, what they wanted. He demanded to know what they were planning. The woman was too terrified to speak. Even through her fear, she proclaimed, as a torch chosen by the starlight, she would ruin his mission. She began to focus Chia in her hands, declaring she couldn't allow him, a heathen, to destroy anything. Ronan noticed the energy shift, but it was already a little late. He asked what she was doing. She was signaling the larger monster to approach them, and it was descending rapidly. As the monster drew near, Ronan glanced to the side, wondering what was happening. A massive wyvern was there. The beast roared a warning, and Ronan realized that because it was so high up, he hadn't sensed its presence. However, realizing it was there didn't change the fact that the monster was definitely the opposite of the weakling she had faced before. It was enormous and powerful. As the monster neared them, the woman told him to just accept death. However, a flash of light erupted from below, piercing through the monster. The woman gasped, and Ronan was equally shocked. Someone had cleaved the monster in two. Ronan looked and realized who it was. As the woman noticed too, she was stunned. She couldn't believe something that large was there and screamed at him. She didn't know it was the sword saint, J.P. who seemed to be walking towards them. He was an orc, like a tiger, and a master swordsman. He looked and noticed the two of them. He said he only saw two ants, and raised a massive hand in their direction, striking mercilessly. Ronan froze for a moment, eyes wide, mesmerized by the movement. J.P. swiped at the monster Ronan and the woman were on. The impact was so powerful it sent them flying. As the woman realized it, she saw that his entire movement hadn't utilized his sword, merely a swipe of his hand. Yet it was so powerful it left her awestruck. To Ronan, it made no sense. However, the massive hand was still coming towards them, now shimmering like the stars. The woman had already fallen to the ground, and the tiger man pinned her down with his paw. He grabbed Ronan by the throat with his other hand. The woman, still alive, lamented her sorry end beneath the beast's paw, while Ronan struggled against the behemoth's grip. J.P. told Ronan to answer the question he was about to ask carefully. Jaipa stated that he couldn't sense the religious fanatic's energy emanating from Ronan. Ronan, in turn, cursed, calling Jaipa a damn cat and demanding to know who he thought he was, siding with the monsters. He glared at Jaipa, asking if the sword saint was going to die by wielding a mere sword and channeling his true chi. Jaipa ordered him to be silent, then released him. Seeing Ronan's movements and intent, he quickly let go of his hold. Ronan, who didn't appreciate having his throat constricted, realized the brutal disparity in their strength. He thought he could withstand the attack, but Jaipa had struck him squarely in the chest. Ronan knew that Jaipa's victory over Instructor Nabairo's hadn't been a fluke. Just looking at Jaipa, he knew he couldn't win, but that didn't mean he should just stand there and wait to die. He needed to wait for the moment Jaipa let his guard down. However, Jaipa told Ronin that he was a warrior. Ronin wasn't surprised by this statement, as Jaipa seemed like the type to say such a thing. Jaipa smiled faintly, saying he wanted to greet him properly. He told Ronin to raise his sword. It would be a simple vertical slash, straight down from above. Ronin should block it. Ronin, seeing Jaipa's sword descending, began to consider his response. The attack concluded in a flash of intensely bright blue light. After all the light and dust settled, Jaipa was surprised, deeming it impressive. While the young man needed more strength, it was still a perfect defense without a single flaw. However, he recognized the final motion in Ronin's maneuver as familiar. He asked Ronin if he was Nabairo's disciple. Ronin introduced himself, stating he was Ronin of the Filian Academy. Jaipa then asked Ronin if he would become his disciple, but Ronin replied that it wouldn't work. He stated that those who recklessly attacked weaker, younger students wouldn't get anywhere near him. He asked if the current sword saint understood, finding the young man incredibly disrespectful. Jaipa affirmed that Ronin was indeed his master's disciple, and apologized for the overly aggressive greeting. He argued that typically a single exchange was worth 1,000 words, and if Ronin was a warrior, he should understand that. Ronin laughed, saying that in that case, he should accept his greeting as well. Damn cat, he added. He then launched a 1,000 cuts attack against the rapidly approaching Jaipa. However, Jaipa blocked the attack with a single, effortless swing of his sword. Simultaneously, a hand clamped down on Ronin's neck, and someone addressed him as a human warrior. The commander asked who the boy was, addressing someone who appeared to be part of Jaipa's forces. Hyena, the captain of a humanoid squad's 3rd unit, questioned whether the boy was also a fanatic. Another member of Jaipa's forces, Barry, the captain of the humanoid squad's 2nd unit, commented on the situation. Bear stated there was no need to ask questions. They just needed to see how he pointed his sword at the commander. He said they could handle it themselves. Then, a surge of power erupted, throwing Ronin far away. Ronin regained his composure, resuming his warrior stance. Calling the commander a religious fanatic, Ronin charged, dodging attacks from the air. But he quickly realized that Jaipa had caught up, also launching an attack. Now the two were locked in combat, and Bear had to admit Ronin was no ordinary fighter. Ronin had his sword at Bear's throat when someone stepped between them, stopping the fight with an air of amusement. He hadn't even sensed her approach. Focused as he was, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all. She reprimanded Bear for fighting in front of the commander without permission. What kind of behavior is this? She demanded, turning to Barry. Does he need disciplinary action to straighten him out? She was a member of Jaipa's forces, known as the Lion Knight, Captain Nemia. The commander, Jaipa, ordered Barry to stand down immediately. That boy is not your enemy, he said. He explained that it was simply his turn to receive a greeting. Barry was astonished. This person had actually managed to withstand the commander's scimitar, a feat none of the other members could accomplish. He was frustrated that a mere boy could do it. Jaipa stated it was obvious he could, being a disciple of the Navy Rose. Barry asked if Jaipa was referring to the sword freak instructor, Nabairos, the woman who single-handedly decimated their forces. Just the thought of her made Barry think of her as a dragon in human form. He quickly began to regard Ronin with a newfound respect. Ronin didn't even want to imagine the hell that Bear must have gone through under that instructor. The commander asked Captain Nemia if her presence meant the situation was resolved. She explained that, as per his orders, they had dealt with the monsters in the area. Meanwhile, Ronin looked up to see several monsters returning. They reported their accomplishments to the commander. The sound of many footsteps approaching could be heard. The commander wondered if they had managed to capture the creatures alive. He reintroduced himself as J. Patgum, commander of the Empire's humanoid elite force. He had received written orders from the Empire to eliminate the Grassel Nebula hiding within the Empire's borders. J. Patgum, vanguard of the Order Search Force, found the term search force rather amusing. They were currently in a section of the Lamaria Mountains, but they needed Nimbutan. The citizens were surprised by the appearance of so many knights and bodyguards in the city. Iroh didn't understand what was happening and asked Ronin's friend for an explanation. Schliffen apologized for startling the young lady and explained that he had prepared some knights for a rapid response. He begged her forgiveness for not informing her beforehand and had come to greet her now. He introduced himself as a knight named Schliffen and swore on the honor of Grancia to assist with the relocation. urging her to begin preparations. Ronan was shocked to see the human empire elite force. He thought such a force hadn't existed in the past. The Imperial Palace was taking action because of the Nebula members he had previously captured. Who would have thought that Sword St. J. Pagum would be appointed the leader of this force? He wanted to know how they managed to find these members, considering they went to great lengths to conceal themselves. She explained that she'd gleaned some information by interrogating one of them, and that the seals no longer held power over them. Jaipa added that the information regarding them ran deeper than anticipated, and the organization had revealed some crucial matters. Ronan heard a distant voice, one he recognized as belonging to his friend. A prison cell being brought in by another humanoid creature. A member of Jaipa's group brought in a prison cell, its occupant hanging limply within, claiming his actions were suspicious. The boy, already uneasy, called out for his friend, Ronan, to help. The creature said it found his behavior suspicious and brought him to the commander, asking if it should dispose of him since he'd been crying the whole way. Jaipa asked Ronan if that was his friend. Ronan confirmed it, his voice tight with anger. Later that evening, they were still gathered in the same location, discussing their investigation. The chaos in the area was caused by the brainwashing of monsters, resulting in sporadic destruction. However, this was merely a cover, and they believed the true objective lay at the heart of the mountains. Jaipa listened intently, conducting his own analysis. He knew that location housed the entrance to the Lamaria Mountains. The entrance to the Lamaria Mountains served as one of the Empire's primary trade routes, with nearly all transported goods passing through it. The implications of targeting this route suggested something far more serious. Two fanatics were attempting to cripple a pillar of the Empire's economy. Upon hearing this, and the fanatics' entire plan, Ronan understood they were using the monsters to do most of the work. But he wondered what method they were employing to achieve this. Just then, Ronan drew his sword again. He wanted answers, and believed the woman might have them. She asked fearfully what he intended to do. He wanted to know about the mountain entrance, one of the most heavily guarded locations in the Empire. This was to prove how important it was, and that it wasn't a place easily destroyed. They had brought some monsters to cause chaos, but they already knew that. He warned her that if she wanted to keep her head, she should answer what they were planning. She looked into his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes, a derisive smile playing on her lips, and said that none of them feared death. The three of them gathered their mana, beginning to glow. Ronan noticed them focusing their mana, and before he could fully grasp what was happening, he saw a bright light emanate from the three of them. They believed that, despite their limited power, the great star could bless them. After striving so hard to fulfill their roles, they planned to channel the last fragments of their souls to eradicate the non-believers of the world. They dared to oppose the coming of the star and the mana of the three combined, forming a tremendous surge of energy, a terrifying explosion that drew in vast amounts of mana. They had managed to alert the others, who realized they had made a noble choice. They noted that they had overwhelmed their brothers and sisters who had completed their tasks, failing to buy time against Jaipa's forces. The elder accountant, deeply grieved by the sacrifices of his brethren, reported to Lord Baron that the situation was growing increasingly complicated. He explained that if Jaipa found them, their predicament would become even more dire, and questioned whether they should wait. Lord Baron, however, warned that delay would only give their enemies time to regroup. Therefore, they would delay no longer. Though they weren't in the heart of the mountains, they would commence their operation from the Lamaria Valley. He placed the strange artifact upon the ground, proclaiming that they would deliver a devastating blow to the filthy infidels. As he did so, a pentagram formed beneath the feet of the three figures, and the peculiar object began to glow intensely, as if reacting to the ritual. The strange object pulsed with an unnerving light. He explained that the artifact was a detonator, a masterpiece crafted by the Grand Artificer Alabridge. 30 layers of spells were etched upon its surface, each painstakingly inscribed by the artificer himself. After absorbing the ley line's magical energy, it would function as the trigger. They needed to protect it from enemy interference, he stressed, as the enemy would surely sense the unusual flow of mana. Former Commander Evan of the Night Tower and Vid Blois, the former leader of the Magic Tower, had pledged their assistance in this endeavor. They had heard of the mission, they said. Upon its completion, Lord Baron would assume the position of the deceased leader, Brigia. This implied he had received the blessing. He acknowledged this, stating that receiving the blessing was customary. However, due to the magnitude of this mission and the power required to contain the ensuing explosion, the benevolent leader had bestowed his blessing. He dared not compare himself to the previous leader, but any unforeseen circumstances were now irrelevant, for they possessed the blessing. Suddenly, a chilling sound reached his ears, and he instantly reacted to the force that assaulted them. As he struggled to protect the detonator, his barrier shattered. Lord Baron and the knights realized with dawning horror that the enemy had pinpointed their location by tracking the flow of ley line energy. But it was too late. The artifact had already begun to draw power. Now he understood how Sword Saint Jaipa had discovered their position. Jaipa's voice boomed, questioning whether they truly believed they could escape his notice upon setting foot in Lamaria. He had discerned their location immediately, merely waiting to uncover their ultimate objective. They were nothing more than prisoners, he concluded, blinded by delusion and arrogance. They could resist as much as they liked. 10 minutes before encountering the zealots, Jaipa had immediately noticed the 3 followers channeling their mana. He understood they were using it to catalyze a self-detonation spell. He instructed Nemia and the others to remain behind. He would handle this. But before he could act, Ronin, blade drawn, had already plunged into the heart of the burgeoning magical explosion, much to the astonishment and horror of Jaipa, Nemia, and one of the zealots. Ronin charged towards the sphere of energy, resolute and unyielding. His blade sliced through the air, cleaving the very mana itself, and unleashed a furious attack. A terrified zealot, Rosie's, realized this was their last stand, both for himself and his brethren. But the attack was easily intercepted. Ronin would not permit them to self-destruct. He would handle them personally, he remarked, commenting on the ingenuity of their planned treachery. Then, he declared that it would be better if they ceased to exist immediately. Jaipa, observing the aftermath, found the events appalling. It wasn't merely a clash of strength. One side had utterly nullified the other. He noted the fiery glint in the young man's eyes as he cut down his own subordinates. Ronin sheathed his sword and spoke. He questioned whether Nabaros, the Sword Saint, should have already known that Jaipa had clashed with them before. These individuals might escape and plan for the future. They were clearly orchestrating something significant. Given the gravity of the situation, he was certain someone at or near the executive level was involved. At present, Ronin still didn't fully grasp who Jaipa was. But if he was the vanguard of the force hunting these zealots, it spoke volumes. He requested Nabairos's cooperation, hinting at potential rewards from the Emperor. Meanwhile, Lord Baron stood before the 3 disciples, the explosive artifact clutched in his hand. He hadn't sensed their presence until the very moment of the attack, he mused. But that attack hadn't contained a shred of mana, nothing but raw physical force. Both Nabairos and Lord Baron had heard much about him. He addressed them face to face, his tone reflecting his power. It seemed they had received most unwelcome guests. From the outset, he questioned whether the brothers believed their courage and conviction alone could stop him. They declared that this was the very lesson they had been taught from the beginning, and they would gladly face him. The 2 who were to fight, Jaipa and Nabairos, began to exude a strange aura, as if their bodies were being enveloped in mana. They quickly took on a bizarre appearance. The Tiger Warrior recognized this as a fusion of ranked knight and mage. Not bad, he thought. If he had brought his squad, these 2 would have been excellent training material. But fighting someone of Nabairos's caliber, a Sword Saint, was an impossible task. Even the blessings of the stars wouldn't help. One zealot believed this battle would put the honor of the Empire's finest swordsman to the test. He declared with relish that there was no greater joy than fighting someone with the honor of a warrior. He demanded Jaipa display the techniques that made him the strongest, confident in his ability to overcome them. To be considered on par with Commander Jaipa would be an honor. But before he could finish speaking, his sword shattered. To him, it was astonishing, but to a superior being like the commander, it was a mere formality. The enraged commander pointed out the audacity of this man, daring to wager a battle on the concept of honor. To hear such words from those who had taken so many innocent lives, infuriated Jaipa. The Sword Saint, with the authority of his being, granted these zealots the honor of ending by his hand, while they fumed at the empty rhetoric, now that one of the vermin was eliminated. The other, a renowned mage, believed he still had a chance and activated a mana shield. However, the shield had no time to react. Jaipa had already cut through the malevolent being. The elder accountant and Lord Baron watched as only one remained, reinforcing his shield to protect himself and the still mana-infused detonator. Commander Jaipa stepped forward to address the issue, kicking away the sphere of mana protecting Lord Baron. He looked at the man, mentioning that his face seemed familiar. Then it struck him. This was the notorious vermin who had been hiding behind a fanatical cult, the one who had been wanted for his role in the deaths of hundreds. Decades ago, he had used the villagers of Athens for dark magic experiments. Lord Baron considered it an honor that the Sword Saint remembered his name. However, so many years had passed. Now he was nothing more than a devotee of the star, nothing more. But Jaipa didn't care. After shattering the barrier, separating and protecting Lord Baron, Jaipa commented that ultimately, no matter which side they stood on, the truth remained unchanged. He had taken countless innocent lives. Just as the commander was about to strike him down, Lord Baron prayed for the star's blessing. He was so confident that everything would be all right that his face radiated with self-assurance. However, as he prayed for the blessing and attempted to strike Lord Baron, something different happened. He was repelled and noticed a peculiar presence. The most promising candidates among the cult were nothing compared to this. Finally, the title he held began to make sense. But even so, he couldn't break the great authority bestowed by the star. Lord Baron laughed maniacally, his words dripping with conviction. The commander hadn't forgotten. Despite everything, he was still mortal. He roared at the star. However, the commander simply observed the madness of the man before him in silence. With calm detachment, he spread his arms and spoke to the sky. Who does the great Jaipa think he is now? I have felt the greatness of the star for the first time. He invited Jaipa to tell him, clearly intrigued as a devout believer. The Sword Saint realized that Lord Baron was still lost in his delusions, even with their lives on the line. Lord Baron didn't understand. The smile vanished from his face, the madness replaced by fear. Standing before what appeared to be a far more terrifying tiger, the commander warned, "This is why I must eliminate the prey who think they are predators." The commander raised his sword, pointing it at Lord Baron, who in turn attempted to shield himself from Jaipa's attack. The mad lord found it amusing. This man, the Empire's finest swordsman, was about to be obliterated by him. This overwhelming power blanketed most of the forest. The commander's sword carried immense weight and presence, and the tiger knew how to wield his weapon well. However, Lord Baron remained where he stood, protected by the reinforced shell of the star's blessing. He found it remarkable that even Sword Saint Jaipa relied only on sword aura. Jaipa had already displayed such astonishing power that it was incomparable to others. But unfortunately, compared to the blessing of the star, the great Sword Saint's sword aura was nothing but a parlor trick. Lord Baron reveled in the power he had obtained. In his arrogance, he asked Jaipa what he would do as the magic bomb continued to absorb mana. He wondered why Jaipa didn't retreat and try again, suggesting that if he went alone. He reasoned that if he alone escaped the blast radius, the others would only be a burden. With a crazed look in his eyes, he declared they would all be reduced to ashes along with the mountain. Jaipa, for his part, believed he had already neutralized the attack and found the man to be a nuisance. He considered, however, that if they weren't thoroughly prepared, this man could pose a significant threat in the future. The commander drew his attention, stating that because he had destroyed that pathetic attack, they dared to call it the star's blessing. Now, he felt a pressure far greater than the previous attack, an overwhelming aura. Undeterred, Commander Tiger proved himself a beast of combat. This led Lord Baron to believe that Jaipa was desperately fighting against the heavens, and the spectacle was impressive. The commander remarked that today was the day he earned respect as the strongest being and challenged Jaipa to show his best. However, just as the commander was about to lose control in a fit of rage and finish him off, Ronan yelled for him to calm down, relax his power, and questioned if he was insane. At this rate, the commander would destroy the island before the bomb detonated, and the entire mountain would suffer. Hearing this, Lord Baron wondered what was going on. He turned to hear Ronan say that the commander had forgotten their purpose for being there. Tiger told Ronan that he was slower than expected. Ronan retorted irritably that he had never heard such a thing before. then countered that he wasn't slow. It was Tiger whose speed was absolutely fast. Regardless, the star's blessing couldn't handle this. Ronan warned that they were running out of time, and the commander needed to stop interfering. Tiger found Ronan's assessment to be reasonable. Lord Baron found it strange that some random lad would speak so brazenly to the Sword Saint. As Ronan caught his attention, he grew curious about who Ronan was. Ronan thanked him for yelling so loudly, because that was the only reason he understood what was happening. Now he just needed to deal with it and disarm the bomb to end this mess. After all, Baron was indeed an executive. Looking at the Lord, Jaipa commented that he didn't seem any stronger than that crazy elf woman. He said he believed her name was Brigia, but he didn't remember people's names very well. He had already eliminated the Lord. He couldn't understand how that insignificant little boy knew her name and concluded that he must have been the one who eliminated them. Everyone thought it was Salantai who asked him how he dared insult Lady Brigia. Managing to contain his rage, he warned that he hoped Jaipa died for interfering with Lady Brigia. She had risen to the position of leader through true merit and was considered one of the most respected figures in the order. He wondered how someone so pathetic could harm someone so noble. The Lord created several tentacles, each tipped with a head, eyes, and teeth. He ordered Jaipa not to use those wicked lies on him, especially as a Mathis. The truth was, Jaipa wasn't even a believer and only knew her name because he had witnessed her death. He demanded Jaipa tell the truth about what happened that day, the tentacles, with their mouths and teeth, beginning to snarl. Even so, Ronan showed no fear. Since Lord Baron wanted to know the truth, and Ronan was curious himself, he quickly approached him. Baron realized this boy wasn't just there for a chat. Jaipa had insisted that bringing an assistant was appropriate, but that losing power like this was impossible. However, Ronan proved he wasn't playing around. With a single stroke of his blade, he cleaved through Baron and his tentacles. Ronan watched, amused, as Baron screamed, just as he had before. Afterward, he began dismantling the bomb. He plunged his sword into the device and stated, "She died just like him." This answered Baron's question. Even if he were destroyed, Brigia couldn't have been killed by that worm. Someone like him shouldn't be able to transcend the star's blessing, was his final thought. He realized the boy's power was similar to the cult leaders, transcending the rules. He wondered who this boy was, but he ran out of time while still alive. Ronan grew tired of looking at his face. Commander Jaipa asked Ronan if he had finished him off, commenting that zealots always met a pathetic end. Ronan replied that fanatics chose a radical path, and they needed to remain vigilant. Ronan couldn't understand how the commander could speak so calmly, even after their homeland had nearly been destroyed. The situation in the forest was dire. Even with the cheese sword, if he used his aura, it would be a disaster. The commander offered his assistance, saying that if Ronan needed anything, he should ask, as the emperor had decreed that any aid rendered in punishing these evildoers should be rewarded. If Ronan desired anything, he should just name it. Ronan wasn't particularly satisfied with the little they offered, but he left the scene and headed for Eiler, where Ronan's sister had been escorted. She was accompanied by several soldiers under Schliffen's command, ensuring her safety. Schliffen himself oversaw the protection of Eiler, the most precious person in the world. Eiler gazed out the carriage window at the night scenery, a worried expression on her face. Everyone felt it was too quiet, until one soldier reassured the young mistress. He believed they would have to fight an army of monsters or something worse. The soldiers chatted amongst themselves, relieved by the calm. They wondered who the lady in the carriage was, some speculating she was from Grancia, but they weren't sure. Schliffen rode his horse closer to the carriage window, his face flushing at the thought of looking at her, and tried to strike up a conversation. He asked if she was uncomfortable, and if so, to report it to him immediately so he could arrange a new carriage. She smiled and said she was fine, thanking him for his concern, and commented that the carriage was comfortable. Then she asked if he was tired from riding all day, and said he could sit inside with her if he wanted. She leaned out slightly, almost making the night itself blush with delight. But he replied that he couldn't do that. If he let his guard down, her safety would be at risk. But he was glad she was comfortable. Just as they were talking, he sensed something. As the tremors intensified, he noticed something approaching, unsettling the horses. It was an overwhelmingly powerful energy. He ordered all troops to prepare for battle, prioritizing the safety of Eiler. He pressed forward in the name of Grancia. As all the guards began to chant the same battle cry, he found himself unable to dismiss the presence as anything but a threat. To him, sensing such a powerful aura, even from a considerable distance, was as overwhelming as facing a dragon. Even so, the knight charged forward without fear. Determined to protect Eiler, he focused his gaze, and then he recognized the one who had raised a sword against him earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Schliffen took the attack, attempting to block it. Jaipa was pleased. Twice in one day, he had been surprised. He had heard the rumors, but even those had underestimated this power. The commander was impressed. Schliffen's defense was remarkable. He was the Empire's rising star, the next sword saint, human or not. He wanted to know why Schliffen had pointed his sword at the banner of Grancia. He wanted answers from Jaipa. Jaipa replied that it was merely a greeting. A warrior like him should know that a clash of swords spoke louder than words. However, Ronin couldn't remain silent. That only holds true in your homeland, he called out. Schliffen instantly recognized the voice behind the great Jaipa. It was Ronin. He congratulated Schliffen on a job well done and said he would lend a hand. He also told him not to worry about what had transpired, as some remarkable individuals were already on their way. The troops noticed the approaching cavalry, a company composed of sword saint soldiers. Ronin asked Schliffen if he had taken good care of his sister, while Schliffen stared, dumbfounded, at the arriving riders. The next day, in the imperial capital of Valen, Eiler was awestruck by the grandeur and beauty of the place. She couldn't believe she would be living in such a beautiful place. When she asked him if he would continue to repeat the same things over and over, he explained that it was right in front of the academy, so they could see each other often. Schliffen had already requested his family's craftsmen to renovate the entire place, instructing them to spare no expense. Holding the knight's hand, she expressed her joy at living there, saying it felt like a fairy tale. She thanked them both for providing so much joy and contentment, saying that even on such a happy occasion, she couldn't bear to let them leave. She asked if they had time for a meal before they departed. She mentioned her confidence in her cooking, and Schliffen was ecstatic at the thought of eating her food. Ronin, too, was content, cherishing the time spent with his sister. But soon, Eiler became intensely curious, asking what the two of them were doing there. As the two turned around in surprise, they realized the voice belonged to Instructor Nabairos. She stood before the sword saint, Jaipa, who radiated a menacing aura. The two began to stare at each other, and at first, it seemed the tense atmosphere would escalate. The commander wasn't alone. His entire army was with him. He greeted the instructor, remarking that it had been a long time since he last saw her, and her temper hadn't changed a bit. He wondered how she'd even become an instructor. She bristled, demanding to know if he was mocking her teaching methods. She warned him that he was on forbidden ground and ordered him to leave, calling him a two-legged beast. He retorted that her tongue was as sharp as ever. Curious to see if her skills matched her words, he asked if she had overcome all her past failures, pointedly reminding her that she had lost her title of Sword Saint. The tension in the air was palpable, a tangible force pressing down on everyone present. Placing a hand on her sword, she declared that if he was so curious, she would show him herself, her intimidating aura intensifying. It was clear to everyone that things were taking a different turn. A power so potent emanated from her that the soldiers couldn't even move, paralyzed by its sheer intensity. Suddenly, she summoned a serpentine aura, the Serpent of Lamentation. Jaipa realized she still wasn't using her full strength, yet his body had already stiffened. He noted with intrigue that she seemed to have grown stronger, and found this snake woman increasingly fascinating. He began to raise his own battle intent, channeling it into his sword, telling her he would grant her wish. He too unleashed his aura, ready for combat. But then a voice interrupted, asking if they were both insane. Ronin demanded to know what they thought they were doing on someone else's doorstep. He was held back by his sister, Eiler, while Schliffen stared in astonishment at his impulsive behavior. Ronin pointedly asked if they knew who lived there, reminding them that even a single strand of his sister's hair was precious to him. Having subdued them both, he calmed slightly descending to speak with them. Two of the Empire's strongest warriors, now reduced to children receiving a scolding. He asked if they understood the potential consequences of their tempers, declaring that they should both be ashamed. Jaipa conceded that he had lost his composure for a moment, admitting that he had acted improperly, provoked by a mere snake woman. He offered a sincere apology, but their objective was achieved, and they were leaving. Jaipa told Ronin he hoped he would grow stronger so they could have a good fight next time. After exchanging farewells, they vanished in an instant. With their departure, Ronin finally allowed himself to relax. He asked his instructor, Nabairos, what she was doing there so early. She, in turn, furiously demanded an explanation. She knew he would tell her everything, omitting no detail. Now he was in trouble. After settling down with tea, and once everything had been explained, calm was restored. Instructor Nabairos finally understood what had transpired. Thanks to Ronin's contribution against the Zealots, Commander Tiger had helped with Eiler's relocation. The neighbors assumed Tiger must be fond of Ronin to go to such lengths. One warned Eiler not to get too close to him in the future, as he was dangerous. It was said that the northern regions were in chaos due to a werewolf incursion, an invasion known as the Fang Knights. The leader who spearheaded these actions was Jaipa. After the war, through negotiations, those orcs became imperial soldiers, and he became a sword saint of the Empire. Even so, Nabairos couldn't trust him because at that time, he hadn't fought the Empire to the bitter end. Instead, he intervened in the negotiations, claiming his forces would become imperial soldiers. In exchange, he wouldn't attack the Emperor's homeland. The Emperor accepted the proposal on the condition of a honey nectar contract. Most of the Empire were satisfied with such a powerful attack force joining their ranks. In Nabairos' eyes, he was merely hiding his fangs for the time being, only to protect his people. If that contract were broken, he would become a threat greater than the fanatics. That was the true nature of Jaipa. Ronin found it strange that during the battle with Ahahudi, he hadn't revealed himself. Of course, there was also the possibility that he, like other warriors, had been wiped out by the Order's fanatics. He didn't rule out other possibilities. A dreadful silence fell between the two, stretching on for a while until the instructor broke it, saying she had come to talk to him about something else. She asked if what he had said before was true, whether he had truly succeeded in using Aura Blade, and without much difficulty. While it wasn't anything special, the instructor commented that it seemed Jaredin was finally the last one. She said they could start training immediately and began practicing with dummies. She was eager to see his progress. Elsewhere, Schliffen was eating the food Eiler had prepared, finding it quite delicious. Nabairos said that the way to confirm whether he had improved was simple. He just needed to demonstrate Aura Blade. What she had in mind wasn't executing an attack, but using the maximum physical strength he could muster to showcase the level of his Aura Blade. Ronin realized this. He calmed himself, channeling the skills he had acquired towards the dummies. He didn't understand why the move simply vanished, failing to take form. He thought it impossible, feeling frustrated, because just a few days ago, he had used Aura Blade with all his might. He wanted to try again, but she stopped him. Just as she had thought, he had made significant progress and could now imbue his sword with mana, but this couldn't yet be called Aura Blade. He was merely injecting a small amount of mana into his absurdly powerful attack technique. Of course, this was already a great help to him. She had realized this just from hearing the news that he had felled a wyvern in a single blow during his first year at the academy. Ronin didn't fully grasp the distinction, so she had him ponder the concept, thinking of Aura Blade as a concentrated mana projection capable of inflicting tremendous damage on an enemy. However, simply treating mana as a way to enhance strength was a very superficial view. The true power of someone who possessed mana lay in knowing how to pave the way for the next level. That was why she wanted to see his Aura Blade, to assess his level of understanding. It was necessary to understand the areas where he needed to improve. Perhaps he hadn't fully grasped what they were discussing, but luck wouldn't always be on Ronin's side. This difference would determine your fate one day. Nabairos' words, spoken some time ago, now began to resonate with Ronin. As he developed his three distinct powers, the future, once a fixed path, felt fluid and changeable. He hadn't possessed such potential before. Nabairos, noticing the shift in him, placed a hand on his shoulder. "This is only the beginning," she said, her voice encouraging. "After all, you can refine your weaknesses as you progress." He should remember that she would be there to guide him. "It's time to further refine the fundamentals," she declared. She took Ronin's sword from his hand. After examining it, she said, "Things will progress naturally." Ronin, curious, asked why she had taken his weapon. As she held the blade, she channeled mana into it. A brilliant blue-red light pulsed, illuminating the training area. "Watch closely," she instructed. "This is your sword's true form." He didn't understand what she meant by true form. The sword glowed with a fierce red light, resonating with the mana she'd infused. It was impressive, but confusing. "This sword was originally Ursula," she explained, "the blade of the fallen Grantian Duke. It was reforged, renamed, but its true power remains hidden. The true value of a sword capable of unleashing latent power lies in its ability to manifest strength several times greater than normal. With a single, fluid swing, she demonstrated its potential to Ronin. He'd heard tales of the artisan Dolan's masterpieces. Seeing this, he knew the stories were true. Ronin watched, awestruck, as a single strike from Nibiru's obliterated a section of the training ground. The sword was clearly forged with magic, but why had his own attempts to use mana with it failed? "It seems your mana level is too low," Nibiru's explained, sensing his confusion. "That's why the blade wouldn't resonate." She acknowledged his inexperience. He felt a pang of frustration. It was as if the sword itself rejected him. Despite the setback, he now had a clear goal, a starting point. "How can I prove myself to such a master?" he asked, his determination renewed. Pleased with his resolve, Nibiru's decided to begin his training in maintaining his aura, identifying it as his current greatest weakness. On the first day, he managed to sustain his mana for 48 seconds. By the third day, he'd reached 1 minute and 32 seconds. By the fifth day, he hit 2 minutes and 12 seconds. By the 14th day of training, he maintained it for a full 13 minutes. He'd far surpassed a milestone that took most years to achieve. Now, Nibiru's instructed, "Show me the cheese sword while maintaining this state." She didn't need to remind him to maintain his focus. He concentrated, drawing upon his growing control, and executed the technique. Nibiru's watched intently, observing his every move. After completing the maneuver, Ronin waited. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind as he anticipated the results of his efforts. He recalled hearing similar pronouncements many times before. When he managed to strike a training dummy with the cheese sword while maintaining his aura, Nibiru's beamed. He was beginning to understand the process, the tangible progress of the past few days evident. "I understand now," Ronin replied. "The more I train, the finer my perception of mana becomes." By focusing on sustaining his mana, all his senses felt heightened, sharpened. He finally grasped the immense power of mana. Nibiru's, clearly pleased, acknowledged his mastery of the fundamentals. He had finally taken the first true step. However, at that very moment, Professor Geraldine arrived. He remarked that even now, she was still working her students far too hard. He added that her passion for teaching hadn't diminished in the slightest. He also mentioned that it had been a while since they last spoke and apologized for interrupting, but stated he needed to borrow some of her time. He had something very important to discuss with her concerning her prized pupil, Ronin, whom she held in such high regard. Ronin couldn't understand why Professor Geraldine and Schliffen were both there, and he seemed somehow different. Nibiru's pointed out that if he was referring to that disciple, it must have something to do with Ronin's mana. The professor continued, stating that as she knew, Ronin had a peculiar constitution and therefore required regular checkups. She retorted that this was just an excuse for him to exploit the situation. She added in a threatening tone that if that were the case, the professor assured her that wasn't it at all and told her to calm down. It wasn't the mercenary group asking him to release the sword. He was simply fulfilling his promise for Ronin's sake, and also because Sunia's experiments hadn't been progressing. They hadn't progressed for a very long time, but now she was beginning to show a glimmer of hope. Hearing that name, Mabiros was startled. However, the professor said there was still a long way to go, but he hoped she would visit Sunia one day. Sunia enjoyed her adventures, and at the moment, the important matter wasn't Ronin, but her assistant. Mabiros wondered what he wanted to do with Edison, or if he had conducted research as Ronin had requested. The professor wasn't sure yet, but his theory was that the child was dangerous. She possessed a power that was difficult to control alone, and Mabiros must have already sensed the danger behind that power. That was why the professor wanted her to stay close, so he could keep a watchful eye on her. Mabiros warned him not to underestimate her assistant, as she wasn't as fragile as he thought. She wouldn't allow him to jump to conclusions about her future. Hearing these words, he remained silent. Then he said that if she was so convinced, then fine, he wouldn't mention it again. Ronan spoke with Professor Geraldine, mentioning that Master seemed angry. He wondered about what the professor had said earlier about the group of mercenaries. He asked if they had been mercenaries in the past. The professor affirmed that yes, about 10 years ago, they were quite renowned in the South, although their first encounter hadn't been a pleasant one. He recounted how they had been assigned to eliminate each other and how they later began to cooperate. He also remembered that day. Master was the very embodiment of death. The fear he felt from her was indescribable, far more intense than anything he had experienced at the time. Over the years, she had become even more awe-inspiring. Now, Ronan admired Master in this human form. The professor shared that, as it turned out, he had been utterly defeated by her that day, nearly losing his life. If it hadn't been for Sunia, a resident of the area, saving him, he wouldn't have survived. She had cared for his near-lifeless body. Naturally, after that, they eventually became a couple. Professor Geraldine mused that even combat could be a form of connection, and perhaps Ronan and Edison had formed something akin to a comradeship. Of course, this was all thanks to Sunia's innocent nature. She hadn't dwelled on the implications of what she'd heard, but she knew Professor Geraldine was a mana expert, so she remained silent. She clung to the memory of her desire to become a great commander and Ronan's promise to help her achieve it. They would strive together. She also recalled the feeling she'd experienced when he'd called her a great commander, despite the weight of the title. She knew the professor was lying when he spoke in contradictions. She'd forgotten her fear because someone had already told her not to worry, to just do her best. Because of this, she felt she couldn't afford any weakness now. She asked the professor to continue. The professor, in turn, declared his admiration for the light in her eyes. As Nibiro's aide, she needed to be brave. Having reached this conclusion, the professor began his explanation. Ready once more, and focusing her attention, she noticed the mana was red, with a bright core. She told the professor it felt familiar. The professor explained they were extracting the mana she had accumulated so far. Before continuing his explanation, he ventured a guess at the sensation she was experiencing, admitting it was just a hunch, but he might be right. The important thing was what needed to be done, even though she couldn't calm her classmates. Shadow mana was a power that defied the logic of this world. Such power couldn't simply be hidden. Ordinarily, shadow mana should constantly clash with any mana she gathered, hindering its growth, yet she had still managed to accumulate so much, which was astonishing. Her efforts were admirable. However, she would have to bid farewell to the fruits of her mana gathering. The solution was simple. The problem was the two energies interfering with each other. They needed to conceal one and eliminate the other, leaving only the shadow mana within her. Now the situation was becoming even more intriguing. One student struggled to accumulate mana, while another couldn't get rid of it, despite this strangely familiar sensation. Located mana wasn't easily removed, even if it appeared extracted. The professor wasn't sure if there was another way to remove all the mana at once, as it might cause side effects. He didn't think that would be the case, because she would simply revert to her state before possessing mana. As Ronan watched the surge of mana rise, he severed it, causing the girl to feel relieved. The professor was logically surprised, as Edison's mana had vanished. Ronan explained it was simple, because he and his aide had much to do and couldn't wait 5 years. At that moment, the energy of the shadow mana resurfaced, and Ronan thought the great commander might be in danger. As everything happened, she fainted, but when she opened her eyes again, she felt incredibly light. She wondered why she was lying in his lap, and he asked if she had fainted. He wondered why, and at the same time, the creatures meant for experimentation throbbed with a mixture of fear and rage. Ronan noticed that the test subjects, which should have been dormant, were snarling because of Edison. Professor Geraldine summarized the situation, explaining that with Edison's original mana gone, shadow mana now held dominance. Edison, feeling another surge of anger, received congratulations from Ronan for her progress. The strange sensation near her heart, Geraldine explained, was the pure, healing effect of the shadow mana. This was a new power Edison needed to learn to control. Edison described the feeling as odd, both icy and heavy. While she still had a long way to go, she would soon begin learning to use the abilities granted by her awakened shadow mana. However, she needed to take it slowly. The professor was preparing to soothe the agitated test subjects, but Ronan requested that she allow Edison to handle it herself to see if she could command the creatures to be silent in her current state. Edison believed it was possible. Then, she looked at the experimental subjects and firmly commanded them to be silent. The professor observed, just as Ronan had suggested, that she successfully silenced them. She had gained a mental control type skill. Simple mind control usually consumed an incredible amount of mana, yet she had done it with a single phrase. The professor commented that this power might be more dangerous than he had initially imagined. Her new power, as the Grand Marshal, was mind control. This ability allowed her to lock onto a creature and impose her will upon it. If used for guidance, it would be an excellent way to command others. But if she narrowed the scope of the power down to a single unit, she could turn it to mush, even take its life. This was the Grand Marshal. During the battle with the giants, she had used her abilities without hesitation. In the past, she did what had to be done. Ronan watched from the sidelines, observing every decision she made. Seeing her expression, he asked her if that was truly the only way of the Grand Marshal. She always answered without hesitation that it was the only way to achieve victory. Ronan could continue to devour the battlefield until the very end. That was the only reason they survived. He now recalled that in her past life, she had no choice but to become the Iron Lady. As they faced the same situation again, he wondered what he could do differently and what kind of decisions the Grand Marshal would make this time. He pondered this question as they observed all the experiments outside the tower from within. Sunlight streamed in, promising a beautiful day. Walking beside Edison, he commented on how eventful the day had been. She had awakened a new innate power, and the professor had even suggested he could help her. He turned to her, asking how she felt, what it was like to be one step closer to becoming the Grand Marshal. However, he noticed she seemed too preoccupied to answer. She was worried because this power was growing rapidly, and its influence would eventually reach those around her. She questioned whether she could wield such a dangerous power. She admitted that at first, she was excited about gaining new power, feeling closer to her dream. But after seeing the true nature of this power, she had begun to fear it. She worried that one day, under the guise of doing good, she would ultimately use innocent people as pawns, sacrificing them. She feared becoming a monster who would stop at nothing to achieve victory. Ronan's eyes widened as he watched her, realizing that she had already understood the duality of her power in her past life. The Grand Marshal's plans had been near perfect, pushing the boundaries of judgment. She had saved countless lives, becoming the dawn that guided them to the light. But in the end, some soldiers had been sacrificed, dominated by her abilities. He had no right to tell her that the path she walked was wrong. She asked him to stay by her side when the time came, to have the strength to continue as she had until now. He simply told her that after she succeeded, she shouldn't regret the words she had just spoken, because things wouldn't end with him pushing her off a cliff. From that day forward, the Philian Academy began to regain its tranquility for the first time in a long while. Edison and Professor Geraldine officially began training her shadow mana. At first, she struggled to control even a single bird, but now she could control 5 at once. Next, she would attempt larger beasts. Meanwhile, Bram continued his personal training as usual. During the day, he was nowhere to be found, but he enjoyed teaching Sita nectar magic, which she had completely mastered. Sita excelled on her first try, considered prodigy. Ophelia spent much of her time teaching large-scale combat spells and nectar cutters. While her enthusiasm for teaching seemed a bit excessive, it was always good to learn as much as possible. Ronan spent his days peacefully, engaging in extensive training with Schliffen. He seemed to be growing stronger. Schliffen, too, felt Ronan's attacks becoming more strategic and suspected he was receiving special training from a mentor. Even so, the two continued to compete to see who was stronger. Maria thought they'd be better off taking that rivalry to the battlefield. She felt it was part of Ronan's charm. She then turned and asked Sayer if he agreed. He, too, thought Ronan was impressive, remarkably strong, even for someone from his homeland. Maria asked, her voice trembling slightly, if he saw Ronan that way as well. In her eyes, someone as dependable as Ronan had to be the best. She laughed, asking what his reaction meant. Was he jealous? She told him he was cute, not to worry. She reassured him that her Sayer was better, leaving him flustered and trying to explain that wasn't what he meant. Maria suggested that the two of them needed to work together better, to show off something for their next duel. She asked him if he thought it was a good idea, and when she called him cutie, he blushed. Ronan spoke with Professor Villon, wondering why he had been summoned so suddenly. The professor told Ronan that his prediction seemed to be correct. From the scent, he could tell Ronan's senses had been enhanced. Ronan mentioned it felt similar to his experience at the Sarantai Temple. He added that he wouldn't waste a single leaf before succeeding in his training. Ronan brewing that tea meant the guiding professor had achieved his goal. He's now an advisor for the special adventure club Ronan created. He explained that after Ronan's last venture into the mountains, he never would have known about the existence and uses of a certain herb if he hadn't received a gift from Sarant. It was a bit of a challenge, but he managed to cultivate it and was pleased that it could help so many people in the future. The professor also wanted to reward Ronan for managing the chaos during club activities and assisting all the helpers. He wasn't sure if he would cover all the expenses that would arise and more, but the professor acknowledged his uncertainty. Regardless, he called Ronan there for another reason. He showed him a document, saying he had finally received a reply. It was regarding the place Ronan wanted to visit to learn more about the Twilight Curse, the Magic Tower. The visit had been approved, and Ronan, expressing his satisfaction, was eager to see it as soon as possible. The professor advised him to proceed with caution, as they needed to be careful and discreet. Due to a recent unfortunate incident, the situation could be tense. The professor also mentioned that Ronan couldn't go alone. The plan was for an honors student specializing in magic to accompany him. This meant one of his peers would be going with him. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was on a luxurious airship headed towards the west wing of the Dawn Magic Tower, repeatedly sketching and writing her name. In Edison's, Elizabeth found herself with Ronan, who seemed less than pleased with the situation. She recalled Professor Villon's words, noting that it had been a while since they last saw each other. She asked if he was supposed to call her Isle instead of Elizabeth. It irritated her. She reiterated that only Edison could call her that, no one else, and she wanted Ronan to answer first. Elizabeth said there was no need to ask, as the airship only had one destination. It was obvious he had business related to the Dawn Magic Tower. She commented on how unusual it was for a martial arts expert to be interested in a magic tower, and alone at that. She pointed out his complicated situation. Ronan had considered taking a Sayer with him, but he was busy with some sort of training with Maria. But where were the other students on the initial list? Why was she alone? Ronan was told several mages were supposed to be going, yet she was by herself. Elizabeth also mentioned that the mages of the Dawn Tower were renowned for their fire magic. The opportunity to visit the tower was only granted to the top 10 fire magic students in the academy. First-class trips were only rewarded to the student who ranked first in the tests. That's why no one was better than her in the Magic Education series, and she was enjoying the pleasant silence. Ronan concluded that the reason she was alone was because she had no friends. He suggested they could keep each other company on the journey. He was alone too, so they would make a good pair. He asked what she thought of the idea, but Elizabeth didn't like being called Ronan's companion at all. She said she didn't need him, and Elizabeth reminded him that even though she was about to enter the famed tower, her peers were just babbling instead of using their time more productively. Every time she looked at him, she couldn't help but sigh, saying she couldn't stand wasting time around mediocre people. She asked him if he agreed, and he replied that within the academy, aside from Edison, Ronan was the only other person she knew who possessed such talent. Because of Ronan's recent outstanding performance, he'd even arrogantly opposed someone to their face in front of everyone, preventing their humiliation, and aided the Sword Saint Jeppa not to mention dealing with some lunatics. The royal palace was surely aware of his accomplishments. She asked him when he would respond to the invitation she'd extended months ago, wondering if he intended to refuse. He had assumed that after she declared she didn't need to speak with anyone, she would cease interacting with him altogether. However, he couldn't outright reject her invitation. He considered changing the subject, so he asked her something that had been on his mind. Calling her by her name, Elizabeth, he inquired why she was so fond of Edison. The question caught her off guard, making her uncomfortable, but Ronan was genuinely curious and wouldn't let it go. Elizabeth began by saying that, in her own words, when Edison entered the academy, she was just an ordinary student with no extraordinary talent, yet she still admired her greatly. Ronan wanted to know why she felt that way. Elizabeth remained silent, but Ronan pressed her for an answer. Then she explained that Edison was unlike anyone she had ever met before. Elizabeth first encountered her a few days after entering the academy. She had been looking for the library and gotten lost. It was Edison who kindly helped her, pointing her in the right direction. They went together, and Elizabeth said that witnessing Edison's performance during the entrance exam was incredible. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, as even as a freshman, Edison had already displayed so much talent. Elizabeth said she chattered incessantly throughout the entire exam. So impressed was she. Elizabeth thought it would take a while before people started fawning over her. But instead, most claimed that all of her accomplishments so far were due to her prominent family. However, one girl said something different. Perhaps Edison worked hard to reach such a level at such a young age, persevering with a smile on her face. Elizabeth could hardly imagine how difficult that must have been. She admitted that someone like her could never fully understand those feelings. But even so, she thought it would be challenging to handle everything in the future. She offered that if Edison ever needed to vent, she could talk to her. Edison replied that she wouldn't be of much help, but perhaps she could offer some advice. Elizabeth told Ronan that the feelings she experienced that day were a precious memory. She couldn't fully explain it, but on top of everything else, Edison was incredibly beautiful. She blushed as she said this. She went on, describing how Edison's long, soft hair complemented her tall, slender figure. She wondered who could compare to such beauty. She added that she felt that pull, but the mere thought of it felt overwhelmingly yearning. Her eyes gleaming. She mused that all the geniuses of that generation were quite peculiar. Taking a deep breath, she decided it didn't matter. Forming a connection with Edison would be beneficial. Suddenly, Ronan sensed a presence. He told Elizabeth to stop talking and brace herself, asking for her assistance. She was clueless as to what he was talking about, but he indicated there was no time to explain. She needed to act quickly, as something was fast approaching the airship. He grabbed her and jumped off the airship with her in tow. Elizabeth was furious, being carried like a backpack. She demanded to know what the meaning of this rudeness was. She asked him if he had no respect for women. Ronan replied that if he had telekinesis, he could easily lift a person, but the approaching threat was the primary issue she should be concerned about, not how she was being carried. He looked up, and she followed his gaze, but she saw only clouds. Suddenly, a light illuminated everything around them. Elizabeth gasped as she realized what he had noticed, a massive fireball. She questioned why a spell typically reserved for large-scale outdoor combat would be cast here. Ronan carefully set Elizabeth down and prepared to draw his sword. He told her to do her best, and he would handle the rest. She yelled his name in exasperation, using her telekinesis to push him away as quickly as possible while approaching the enormous fireball. She kept Ronan afloat with an invisible hand and assisted him in slicing the fireball into pieces. After slicing through, he found himself at the core and realized there were far more fragments than he had anticipated. At this rate, it could destroy the airship, but to his surprise, Elizabeth managed to deal with one of the fragments that came near her. She declared that pebbles like that wouldn't cause her any trouble. Elizabeth Acolia was above such things. As expected of someone as powerful as Elizabeth, she was taking control of the situation. She controlled the falling debris around the airship, while simultaneously controlling Ronan from above with her telekinesis. Ronan complimented her, saying that as expected of a lady of the Acolia family, she wasn't all talk. He exclaimed that she was amazing, persistently calling her Ellie, despite her repeated insistence that only Edison was allowed to call her that. Back on the airship, he ignored her curses, but wondered if his actions had yielded any results. Still, he thought it was a bit much for a welcoming ceremony and wondered what was going on. From the Dawn Magic Tower, someone attempted to communicate with them. Inquiring about their well-being, they confirmed that a spell aimed at taking down the airship had indeed been launched from the tower. Elizabeth took note of the communication spell in the area. The tower continued the conversation, explaining that it wasn't intentional, it was an accident. They informed them that they had taken maximum security measures and that everything was fine. The airship could now land. They added that they would discuss matters in person once the airship docked. Everyone was on edge, trying to understand what that fireball was and who had launched it, but they were relieved to be able to proceed to the tower. Elizabeth was disappointed that one of the 5 great magic towers had caused such an incident. She declared that, without a proper explanation, she would file a formal complaint through her family. However, Ronan suggested she hear the explanation first, as he believed he already knew what had happened. Based on his conversation with Professor Villon, Ronan suspected this trip to the tower was connected to the cult members. He explained that traces of the cult had been found within the tower so far. Before being apprehended, these members had used self-destruct magic. Fortunately, the mages present reacted swiftly, preventing any casualties. However, 20% of the area surrounding the tower had been destroyed. Although the situation was now stable, Professor Villon believed it wise to take precautions. Because the true motive behind the infiltration remained unknown, even with their plan foiled, the ongoing risk persisted. Ronan had a hunch that this incident, perpetrated by the cult, couldn't be a mere coincidence. If anything suspicious occurred, he felt it best to act preemptively. Suddenly, someone appeared, flustered and hurried. He apologized for the previous wait and the trouble they had encountered, introducing himself as Fella, the Vice Tower Master of the Mage Tower. Ronan was astonished, scarcely able to believe his eyes. This man was renowned throughout the Empire for his expertise in fire magic. And here he was, representing the Tower Master. Vice Tower Master Fella continued, explaining that he felt responsible for the situation, though the cause of the incident was yet to be determined. He assured them that the Mage Tower would take full responsibility for the damage caused, and that they were thoroughly investigating all tower members. Furthermore, internal security had been reinforced to ensure no further issues arose and their schedule wouldn't be disrupted. Most were convinced by the Vice Tower Master's words, but Elizabeth wasn't convinced someone of his stature would apologize personally. She believed they were being fobbed off and should move on. Ronan, on the other hand, thought it wise to trust him. Fella had been on the front lines during the battle against Ashiuri, saving his comrades. In a battle where everyone was in danger, he had ignited his own body multiple times until he was reduced to ashes, scattering in the wind. He had never hesitated, which led Ronan to believe he wasn't one of the fanatics. Ronan asked if the two of them were the ones who had blocked the fireball. The Vice Tower Master bowed deeply to both of them, thanking Ronan and Elizabeth. He stated that the Mage Tower owed them a debt of gratitude. He explained that while Ronan's presence wasn't surprising, Elizabeth's was a different story, but mentioned he had heard of her. He invited them to follow him, as he wished to express his gratitude and share more about what was happening. Vice Tower Master Fella led them to the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower, where magical research, particularly fire magic, was conducted. The place was a bit warm due to ongoing experiments, but he wanted to present everything in the best possible light. Elizabeth began to understand why it was one of the 5 great towers. Looking at the people there, she noted they were all above the 4th ring, meaning they were ready to be deployed into battle at any moment. However, she observed that the atmosphere there wasn't particularly friendly. People were talking amongst themselves, but seemed uncomfortable with their presence. As the Vice Tower Master ascended the stairs with the visitors, Elizabeth noticed a frail-looking mage huddled in a corner, the Tower Master nowhere in sight. Clutching a teddy bear, she was speaking to the mage, mentioning something about igniting flames. According to her, it would bring about the end of Acolia. Despite this unsettling scene, a strange calm pervaded the tower. Ronan and Elizabeth, having listened to the explanation and observed the surrounding atmosphere, finally began to grasp the situation. However, Ronan felt a nagging unease, a puzzle piece still missing. He wondered why the Vice Tower Master hadn't reacted sooner, before the fireball had come so perilously close. A sweating man admitted that, had they been warned, he and the other mages in the tower should indeed have been able to react in time. Of course, if we had been warned, he said, the words leaving Ronan with a prickle of suspicion. He then questioned what that implied, as it seemed the Mage Tower hadn't noticed the fireball until it was practically upon their airship. Realizing the absurdity of it, Elizabeth remarked to Ronan that something that large couldn't have gone unnoticed. If it were true, she explained, it suggested a problem far more serious than anyone had imagined. Ronan pressed for more detail. Elizabeth elaborated, explaining that if no one had noticed something so massive, it meant someone had used powerful magic within the occupied and fortified areas of the tower. Magic that even the Vice Tower Master, a 7-circle mage, hadn't detected. This implied the work of a 9-circle mage. Her thoughts drifted to Lohan, a vastly experienced individual, potentially involved. He, the one who had sealed one of the 3 great giants in a past life, couldn't be the culprit, she reasoned. However, his enemies might be individuals capable of matching his power. Seeing the tension rise, a man urged them to calm down. He stated there wasn't enough evidence to jump to conclusions, suggesting the enemy might have employed methods other than magic. In a graver tone, he declared that when they found those responsible for threatening the Mage Tower, he would personally ensure their annihilation. He suggested they relax and thanked Ronan and Elizabeth for their assistance in the critical moment. Ronan, though he suspected the man's words were mostly bluster, sensed a genuine sincerity, especially after hearing the report about them. The Vice Tower Master then proposed rewarding their deeds. To Elizabeth, he offered the opportunity to learn fire magic, a rare skill within the academy. He promised to teach her some hard-to-acquire spells. To Ronan, who often ventured into dangerous places, he offered a magic scroll imbued with high-level fire magic, usable in emergencies. Ronan thanked him, surprised to receive something so valuable. The Vice Tower Master then mentioned the book Ronan was searching for, explaining that, for the purpose of lifting curses, the Mage Tower's library was one of the largest in the Empire, though finding what he sought wouldn't be easy. He clarified that enlisting the help of a student would be simple. The librarian would be most helpful. Hours later, Ronan, looking at the gift, thought about what Sarantai had said regarding that librarian. He wondered if the librarian could be trusted. Perhaps he was an elf, like Sarantai always spoke of him so earnestly. However, he still had no idea where to find this elusive figure. Just then, someone approached, requesting a word. The individual introduced themselves as the librarian of the Dawn Library, and stated that she was there to guide him. Her name was Sayre, and she seemed delighted to meet him. Ronan was speechless with surprise. She was evidently the sole librarian within the tower. His curiosity piqued. He inquired if there were any other librarians, such as an El, who serve the mages. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. See you next time. Bye-bye.